guess, sitting down and say your name.
Hello, viewing audience.
Hi.
That this change. Hold on. I hate this place.
My name is Molly, and my code color is white.
Hi, I'm Christian, and my code color was green.
Hi, I'm Faye. My code color was blue.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Ryu, and my code color was pink. And I still think it's still pink, right? No.
Hello, my name is Riley, and my code color was black.
Okay, what does Smash Ultimate mean to me? So I remember playing Smash Bros. With my bros, late night, so friendship, bonding, buffalo wings. Yeah, I have a fond memory of Smash Ultimate, and I'll keep playing it until the next Smash comes.
What does Smash Bros mean to me? Anger. That's it. Just rage.
Untethered
Rage.
What does Smash Ultimate mean to me? Stay tuned.
Welcome to my origin story. If you don't know, if you've just clicked on this very long video is a sequel to last year's very long video that released in 2024, but was planned to release in 2023. This video in twain is actually being written and filmed months in advance so I can hit the projected release date. Please don't announce a new Switch while I'm working on this. 2. Oh, because there's 2 Joy-Cons. I get it. So yeah, you really should watch that video first. This is a direct sequel. The reason this video is going up in February, hopefully, that's really gonna bite me in the ass. I never learned how to read! Is that February is normally the month reserved for me talking about games that I really, really love. Portal, Portal 2. But also, when you're seeing this, it has now officially been the longest stretch of time without a new Super Smash Bros. Game. But also before March, because March 8th, 2018 was the first glimpse we got of the newest Smash game over the horizon. Alternatively, the Nintendo Switch was released on March 3rd, 2017 after being announced in October 2016. That's what makes this video so simultaneously daunting and difficult. If I write ahead of time, which I need to do to get this done, I don't know what the future holds. I can't possibly know what February 2025 is going to look like as I'm writing this. We have had a Nintendo Direct, big or small, every February over the last 4 years. So conventional wisdom would imply that we're getting another one, potentially after this video is recorded, but before it goes up. April 2nd. So surely it won't be released before April. Confusing, I know. By the way, if we're tuning back into last year, I was right about some things. I was right about having a direct every February and June. We have since lost September. I was right about there being a Pokemon Presents in February. I was incorrect about what type of Legends game it would be. I said Johto, but I was right that it is a Legends game. But I thought we would get it at the end of 2024 and not early 2025, if we are even getting it early 2025, because what you're seeing right now is early 2025. And now Metroid Prime 4 has been slated for 2025, but both of those games were announced for the OG Switch. I ended last year, 2024's video, talking about Nintendo Switch sequel console rumblings, and now we are very clearly in 2025 on the precipice of this new console. I hope. That looks like fucking movie Donkey Kong. I also said 2024 would be a big year, and I wasn't lying. Not only did I get to meet so many internet friends IRL, but also make a ton more online. Also, big shoes to fill, because I'm pretty sure, at least from my metric, that 2024 is the year we release some of our best videos ever, including previous year's Smash Bros. Video. That's legitimately my magnum opus. For now. 2024 was a big year, not just for me, but for Smash as a game in general. I never thought I would be a resident Melee watcher, but the rise of Donkey Kong, shout out Year of the Monkey, by the way, and the push for queer personalities and inclusion in these spaces, it's never been a better time to be a Smash Bros. Fan. Look, I made a video about WWE right before it became cool to watch again. I'm not saying I can single-handedly rehabilitate Smash Bros. Image online, but I can certainly try. Sorry. If you clicked on this video to see an unbiased timeline of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass DLC speculation, and you are now turned off by this Ren-shaped loser talking about his personal life, good. If this isn't what you're looking for, No shame in it. I don't want to waste your time. I do not blame you. You can click off the video. No shame in that. Because if you thought the previous year's Smash Bros video got too personal and spiraled into a personal retelling of my life, then you're really not gonna like this one. This one is far more self-indulgent, and it kind of has to be. If you click off this video, if it doesn't get a lot of views, that's totally fine. What I don't want is for you to watch all 9 or 10 hours or 8 and then comment, this isn't exactly what I wanted to see. Don't watch it, man. You don't have to, because we're going to be covering in its totality 2019, which is the year my life changed the most and I made the most important decisions of my life and for this channel. You could see me literally grow and change in real time, as you could with the comments in the previous video. Also, I changed my mic because Super Smash Bros is important to me and the people I chose to share it with.
We were all crammed in Andrew's room, and Chris was like the most excited little kid in a candy shop ever. He was like kicking his feet. He was like, I remember when we first booted up the game and the music came on, he was like screaming. He was like, yo!
Oh! Yeah. Okay.
Was that the night you smoked out of an apple?
No.
No.
That was a different thing.
I think we just like honestly dicked around and just did a bunch of random games trying to get as many characters as possible.
I do remember playing Kirby. I think it was just pink and round, so I was like, yep, I want that one. And I remember if you like, he could like swallow people or something.
I don't think I was there when Smash first came out, but I did play it with you guys like after the fact. I sucked at it.
So when we first got the game, we all went to Andrew's house, and we were all in the, I forget whose bedroom it was. Pretty sure it was Andrew's. But I had the brilliant idea of bringing my own monitor with me so that I could ignore everyone and just play by myself. A team-based game, or not team-based, but just cooperative game that you're supposed to have fun with your friends. I made sure to find a way to play by myself in the corner.
I remember Chris bringing his own setup and his own TV, I think monitor or something, because he had to unlock his own characters as fast as possible.
He was like, you can leave that in.
Right, of course. Yeah.
I'm just giving you B-roll.
I appreciate that. I'll put that while he's talking. Well, where we left off in December 2018, I told stories of playing the game with my friends. Lifelong memories. I had played major Nintendo games like Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Pokémon Tournament DX, Super Mario Odyssey, Kirby Star Allies, Mario Tennis Aces, Super Mario Party, and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. And our character speculation sheet looks like this. Seems too empty, right? Quick refresher for our main characters of questionable trustworthy. Our lovely Rosie Vergaben said that likely Erdrick from the Dragon Quest series was going to be a DLC character, and something vague about Minecraft representation. And as of December 2018, Verg was the only trustworthy leaker. And the rest of these are characters that actually got deconfirmed. Rayman isn't missing, he's frozen in the ice on the battlefield stage. So let's streamline this. Perfect. Two characters for now. Everything else can be thrown to the wayside. I'm sure they will come back. And it's actually a lot more simplified because we don't need to speculate on returning stages or assist trophies or any other items because they're not DLC. The game is already out. It was announced in the final direct before the game launched in November that there was going to be a Smash Bros. Fighters Pass that features 5 DLC characters, each with their own stage, music, and spirits. Characters chosen by Nintendo personally. And now the Smash blog is unimportant. Like, they'll update the blog whenever a DLC character is released, but this doesn't tell us any new information, so we're dropping that as well. We're still gonna read the Teenage Andrew's comments, but they slow down at a certain point, so just be prepared for that. After all of that preamble, where are we now? All right, the Game Awards.
As an industry, we are most powerful when we come.
The 2018 Game Awards would take place the night before Smash Ultimate released, but because you can download games at midnight, the night Smash Ultimate released. I just had to get a physical copy. 2 physical copies. The Game Awards had been around for a good couple years by this point, and people had begun to realize that ostensibly acts as a second E3. Like, yeah, God of War won Game of the Year and Overwatch won Best Esport. Overwatch came out in 2016. Red Dead Redemption 2 had swept most of the awards that night, but it was already too late. Teenage Andrew had already thrown himself full throttle into Smash Bros. The game did not stand a chance. I did play it though, just not for long. And Nintendo was about to make the biggest announcement of that event. That's right, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. You may think this isn't important, but this game was published by Nintendo and it's a Nintendo Switch exclusive. Up there with lifelong classics like DC Superhero Girls: Teen Power. I'm gonna be talking about Nintendo published games and exclusives a lot in this video. I just wanted to set you up for those games, you know, get the hype flown, because these are big deals. They did show a really cool Ultimate ad, which refers to the game as the Ultimate Showdown. Sure, why not? Not only did people not think that there could be a reveal at the Game Awards, but the character they showed off, you'd never see it coming.
Jeff, this is Samus coming to read Capcom versus SNK. Max, please! Oh, Persona.
Persona 5 on Switch?
No.
Persona 5 on Switch.
Game Awards?
Persona 5 on Switch.
He's there to steal a treasure.
A treasure.
Have you already sent a calling card?
If this is Persona and Smash Brothers, dude, I'm literally Joker.
Invited to steal the greatest treasure.
Oh God! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh! Whoa! Oh, that was amazing! Persona! It's a Alex J. Personaman.
Smack. No.
What? I did
Is this for real?
What?
Mario? Holy shit!
Wait to see our fearless
That's
leader show his step.
crazy. Kirby and all of them. That is fucking wild. They went all the way in with that trailer.
Persona! Persona!
Joker from Persona 5 would be joining Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as Challenger Pack 1 of 5. Allegedly. Well, we could assume some music. We have yet to see his stage and technically even his game model. This is an animated trailer. Trust me, this will be important. I mean, really well animated, by the way. I like how the other Nintendo characters appear in these shadows. Also, I love the way the invitation has become the calling card for characters joining Smash for this run of DLC. This is likely a purposeful reference or inspiration from Persona 5. As we know by this point that Super Smash Bros. Game director Masahiro Sakurai, I'm using the normal image, don't pan over there, absolutely loved Persona 5. And the Smash Ultimate menus were heavily inspired by the game's UI. Oh, did Persona tell you to put Mii fighters in games and more? You may not realize how big of a deal this is, like where we are now. Let me put it in perspective. Metal Gear and Final Fantasy technically started their series on the NES, and their parent companies had a close working relationship with Nintendo. Cloud is one of the most iconic video game characters spawning in the 90s, and Snake was a personal request by Sakurai's friend. Persona 5, and thus Joker, released to the public for the first time in 2016, 2 years prior. And at this point, Persona 5 was still a PlayStation exclusive. Not a PlayStation and Xbox exclusive, just a PlayStation exclusive. What's weird is this has Sakurai written all over it, but if you remember back at the November Direct, he specifically said that these DLC characters would be chosen by Nintendo. Sakurai had nothing to do with this decision. The decision to include a character from his personal Game of the Year 2016. Persona L. The week after, Sakurai would do an interview for Edge. That's just what it's called. And reiterated that the rights of said characters were communicated through Nintendo. Did they pick Joker because he shares a voice actor with Smash Bros. Announcer Xander Mobus? Who's to say? It does make translation easier. Except for the fact that Joker uses a gun. Like a real gun. I haven't played the game, but I'm pretty sure he canonically shoots himself in the head every time he wants to enter the Mind Palace. I understand and understood why this was a big deal, but personally, if you're asking what Andrew Ultra thought of the Joker announcement, he didn't think much. Like, the game was just about to come out. He hadn't even played the game yet, so he didn't care about wasting a slot, but he also didn't personally care about Persona. Pretty sure he didn't even watch the Game Awards. I mean, why would he? For years after this, people kept coming back to the Game Awards because now they knew that Smash characters could be announced there for years to come. But prior to this, this was unprecedented, at least for Smash reveals. Most creators I was invested in at the time weren't even watching the event. They were too busy playing Smash Bros.
Check your feet. Look at the shit he knows. Look at him.
What?
Look at him take it out.
The nigga from Persona 5 is in Smash.
You're lying.
He's
It's
the
right
first
Goku's
DLC
DLC 1. Oh my god.
What?
Just announced it.
Nigga, what?
Just announced it.
I
But this was a big deal. This was as non-Nintendo as a character could get, except maybe Kratos. From Game of the Year, you really do never see it coming. Well, one guy did. A 4chan post from November 24th, which was after the Direct where they announced DLC, but obviously weeks before the Game Awards. It lists off in broken English 3 third-party characters and 2 Nintendo characters, featuring a Square rep, Square Enix, leaning towards Chrono or Neku, a Microsoft rep, likely Banjo-Kazooie, and a Sega/Atlas rep, Joker, from Persona 5. So I could stand here and tell you that Joker was impossible to guess, that this has to be accurate, but I know there are YouTubers with proof on camera requesting Joker even before December. They didn't predict him per se, but they really wanted him in. The thing about these 4chan leaks is during the height of Smash Bros, multiple are posted around the world every day. If given enough time, a broken clock can write Monkey Shakespeare. I think I messed that up. That being said, it is remarkably close. I mean, a Square rep, Banjo, Joker. We knew by this point that there are rare spirits in the code of the game for, I believe, Jet Force Gemini and Blast Corps. The leak did specify Square characters like Neku and Chrono. That wouldn't be correct, but maybe that was just a guess. Earlier in our timeline, last video, a bunch of people had heard rumblings about a Square rep and narrowed it down to 7 characters. We've been all in on Erdrick Dragon Quest because Vergaben said so, but that doesn't mean that's the only Square rep we could get. Is there still a chance for the 2 characters listed, Neku and Chrono? What about Noctis or Sora or Sephiroth? Or Geno. Well, Geno is a spirit in Smash Ultimate, so obviously it can't be him. Same goes for Banjo, because all the other characters present in the Grinch leak, yes, we're going back to that, have been deconfirmed as spirits or assist trophies. Banjo isn't even in the game. But you know who else isn't in the game? The 2 Nintendo characters that make up the 5 of the Fighters Pass in the 4chan post were Eldegard from Fire Emblem 3 Houses and Psylux from Metroid. Interesting to note that out of the thousands of Nintendo spirits represented in the game, Psylux, a primary villain from Metroid Prime, oh, I see what I did, is missing. Could this mean he's going to be a playable DLC fighter? I mean, he's likely going to be a big player in the soon-to-release Metroid Prime 4. In the soon-to-release Metroid Prime 4. And sure, Fire Emblem, why not? It's likely to happen. I also hate myself. But it got me thinking. Speaking of Japan, you know what other spirit is mysteriously missing now that we have our hands on the game? Mike Jones. Oh, and Porky Minch. And this may seem innocuous, like, oh, whatever, it's a character from a game very few people have played, why does it matter that it's missing? But this is the only character that is in every single Mother game and also had a boss fight in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Since it's mid-December, we can now talk about the game in full. The embargo has been lifted. While the game has secret bosses like that of Marks that I was super stoked to see, it also has Gallium from the Subspace Emissary. And then almost all the other major enemies and bosses are featured as spirits in some way. Rayquaza has a spirit. Taboo has a spirit. Where is Porky? He's arguably more popular. I'm gonna stop right there. His ass is not more popular than Mr. Emerald. A lot of the spirits have really cheeky humor, so you could say it's an intentional joke because, spoilers for Mother 3, there is a totally safe capsule spirit, and Porky is in there and nobody can get in or out. So maybe they're making an intentional reference. Or maybe Porky Minch is going to be a playable character in Super Smash Bros. DLC Fighter Pass 1. You know who else started as a boss fight in Brawl? Ridley. Did I miss anything else?
We're tremendously excited.
Dante and Sub-Zero, calling it right now.
DLC 5 has to be Goku or Sora. It has to be.
I'll put the others, but I'm not adding Goku. That's ridiculous. Truly, everyone is here.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It is the biggest crossover in video game history. Dare I say, the biggest crossover in entertainment.
The Russo brothers might have some issues with that.
Okay, but do they have anything to say about Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3? Also another Infinity War reference. The YouTube Rewind happened earlier this week, and it was so bad that they never did one ever again. This was 6 7 years ago. Did anything speculation important happen outside of the Game Awards? The European limited edition console bundle does not feature Ken and Incineroar on the inside. That would have been a news chart topper if we found out like a month prior. We could have stretched out box theory for way longer. Speaking of stretching, the game was about to come out. For some, it already did. Why would we bother speculating on the future of DLC when the full game was about to be in our hands? Listen, I already talked about my time with the game on release in December 2018, but this video is going week by week in format, and news is gonna be pretty dry for a while. After the reveal, we see Reggie wearing his fanciest shirt, and we pan over to a full orchestra who play the theme of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Lifelight, the night before the game releases. Get ready, folks, because if you thought character speculation was getting messy before, you haven't seen anything yet. I think it's time we dive headfirst and return to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I'll be honest, week 2 was mostly made up of just enjoying the game now that it was out. People who make in-depth guides for every major release did exactly that. You know how a game releases and then immediately after there's a thumbnail that appears on your screen that is like all bosses in order and it shows spoilers in the thumbnail? As an adult with a job, it's a lot harder to complete video games in full at the speed the internet tends to, albeit part of my job is playing video games. And considering week 2 of our new timeline began a handful of days after Andrew first got his hands on the game, he wanted to avoid spoilers to begin with. Because I didn't have a job back then. That's not true. I had a job. I just didn't care about it. So I did consume everything the game had to offer in a matter of days. It's not like I was going to pay attention in class anyway. Anyway, the guides I did watch were more so about spirits and character playstyles. Like Introspective's video, Picking Your Perfect Main, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where he goes over the concept of character bias, where new players kneecap themselves by playing characters they like from a game they've played rather than trying out a character they've never heard of that they might be better at, which I vehemently disagree with. I believe in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, any character can be good in the hands of the correct player. This is before any of the DLC came out. It just so happens that a lot of people were playing K. Rool around this time because he was a new character and also really easy to be good with. Also really fun. Anyways, I only bring it up because a teenage Andrew commented, yes, we're bringing it back. I have reverse character bias. I no longer want to play a Bayonetta game. On December 11th, 2018, 3:49 p.m. That's only half true, in the sense that I have now since played every Bayonetta game, including the one that's barely a game, and still refuse to pick up a Xenoblade. But I did watch that video because I did legitimately need a helpful guide. And I watched the video and commented on it, even though I disagree with it, because I was subscribed to Intro at the time, and all I had were content creators. What the fuck? Where's that coming from? What is that meant to imply? So the game theorist made a game theory on the Smash Bros. Ultimate story mode, World of Light, and its very confusing endings. I promise I will keep this brief. Basically saying that the multiple confusing endings are Masahiro Sakurai venting his frustrations for the fanbase and postulating that there may not be another Smash game, which is ridiculous. What are you, fucking stupid? Of course Sakurai's gonna make another one of these games. It made $1 billion. Why wouldn't he? This week, the Source Gaming translation of Sakurai's weekly Famitsu column came out. They're going to be important. They are a bevy of weekly pertinent information. Thank God it's not Edge magazine. Why are these pages stuck together? In this weekly Famitsu column, Sakurai said that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate may be the final Smash Bros. Game. Oh. Here's the thing. I still don't believe that. Like, maybe it's just modern day coping, but there is no world where Nintendo would not want a new Smash game for their new Nintendo console. Sakurai's last Smash game? Maybe, but certainly not the last one ever. As much as I love the guy and the effort and passion he puts into directing games, I might get some hate for this. I think he probably gets too much credit. Not that he doesn't deserve love for all the blood, sweat, and tears he put into this game, but more than one guy worked on this game. We just like him because he's a celebrity at this point. He presents each character. He is the face of Smash Bros. By this point, Nintendo has more power over the game than you would think. It's in the same Famitsu column that we learned that Nintendo specifically requested Joker be revealed at the Game Awards, and that's why we got that animated trailer, because he wasn't and still isn't finished yet. Which is ironic because normally I hate trailers without gameplay, but we already know what Smash plays like, and these limitations bred one of the most iconic Smash reveals. Also, you mean to tell me that animation takes less time than making a Smash character? Back to the game theory for a second. This theory is actually built on top of another previous famous theory that the story of Smash Bros is a meta-narrative about growing up, which resulted in one of my favorite thumbnails ever, credit Noggin. Smash Bros is autistic. Up there with Does He Know and What Was He Cooking? I only went back to the theory so I could reference that thumbnail. I really love that thumbnail. Anyway, back to Famitsu. We get a lot of details in this article, several lines that imply that Piranha Plant was supposed to be a base game character, but due to scheduling conflicts had to be pushed to a pre-order bonus. If you buy Super Smash Bros. Ultimate before January something, then you could play as Piranha Plant on its release. Not the game's release, but the plant's release. If you bought the game digitally, everything is covered for you. If you bought the game physically like I did, well, you have to go to your settings and then My Nintendo Rewards, and then you go to earn points, but you need to make sure it says game card only. You also have to be logged into Nintendo Online for this to work, so sorry if you don't have an account. Then an email is sent to, more likely than not, your spam folder in at best 10 business days, at worst, who knows? We're gonna cover the plant more later when it actually releases, but just to say, I got into a call with 4 very confused boys as we were all frantically trying to read instructions and go through our old spam emails and see if the code expired. That's enough Famitsu for 1 month. In the last video, I talked about Shea Frillis's YTP Smash Bros collab as the perfect benchmark for the end of speculation before the game came out, and also a celebration of the ride we had already taken and ridden the whole time, and also a video that gets quoted all the time between me and the boys at the time. After the game's release, like almost right after, we got Shofu's big tradition, the Ultimate Super Smash Bros. Cypher. If you don't know, a cypher is when a group of rappers all rap together, and I should not be the one explaining this to you, I think. If you learn about cyphers through Pokemon like I did, you need to shut your ass up. But previously as a kid, I only knew about Shofu cyphers as he released a Pokemon cypher back in 2013 when I was 12 to celebrate the release of the new generation Kalos for X and Y. And a little 12-year-old Andrew made it everyone else's problem. I found one other kid on the school bus who fucked with it, and we instantly became best friends. Then another cypher was released in 2016 to celebrate Sun and Moon, and another in 2019 to celebrate Sword and Shield. After I'm writing this, but as I'm filming this, the cypher to celebrate Scarlet and Violet has now been released.
Diglett dig, Diglett dig, bounce on my balls and I'm fuck with the pig. I'm getting top and bottom, you're referee.
I know the entire Smash cypher front to back to front again, and I could probably do the entire thing with my eyes closed here, but I feel like I've embarrassed myself enough. Get inside, B, I got my hand around your neck. Demand my respect. Now smash, turn your ass to a speck. Worth noting that I could also do this with all of Youngtown's raps before Hidden Block remained hidden forever. If they just stuck it out, they could surpass Normal Boots just off of none of them being problematic. Speaking of, something tells me they're not gonna do another one of these. The comment here is just an okay emoji. This was left at 1:26 a.m. I mentioned earlier that I saved the replay of the first match me and all the boys played in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, a moment I would never forget. But because for whatever reason Smash Bros. Ultimate does not automatically save these replays as video files, it saves them as literal replays and replays all of your button inputs whenever you want to watch it. So every time there's patch notes and every time movement is changed, every time the game is updated, it deletes all your replays. Ironically, I do have a snapshot from Smash Ultimate on that day, but it's not for the reason you think. But because this video acts as a personal retelling of events and also a swan song to the Nintendo Switch, to my Nintendo Switch, this thing is taking a beating. I'd like to introduce a new segment, perfectly titled Shooting Range. You get it, shooting like a camera, not a gun. All of these come from screenshots and videos saved on my Nintendo Switch. We have this screenshot of my tag Heel playing my 2018 character, the White DK. So that's definitely me, fighting a Dick, Richter, and Wolf Wolf. From December 13th, 2018, which means it was a Thursday and a school day, and it was taken at 12:36, which means it was during school. And this screenshot was taken by mistake by a random person I handed a Joy-Con to, hidden in the back of the library. I wasn't lying. I was playing this game every breathing moment with anyone who would humor me. I made a lot of friends that way. This was the end of senior year. A little too late to start making friends, but sure. December 13th, the game's been out for 6 days. What could they possibly be fixing? Adjusted difficulty for approaching challengers. Oh. No, that makes sense. It wasn't just me. On launch, it was legitimately difficult to unlock these characters. I'm conceding that I had trouble, but I'm not complaining. Listen, I like playing online as much as the next guy. Maybe not as much as you might like playing online, but I also love unlocking the characters. It incentivizes you to play through the story mode and the game at large.
Okay, but I had to play the campaign though.
Of course.
I had to get the characters though.
A story mode that a lot complain about its very repetitive nature and anticlimactic ending cutscene. At least Mario dies. Well, at the very least, they use this 1.2.0 patch to fix everything. If Villager pockets Isabelle's fishing rod, the game will hard crash. Isabelle can infinitely spawn assist trophies and drastically lag the game. Ridley can instantly kill Sonic with his side B on certain stages. All right. What are we doing? Let's cover some actual speculation. And now that the game has been out for a while and understood a little more, we can understand some of the assist trophies quirks. Like Knuckles will never spawn on the Green Hill Zone stage because he's already in the background, and Alucard will never spawn on the Wii Fit stage because it's a giant mirror and he's a Dracula. Does this mean he also doesn't appear on Fountain of Dreams? Inconclusive. Those are some neat little details, like if you play on Toon Link on the Spirit Train stage, his stage character will be replaced with Alfonso. Wait a minute, you can't see from my waist down? I missed my pocket. I just put my hand by my side. So if they can stop certain assist trophies from spawning under certain permutations, what is stopping them from upgrading an assist trophy to a character and then just disallowing the character to spawn? We know that assist trophies deconfirm base game characters, because why would they make an assist trophy and a character within the same work timeline? And while we don't exactly know when DLC began development, considering that Joker isn't finished and likely neither is Piranha Plant, they might have a shot. A good shot? No, but a shot nevertheless. This means that technically in the first Fighters Pass, we can get playable Bomberman, or Ashley, or Skull Kid, or Isaac Goldenson, or Springman. I don't know how he did it, but Isaac Goldenson has made it back onto the speculation list by sheer force of will. I left Shadow out because although he could control slightly differently like Isabelle or Falco did, they specifically said that no Echo fighters would be present in the Fighters Pass, and he is likely to be an Echo. I suppose he could be more in line with Isabelle, but she's already got her own problems. And there's no set rules for this thing, but we can make assumptions, like each company can only have one representation in the Fighters Pass, so Joker represents Atlas and thus Sega. Speaking of details, it also says on the Smash Bros website that along with characters, we should also be expecting Mii Fighter costume DLC. Surely that won't matter at all, though. Some people brought this up in the context of Gino thought it suspicious that his costume, his Mii costume, was still inexplicably missing from the game. But if him being a spirit didn't kill his chances, this definitely did. But I still believed, damn it. That's all the chart is, if I believe it or not. If Isaac Goldenson can fight his way back onto the character chart, then so can the Star Child. Now that we've covered speculative speculation, it's time for some bullshit. I just had the opportunity to talk about Shofu, who is a creator I have been watching since I was a kid and greatly respect. And that's the case for a lot of these guys, but I mostly started watching them during Smash 4. In the previous video that, again, you should watch, I introduced Papa Gino's as he uploaded his first video to the channel and really gained popularity within the pre-ultimate release speculation cycle for this game. He was the most up-and-coming and newest of this group, and it's really cool to see someone capitalize on this hype. It was really cool to get in on the ground floor and watch someone gain popularity where their platform and insider information they were given was respected. Throughout the DLC timeline, previous information hubs like Game Explain and the Japan Time podcast are going to be discussing Smash Bros. Less and less as we get farther and farther from the release of the game. So I highlighted Gino's in the last video because I knew he was going to be important to this video, as he is the beacon of, from an archival standpoint, of the most important speculation and discussion that was happening at the time. It's a time capsule. For all of these reasons, I was a fan, and also the reason I get hype every time I hear the Forest Maze theme. That and J-Eazy. And the Pikmin Tumblr post. And Rinri Games. She uploaded like a ton of video game reviews and just video game Nintendo videos ahead of her time and then fell off the face of the internet. Where is Rinri? Anyway, the week 2 update video is a perfect collection of speculation at the time after the release of the game. Like this fake Fortnite image that implies a collaboration could be in the works. Could we be getting Fortnite Jonesy? It's actually far more likely in 2025 than it was in 2018. But no, this image is clearly fake. Trustworthy leaker from the previous era, Vergaben, is the only person that carried over that is still trustworthy, and the rows, they said Steve and Erdrick. But Hitagi, who I believe we mentioned once prior and will henceforth be represented by this plum, also said that Steve and a Square rep would be in the DLC months prior, and we know they're trustworthy because they previously announced the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus game before we knew of its release. And I mean, Steve is Square already, which gives us nothing. It's still Steve and Square. I guess the 4chan leak said Banjo and not Steve. This doesn't give us any new information. All it does is make me have to download more images on my hard drive. On top of that, another anonymous poster who predicted Joker has also said Erdrick. We began this Papagenos video believing Steve and Erdrick, and by the end, we have landed on Steve and Erdrick. But hey, at least we got Jonesy. This is honestly just more Andrew bits. On the video, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate all endings dash ending and final boss bracket World of Light ending true / good / bad bracket. I guess he 100% of the game by this point. If I remember correctly, I actually finished World of Light in my gym class, which explains why I still look like this. Oh yeah, this is that Nintendo game where Mario dies on December 17th, 2:21 a.m. I was tired all the time, but this does confirm that I had beaten the game in full 100% in under 10 days. Also meaning I unlocked all the characters before they nerfed the newcomers. I'll hold for the applause. On the Arlo video, let's predict Nintendo's 2019, a teenage Andrew would comment, but what about Piranha Plant on the same day, December 17th? This time at 8:23 p.m. This was a Monday, so I most definitely had work, although I'm pretty sure school had let out for winter break by this point. And that's probably why we're about to slow down. And I was doing my best to see everything in the game on my own, but sometimes some challenges are just too hard. So what's the trick here, aside from perfects and not dying? At 1:52 a.m. on December 21st, on a video titled Super Smash Bros. Ultimate : Classic Mode - Incineroar - 9.9 Intensity No Continue. Did he think this was supposed to be a tutorial? I guess he was just frustrated that he couldn't beat Intense Mode. But that was then, and this is now. Yeah, I'm kind of an elite smasher. But yeah, I was busy. Aside from that, not only did the game just come out and we already know the next 2 characters in Plant and Joker, but next week is Christmas. You think I was caught up in the allure of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate DLC speculation when Santa was on my roof? That being said, if we throw it over to the shooting range for a second, 3 images of my Donkey Kong fighting a Pikachu and a Cloud, taken 3 minutes apart on 12:10 and 12:13 p.m. on December 20th, meaning that these were all likely taken on accident by someone who doesn't know where the snapshot button is, but I couldn't have been at school at this time. Let's assume I was just at someone's house. I haven't been naming names, obviously, because a lot of high school friends I haven't spoken to in years, but I legitimately have no guesses as to who these were. Cloud and Pikachu? The next week and potentially weeks are going to be very dry when it comes to speculation and potential events. I lied right to your face. The holiday festivities would not prevent me from grinding out this game. 2 pictures taken nearly back-to-back at 5:28 p.m. on December 25th. My good lad, that's Christmas Day. I don't know who this Incineroar was and why I was default Mario, but the pictures do not lie. I don't write the news, I just document it. Music expert Dayman Our Savior in this week released a mashup of the Lifelight theme for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Welcome to the Black Parade. Obviously, I can't show it to you because of copyright, and it really doesn't add anything of value, but I liked it. Hashtag liked and retweeted. I admitted, hat in hand, woefully, that I did actually play the video game on major holidays when I should have been celebrating. And there is proof in the pudding. But New Year's I have no shame about, nothing to hide, because this is a time-honored tradition. Earlier I gave a recap of the previous 22 months of Nintendo Switch releases, told stories about how poorly I played Breath of the Wild, how I really wanted Mario Kart to be a system seller, used Pokémon Tournament in the port versus new game debate, regretted investing in Mario Tennis Aces, playing a ton of Mario Odyssey, 100%ing Kirby Star Allies, playing Let's Go Pikachu for a week or two. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. But I also mentioned the other major Nintendo Switch release. DC Superhero Girls: Teen Power. Also Super Mario Party. You remember the game they showed off at E3 that got incredibly overshadowed by Smash Ultimate. It launched October 5th, 2 months prior, and didn't really leave an impact at that time, at least not for me and the story. That was until New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2018. Surprise, surprise, Andrew wasn't invited to a party. Well, fuck them. I'll throw my own. As previously established in the timeline, I had a group of theater kids that I was in shows with that we made a boys group chat called The Bestest Boys that eventually got shortened to just The Boys before Amazon ruined the search engine optimization of that name. It was not just a title or a gimmick group chat. Throughout high school, I had been hemorrhaging friends. Then as the high school play and musical rolled around, I spent basically every waking moment with this group of boys. We grew closer and closer. End of the year, December 2018, I invited 2 of these boys over to my house. One I had been friends with ever since middle school, and one I have known my entire life, my gummy bear brother. And we played Super Mario Party, screaming at each other until the very end of the year. And I know this because there are 2 screenshots of the game from December 31st taken at 10:56 and 11:11 p.m. respectively. But even without the snapshot, I would have remembered this, because after this point, it became a yearly tradition. New Year's 2018, New Year's 2019, New Year's 2020, New Year's 21. The 3 of us, and potentially maybe more, but at the very least the 3 of us, would all gather at my mom's house every year to play Super Mario Party, basically up until the day I moved out. Was that important to Smash speculation? No, but I told you at the beginning this is going to be a self-indulgent trip down memory lane. If you very seldom have anything to do on New Year's and you could have 1 or 2 people around you, I suggest playing a Mario Party in my honor. You gotta at least give me this week to be self-indulgent. It was the week of MagFest 2019 and my 18th birthday. The boy could legally vote, and he was not excited. I already talked about everything that ever happened to me at MagFest in the MagFest video that you did not watch, and I will use this as an excuse so that I will not have to talk about the 2019 event, also because I forget everything that happened at that event. I fell asleep at a Cuphead speedrun. I'm sure I played Smash with strangers. Since I've already given throughout all of my videos several people in my real life codenames, let's call the 2 people I played Super Mario Party with every year Green and Black. 2 people who I've been at the MagFest event with several times. You guys don't like that video, so it hardly matters. Where we left off in my real life, I was now sleeping in the pink room. I hated the pink room. One thing about me, I will always prefer space over comfort. I need an area to pace. After I moved out for the first time in my second apartment, I set up a desk in the room and shoved my mattress in the closet taco style. I was accomplishing great things. Also, make your closet jokes now. Go ahead. I've heard them all. So because I didn't really ask for anything for Christmas or my birthday, I bought myself Smash Bros. That's all I could want. I managed to guilt trip my mom into allowing me to move into our leaky, unfumigated, dangerous, decrepit basement. I moved my bed, my TV, my unfortunate posters, all down there. And while it may be cumbersome, I'm using these early weeks to set up traditions and templates that will come in handy a lot easier. We're making the groundwork. Oh, and if you're wondering what happened for speculation around this time, data miners found code names in the code of the game that hint at future DLC characters. Wait, what? Yeah, this is not a post on GameFAQs or a blurry image on 4chan. This is information within the game's code. And we know from Bayonetta last game that they are stored way ahead of time with placeholder models. It just so happens that all DLC characters are lumped together in the newest update, which is where we could see code names for Paku, Jack, and Brave. Now, it was widely believed that Paku, which sort of translates to a form of chomping automatopoeia, was likely going to be the Piranha Plant. And Jack is not only a playing card like Joker, but Jack Frost is the mascot of Atlas, the company that made Persona. So those two codenames were likely to be the two we've already seen. That's not what's interesting. What is interesting is the codename Brave. Brave did not correlate to any announced character at that time, but surprisingly, there was a lot of code left over because the character was mostly done. It's here where we learned that Brave was heavier than Joker, but lighter than the plant, had a rapid jab, and also had speed and strength stats. In theory, we could reverse engineer this data and this codename to figure out the next DLC fighter. Now, we've heard some bogus codename leaks before. It happened in the last video. They exist solely to get people talking about relatively easy riddles. But those were fake. You would believe that the codenames they use internally are a lot harder to crack. But Paku and Jack are pretty cut and dry. Could Brave mean Banjo, because they both start with B and have the same amount of letters? Could Brave mean Jonesy, because it's a very brave choice? The most common answer that a lot of people landed on is someone we had already suspected. Erdrick from Dragon Quest. The Dragon Quest hero is often referred to as Yusha, apparently, which directly and correctly translates to hero, but if you plug it into Google Translate randomly, it poorly translates into brave. So two possibilities if it is in fact Erdrick. Either they made the codename similar but not the same to not arise suspicion, or whoever was in charge of translating just plugged the code into Google Translate and lazily just put Brave. Because of this, a lot of trustworthy leakers that wanted to prove their worth globally threw their hat into the ring when it came to Brave. A 5chan poster who followed up with his leak saying he knew the next 3 DLC characters because of the code, saying that the next one would be a Tecmo character, Ryu Hayabusa from the Ninja Gaiden franchise. A Microsoft character, Steve from Minecraft, would be specifically revealed at E3, ridiculous assertion, and also Doom Guy would be in the game. I hope you like seeing this guy's face, because you're gonna see it a lot. The characters we heard the most belong to companies that are already represented in Smash or have a very close working relationship with Nintendo. Square Enix and Sega are already in there. I have no clue where Tecmo stands. By this point, Microsoft hadn't gotten its grubby hands on Bethesda yet, and they had a really good working relationship with Nintendo in the early years of the Switch. I know this because I was top ranked in Doom 2016 on the Nintendo servers because the game did not support crossplay and nobody played the Switch version, so I very quickly raised the ranks. Also, people at Bethesda were asked a while ago if they had met with the Smash team and Smash devs, and they responded, "Oh yeah." So, is that an "oh yeah" like they're excited, or an "oh yeah" like they just remembered, or a "oh yeah" like they're embarrassed? I can't make out the tense in text format. A GameFAQs user and friend of the Papagino's channel also said that on top of Erdrick, they heard that that slot would be represented by multiple different Dragon Quest heroes that they called Braves. I mean, it makes sense. The flowery presence, Vergaben would swoop down to defend his spot on the top of the mountain as best boy. See, they were falling out of favor because we have yet to see any semblance of Minecraft in Super Smash Bros. And Vergaben also said that the Square Enix rep for DLC would be the first character. Verg is now saying that Erdrick was supposed to be announced and released first, but Nintendo swooped in last minute and requested they announce Joker at the Game Awards because the game already had several awards under its belt. So they commissioned the animated trailer short notice because Joker was not even close to being finished. A compelling story that we can't technically prove whether it's true or not. Apparently, internally, a lot of people got fired when Erdrick was leaked. But I've got my eye on you, Flower. It also helps that everyone at the time was spewing even more ridiculous garbage, so far it's just the cream rises to the top. It also coincides with that Sakurai Famitsu column we read, but that was a public column. They easily also could have read it. But like I said last time, sometimes these fake leaks or speculation are just a really good time capsule to know what characters were in popular consciousness at the time, even if they are fake. Out of all of these posts, most of them featured Steve or Erdrick. One of them featured Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden. And other leaks, if they didn't say Dragon Quest or Erdrick specifically, did specify a Square Enix representative. Speaking of, Noggin returned with a theory of their own to debate game theory. Unfortunately, this thumbnail is nowhere near as good as Smash is autistic. But he did make a joke in the video about how ridiculous Sephiroth in the game would be. I'm just noticing things. Anything else going on? Infamous Twitter gooner and creator of Beautiful Joe, Bayonetta, and Devil May Cry, Hideki Kamiya, posted a Twitter poll asking which of these characters should be in Smash Bros, ensuring that none of them would be in Smash Bros. But hey, Dante won the character poll. Congrats. As a reward, you get removed from the character sheet. So, about that 5chan leak. Most text leaks, if we even want to call them that, have no actual backing, but the more and more we report on them and talk about them, the bigger and bigger they get, like a snowball rolling down a hill. As a random example, like from the movie The Grinch. It's because they're anonymous, and in theory, I understand, right? If you do have insider information, you don't want to plaster your full legal name and face all over it. That's how Snapchat got a guy fired. But sometimes a name and a face can help ease your fears. Like Vergavent, we have a name to that account, and the flower representation was my idea, but my point still stands. Alternatively, there are some trusted games journalists that use their full name and face on Twitter, back when it was called that, and have verified accounts, back when that meant something. Now it just means you paid for Twitter, and I don't respect you. You're getting muted. If you ever wondered why I never see any of your tweets, it's because every time I see a check mark, whether it be gray, yellow, or blue, you're going in my muted list. Andrew, show the amount of accounts we have muted. Thank you. Everyone complained, oh man, they're removing the block feature. I never blocked, all right? If you block people, they get the satisfaction. If you mute them, you never have to hear from them again, and they don't even know it. But this 5chan leak that featured Airdrix, Steve, Doomguy, and Ryu Hayabusa was brought up to trustworthy Twitter gaming journalist Imran Khan. I tried to look him up to see what stories he previously broke, but apparently this is an incredibly common name. Like if your name was John Smith, or you also happen to be named Michael Jordan. Anyways, in this tweet where he implies that's the leak he's referring to, and he outright says later in the thread. Says that when he spoke to Yohei Shambori, the man behind Team Ninja responsible for the games like Dead or Alive, subsidiary of Tecmo. Tecmo, as in the company that owns Ryu Hayabusa and Ninja Gaiden. When pushed on it, implied that Shambori tried to change the subject as quickly as possible, and this occurrence took place in December. Not that it makes a huge difference, but we do have a Fatal Frame Assist trophy in Smash Ultimate, and that game is owned and created by Koei Tecmo. You know who else is owned by Tecmo? Leloid, from the Tales of series, whose Mii costume is mysteriously missing after being included in Smash 4. You know who else was a Mii costume in Smash 4? Heihachi. Back in August, Imran would also tweet 2 Konami reps, 2 Capcom reps, 1 Square Enix rep, 1 Namco rep. Seems uneven, doesn't it? Does Imran know about Airdrix as the Square character? More importantly, is he implying that we may also be getting a Bandai Namco character? I mean, they did develop and they worked on the game. Some believe he was hinting at a Tekken character very early on, but I just want to say, I came in 3rd place in a Miss Pac-Man tournament last year. Look at that thumbnail, man. I'm getting mogged so hard. So I'm biased. It's gotta be Miss Pac-Man. We do know that we're also getting more DLC Mii costumes, so any of this could be disproven with time, but time is all we have. And surprisingly for this week, no YouTube comments. But we're not out of the woodwork when it comes to snapshots. There's 4 pictures, all on January 9th, 2019, taken simultaneously at 3:15 and 3:18 p.m. 2 of the same frame, mere seconds apart, of what is basically the same image of Chrom killing Snake in real time. Do you know how fast characters fly off screen in this game? These screenshots need to have been frame perfect. Alternatively, we have 2 images somehow taken within the same minute by 2 different perspectives, one of Richter hitting Marth and one of Marth hitting Richter back. 2 separate matches 3 minutes apart, putting in overtime. That's actually very little now that I think about it. Earlier, I put a spotlight on Super Mario Party and all the games I mentioned in the previous video because I want to assemble a timeline of Nintendo as a whole and feature their major releases, as it is both important to the DLC Fighters Pass character speculation and the story of the Nintendo Switch. January 11th, 2019, weird timing, marks the release of New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. You know, the port of the game that added the Princess Crown power-up that turns Toadette into Peachette and presumably other characters into a different Ed? Surely you remember, right? If you want to hear about my perspective with this major Nintendo release, I mean, I could tell you about getting the game at launch when I got a Wii U as a kid, but people don't really want to hear that. So as of the deluxe package goes, I played it this year. Put the year on screen. Play a clip if there is one. I have 1 Mario burger. Hold the fireballs, please. I'd like the dry bones burger, please. Hold the bones. Can I have the boneless dry bones burger? Y'all mind if I order the boneless dry bones burrito? I think I'm gonna get the peach salad. Hold the peach, please. You guys mind if I order a side of Luigi fries? You know what? I think I'm gonna get a side of the Bowser casserole. It's been a while since I had one of those. Oh, maybe some Mauser sticks? That'd be pretty good. Yeah, actually, can I order the, I'd like to order the Brutal Burger. Hold the hair, please. Yeah, can I have the Chain Chomp salad? Yeah, it's fine, probably. It's a Switch port of a Wii U launch game. How good could it have sold? Holy shit. Twitter poster and data miner named Mizumi says that Brave might actually be Sora. Okay, is this what it's come to? We're listening to random posters now? How is this news? Worth noting that Sora has a Valor form, which is referred to as his Brave form in Japan. It's rough because while Erdrick is likely as of now in the timeline, we can't quite nail down who Brave exactly is. No way Sora is getting in this game. Another installment of Sakurai's weekly Famitsu column where he goes over some games he's been playing lately. You know, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Persona, Dragon Quest Builders 2. Oh. Whoa, which could mean nothing. Maybe he misspoke. Maybe he meant to say Kingdom Hearts Builders 2. YouTuber Noggin. I promise it's not what you think.
You know, some are preferred more than others. Oh, and then there's Goku. The day they introduce a non-gaming character is the day I hang myself.
He's gonna be pissed when he hears about who Brave is. He also name drops Doom Guy. I'm not actually sure if he's seen the leak. I mean, there's no way. It's a concept video on how Master Chief from the Halo series would work. I only bring it up because January 17th, a teenage Andrew... Yeah, no, that still counts. I'm gonna keep calling him a teenager through 18 and 19. And if you type in my comments, 18 and 19 is not a teenager, then you're probably telling on yourself. That's the second predation joke in the span of 2 minutes. What is happening? It's Halo from Halo at 5:57 p.m. And then at 5:59, I guess he wanted to do a bit and make a point at the same time, commented, "The only rule still intact is that third-party characters need to be relevant or highly wanted, which is bad news for me. I ain't getting shell."
We're so glad you're here.
No!
Come here often.
Glad I can get my cat Oliver in the video. Pin in that. Also, if you don't know me, I like Portal.
And may never be seen again. To survive, you must craft your own tools and even your own place to live.
A glitch was discovered that turns fighters into shadow, like shadow forms, not the hedgehog. That's the end of the week, and we learned nothing. I mean, Sora's already on the board. Should we add Master Chief? That was more of a fun thought experiment. I mean, now with Joker, the floodgates have really been opened. Opened specifically to characters that have yet to be on a Nintendo console. But if we're to believe that the likes of Steve or Banjo are possible, why wouldn't Microsoft want their most iconic character? He got a show before Steve got his movie. Took them long enough. It's funny I bring that up because Viva Pinata got a show before all of them. The calm before the storm. Actually, the storm, saying one is a little too general because there are many storms yet to come. The calm before the plant. Masahiro Sakurai did an interview with Nintendo Dream Magazine, which is not Famitsu. I should make that very clear. While Famitsu is very respected and prestigious, this magazine has Nintendo in the title. I'm sure we can get a little deeper. And we did. There was a small debate after June for the Everyone Is Here presentation. The voiceover says that this updated Zelda design is modeled after her look in Link Between Worlds, where it's likely supposed to be a link to the past, or vice versa. And this was hotly contested whether this was a translation error or not, but we finally get the full answer in this magazine, and it's much more confusing. Apparently, this Zelda is based off both A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds, a sort of amalgamation, which answers the question of which game the design was taken after, but does not answer the question of how this even happened to begin with. Is this a literal mistranslation, or did the wires get crossed? Is this a lot of time to dedicate to something that isn't speculative news? It's my video, isn't it? Sakurai then goes over how most of the fighters for the base game were picked, and again reiterates that a lot of them were, yes, chosen from the Smash Bros. Fighter ballot, which I feel like has been confirmed like 5 times now. But it does give us valuable insight as to why he picked Incineroar after thinking over Decidueye for so long. Also that they intended to include characters from ARMS and Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but did not have enough time to do so. I don't know if this is bad news or good news. Because on one hand, why would he be talking about these characters as not in the game so openly if he planned on including them as DLC? On the other hand, Piranha Plant was likely pushed back from base game to DLC, so maybe they have a chance. Maybe they had more work done on them than we thought. Which characters could this be? Well, we can likely assume Rex and Springman because they're the main character, or we could assume the likes of Ribbon Girl, Min Min, Pyra, Mithra. Well, it can't be any of those because they're either all spirits or assist trophies, and you can't turn assist trophies or spirits into characters. Can you? January 21st on a video titled The Problems with Leaked DLC Fighters - Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Sephiroth by you'll never guess. Sephiroth in this video is talking and raging about the 5chan leak that we're all believing now for some reason, and being upset that Geno is not in over Ryu Hayabusa because who cares about Ryu? Which I don't necessarily agree, like future current day Andrew Ultra, whoever I am looking at you. He does also say in the video that Geno would be easy to add because he's first party Nintendo, which I don't think is true. In all fairness, this is an unlisted video from 2019 that I'm trudging up against everyone's will. Trust me, I have much cringier videos from 6 years ago. You will probably see them in this video. Only brought it up because Teenage Andrew commented, oh boy. Okay, yeah, but the game is done. You can fully enjoy the games without the DLC. Also saying people put their trust in Nintendo is just dishonest. Nobody bought the Fighters Pass specifically for one character. The people who bought the pass would buy the DLC regardless. Dude, I cannot wait for this shit to come back. Can you imagine this fire and anger in my heart with modern day Andrew Ultra video creation acumen? Be starting a new speculation and drama every day. Every video is a new argument. On January 24th, which I'm sure all of you are aware is National Compliment Day, and yet I got none from you. Curious. It's a goddamn national holiday. I took off work for this. They needed me at the Hadron Collider. The official Xbox Game Pass Twitter account tweets out a compliment to the official Nintendo of America account saying, "We really dig Super Smash Bros. Ultimate." Just a nice little compliment between 2 to 3 interns. But why'd they use the word dig? Dig, like digging down, like digging in a cave, like mining, going for mines in a mine, mining, maybe even crafting. You don't just use the word dig in casual play, like I'm cursed to forever say I'm stoked now. Dig? Why dig? Do you mean like how Steve Minecraft digs, the character you own, Xbox? We're gonna jump back and forth here a little bit away from the comments of this week and towards this week's one and only snapshot. An angled portrait of Battlefield with Corrin standing by herself. There is no way I took this picture. January 25th, 2019, 11:20 p.m. Who's playing my Switch? I never play as Corrin, and I certainly wouldn't use this skin. Finally, the first proper documentation of ghosts inside my Nintendo Switch. I knew these snapshots would be important historical record. Then jumping back to Teenage Andrew. Being brave equal being determined, brave equals determination, Ness-like character equals Sans, easy, done. On a Papa Gino's video, January 26th, 3:57 p.m. Oh. A broken clock is broken 22 times a day. You can use a Mii Fighter and Duck Hunt Dog to crash the game with a few inputs now. And a broken game is fun most hours of the day. I know I already got all my replays deleted after the newcomer nerf update, but we're about 8 weeks after the game's launch, and we could probably go for another update now. January 29th, nearly 2 months after its initial announcement, the Piranha Plant from the Super Mario Bros. Franchise is released to the public. with very little warning. It's probably best to refer to Piranha Plant as it or its, because at the time there was actually quite a stir about the plant's pronouns. Pfft, what is this, 2025, am I right, guys? Why won't my children talk to me anymore? Every character in base game and Piranha Plant gets a Palutena's Guidance Easter egg cutscene, which is a special taunt Easter egg you can do on the Palutena's Temple stage. Go figure. A lot like Snake's Codex, but feature characters like Palutena, Pit, Dark Pit, and Viridi, talking about the legacy of these characters in a cute manner. I like it. Viridi, the only of the gang not playable in Smash yet, is the goddess of nature and thus gets very excited about the prospect of plants, resulting in this clip.
Piranha Plant?
Not so loud. She'll hear you. Did someone say Piranha Plant?
Time to bring up, since I want this week to primarily be focused on Plant, a comment on a video. The video, the Ultimate Smash Bros. Roster Rant - Nintendrome, the comment was left on February 1st at 12:50 p.m. and says, "I hear what you're saying, but goddamn do I hate the way you say AKA.
One of the first exceptions to the rules is what I would like to refer to as a lack of moveset potential. Aka, you can bullshit a moveset if it's worth it. Or what I would like to refer to as the clone characters. Aka, the Sakurai branded Echo Fighters. Aka, the clone characters are officially called something now, so now everyone likes them. Which can be kind of boring. Aka, Fire Emblem.
Whenever I read a comment from Andrew's past self, my past self, I'm automatically on the person he's arguing with side because that kid is a dickhead. And initially I wasn't going to point out the Aka of it all, but not only was Andrew not the only person that commented that, this video also sucks. And I can say that. I watched all 90 minutes of it solely for this video. I don't know what Andrew meant when he said, "I hear what you're saying." Wrong your, by the way. Either this video is a genius satirical decomposition Smash Bros bit, or DLC speculation actively rots people's brains and makes them the biggest pompous asshole on the planet.
Fuck Undertale. Sans fucking sucks dick. I don't want to see him or a stupid fucking face in Super Smash Bros. Because Toby Fox is a fucking hack fraud one-trick pony who blatantly steals jokes from SpongeBob. As much as I hate to admit it, Minecraft is one of the most successful video games of all time.
The crux of this video from 6 years ago that I'm now complaining about is a simple crux. Your character is dumb and stupid. My character is objectively correct, though. You know what? I'm getting worked up. Why don't we relax with some soothing Piranha Plant gameplay? Where the fuck is my code? Remember earlier in the video, not that long ago, when I said the process of getting Piranha Plant if you had the physical game was incredibly confusing and frustrating? Now we are weeks removed from the step-by-step process, a video uploaded in December. So now me and all my friends, the boys, are getting home from our regular schedule of school and then rehearsal. I met these guys through rehearsal. You know, your classic characters like Pink, Yellow, Black, and Green. You remember Black and Green. I played Black and Green in Super Mario Party every year. You know, classic characters Black and Green. Speaking of which, this update also added Super Mario Party spirits to the game, also making the Eevee and Pikachu spirits that were previously only available to people who had Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee available to everyone. Spent our afternoon, after work, after school, after rehearsal, in a Discord call, in a freezing basement, by choice. I chose to be in there, having an oscillating heater by my feet so I don't freeze my tootsies off. Spent a good hour or two trying to find emails that were rotting in our spam folder for months, trying desperately to get our hands on this damned plant. And after 5 to 10 business days, we did.
But I definitely remember, like, it took us like 2 or 3 hours, like, talking about it for it to actually work. And I think it only worked on like John's Switch or something. So we had to like be really like smart about how we coordinated like who was playing who and who could like test what. But it took I remember it took a very long time.
When like the challenge like appeared, we all screamed. For some reason, yeah, we were really happy to see it.
For me, at least the way I played Super Smash Bros. With the boys and play it still, my favorite characters to play are not necessarily the characters that are best in the game or that I'm really good with. They're the characters that can be the most annoying. As much as that feeling of playing the game with your bros together physically on the couch cannot be matched, there is a simple pleasure in purposefully pissing off a close friend that you know is miles away and cannot harm you. Plants Recovery not only has a multi-hit, but also covers an insane amount of ground. If you stand at a ledge and just hold B, you can camp out opponents with the spike ball after your hit. Although Yeti DK was really cool and I was doing a lot of fun stuff with him, by this point Incineroar had really rose to the ranks to become my main. And as my friends were playing Plant, we learned that you could just stand in Plant's multi-hit poison and rank up so much revenge. His final smash is a reference to the Smash Bros. Brawl PD Piranha fight, and I thought you could control him, so in an effort to move that big baby left and right, I just ran off the stage and lost. We didn't get a big CG trailer for Plant, but the banner did update after it was added, and it shows it watering the Pikmin. It's cute. As much as I love the mechanics and playing the game, my favorite part of Smash Bros. Are the little interactions between characters. It's a shame the story mode this time was avant-garde, or as the Plant says, avant-garden. After getting over that torrential email debacle, it was nothing but sunshine and rainbows, and if you play All-Star mode with Plant, it will corrupt your save data. Oh, come on, Andrew. We can't keep focusing on the negative. We're here to talk speculation. Well, this isn't your normal, average, everyday glitch. Or it is, depending on who you trust. Because one camp on Reddit said that this glitch was being caused by a very specific brand of knockoff SD card. Another camp, and just for posterity, I'm gonna separate these camps into Reddit and Discord. Two crackheads fighting over a slice of bread. The other camp, the Discord camp, pointed out that it wasn't just Plant causing this corruption. It was also Me Sword Fighter and Duck Hunt, who had their own game-breaking glitch not weeks ago that we didn't question. We know that character bases were used for the DLC in production for Smash 4. Ike was used as a base for Cloud, and Zero Suit Samus was used as a base for Bayonetta. This was before we even knew who the DLC characters were, but since then Nintendo has gotten smarter. I mean, in this latest update, they removed the Brave from the code, meaning that it was a genuine mistake. So let's take this a step further. What do these two characters, Me Sword Fighter and Duck Hunt, have in common with the newest character, Piranha Plant? Nothing. Unless they're meant to represent different characters yet to appear in the game. A shorter character with a sword, an animal that carries a bird on its back. People were speculating that these game-corrupting glitches were no accident, and that they actually hint at the potential of having Erdrick and Banjo-Kazooie in the game. Okay, but this doesn't explain why Joker doesn't have a character base until you consider that we know Joker was not supposed to be the first character and was pushed forward to the Game Awards to get more eyes on it. And we know Joker's not even done. It's why the animated trailer was thrown together. Joker isn't close to done, but Erdrick and Banjo might be. That's what Verge said. It's Nintendog and Dark Link. Could this game-corrupting glitch be an awful coincidence, or could we be learning more and more about the potential DLC fighters by decompiling the game? Yeah, this absolutely steamrolled the Piranha Plant release. A game director at HAL Laboratories, Shinya Kumizami, made an Instagram post. It gets better, featuring Kirby sitting next to the hero of Dragon Quest Shield with the opening line, "The Brave's Shield." Now, this man did not work on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, but it is another example of a trusted Japanese resident referring to Erdrick or any Dragon Quest protagonist as Brave. And yet some people still think it meant Sora. This is a pretty slow week as far as news is concerned. Sometimes random posters come up and I don't necessarily believe them, but you know, bottom of the barrel. I mean, I have the power of hindsight. I am giving you a glimpse into the times. So fucking loud. Why is there a helicopter? Hello? Is there a plane crashing into my... Who's driving this thing? At Indie Game Chick tweets out implying that the recent influx of Microsoft and Nintendo being buddy-buddy is actually because Nintendo wanted something from a company Microsoft owns. Rare. Some stuff you stick in your TV, some DLC for your games. Now, who is Indie Gamer Chick? I have no fucking clue, but Papa Gino's trusts her while also showing off a classified DM he got on Halloween from her that confirms we could be getting Resident Evil characters in Smash and name drops the Nintendo 64 classic. Now, who is the person that sent the DM and why can we trust him? I also don't know. It doesn't even give him a name. While neither of them seem particularly trustworthy, and this seems like very shaky ground, it's worth noting that Nintendo did already release the NES Classic Edition and the Super Nintendo Classic Edition by this point. If you don't know, they are plug-and-play smaller versions of these classic consoles that run emulations of their greatest games. For a while, it was the only place to play the previously unreleased Star Fox 2. So a Classic Edition for the N64, which, spoilers, never happened. So on one hand, it sounds like we can't trust these guys at all. But on the other hand, Leon Kennedy for Smash. A lot of people at the time were saying we were due for another Direct, as the last Nintendo Direct we got was in September 2018, and, you know, February, June, September, except for 2024, but they had good reason. Some were saying we could even get a new Nintendo Direct as early as the 13th, and I think that's a load of shit. Upcoming Nintendo Direct announced for February 13th, taking place in the middle of this week. And because that is the most pertinent information straight from the horse's mouth, I would like to skip ahead to that Direct. The most pertinent points of speculation were the Star Fox Grand Prix game that hadn't been proven false as of yet. It was a big hoax, and the potential of whether or not we would see the new Pokemon games slated for 2019, because we get them every year, because we have the upcoming Pokemon Presents likely in February as well. Pokemon Presents has their presentation every February following the Nintendo Direct, basically assuring that no major games will ever be announced at a February Direct. Isle Delfino DLC for Super Mario Odyssey. I missed the man I was years ago. It's full of so much hope. The supposed co-creator of Kingdom Hearts, the guy who reposted the fake Sora for Smash tweet last year, previous video, watch the previous video, retweeted the announcement for the Nintendo Direct. This guy needs to log off. Papagino's put a lot of information together in a video, pitting multiple characters against each other, seeing who is most likely to be the brave. And this video featured Banjo-Kazooie, to which a teenage Andrew commented on February 11th, wasn't Banjo-Kazooie's beta name like Project Brave or something? No. Papa responded, not that I'm aware of, but I'll look into it. And then an addendum was added on the 12th, the next day. Yeah, never mind, it was Project Dream. My bad. Jumped the gun a little bit. I fucking love jumped the gun. Why did I get too excited? I started a witch hunt. And then the Nintendo Direct.
I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
The February 13th, 2019 Nintendo Direct opens with, you'll never guess this, Mario. It's Super Mario Maker 2, now slightly reorganized to work on the Switch. Most major Wii U games had been ported to the Switch by this point. I mean, the previous month, January's major Nintendo release was a port of a Wii U launch title. So many just assumed we would get a Mario Maker port and not a sequel. Some thought it was impossible to do with how gamepad focused Mario Maker is, but Nintendo always finds a way. Think of this every time someone argues about Nintendo Land or those Zelda remakes. With long requested features like slopes, scrolling stages, switches, oh brother. There's even a new gameplay theme, Super Mario 3D World, which was another Wii U game, but interestingly enough, not a 2D Mario game, a 3D one. June 2019, that's this year. That's in 4 months. Or within this video, less than an hour. Speaking of long-awaited Nintendo exclusives, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 gets an entire breakdown dedicated to it. How long is this Direct? Hey look, it's Box Boy and Box Girl.
The ultimate spring update.
Shut up, everyone. Everyone shut up. Oh, it's Easter theme. That's cute. All right, time to lock in. Version 3.0 already? We don't even know when it's coming out. But we are getting new amiibo. We get our first look at the Joker model in back shots, and that's it? That's the Super Smash Bros. Announcement? That was just a bunch of vague non-announcements. Well, at least we now know Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is getting an update. Do you want me to turn this car around? I'm gonna finish this. Normally, I don't make it obvious when a day has passed in these videos while I'm filming them, but I just want you to know, by the time you see this full again, I'm not down in 2 a day. It's a different day when you see me again. If I look worse, I've been through a lot.
What's your guys' least favorite bit? Gay Costco cookie hot dog themed funeral blowjob, the Gems belly bit, or the coming in 3 touches? I have to use one of them. I can't use all of them. Or I use this bit now explaining all the bits I did on stream. Because this is a self-aware, I'm peeking through the camera, because I know I'm going to be using this clip in a video very soon. So instead of using any of those hilarious gags about the hot dog themed Costco gay funeral blowjob, or the other two shits I listed, we could just use this clip here of me explain. You guys should watch the stream on BHultraTurbo.com. Bloodstained is one of those games, you know, where the original creator is ousted from the parent company, so they make a game exactly the same to the IP that got them famous, but without infringing on any copyright. This is not a bad thing, by the way. I love these games. There's never been a bad example of this. Mighty Number 9 doesn't count because it wasn't made by a game developer. It was made by the artist of Mega Man. Dragon Quest Builders is a building game. The Dragon Quest 11, starring this Trunks-looking guy named the Luminary, is coming to the Switch with a new title, Dragon Quest XIS: Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch family of systems. This could either be good or bad for Airjuk. I mean, we know we're probably getting a new Dragon Quest fighter in Super Smash Bros., but what if it isn't Airjuk? What if it's this new protagonist? What if it's the Luminary? Disney Soon is here. Would you believe me if I told you this started as a mobile game for phones? The Toys to Life Starship Fighter Starlink is getting an update in April starring our rogues gallery of Star Fox animals. At least someone's using them. This is your speculated Star Fox Grand Prix, by the way, or at least the closest we're ever gonna get to it. Rune Factory 4 and 5. Wow. I am not watching this. Oh yeah, there's a Yoshi 2.5D platformer coming out in 1 month. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. A lot of time dedicated to Fire Emblem. I don't want to sound like a hater. It's just not for me. I had my fun already, but these Nintendo Directs are for everyone, for a lot of different gamers. It casts a wide net. I'm sure there's someone out there who smashed up their office reacting to Marvel Ultimate Alliance. It was me. But Fire Emblem just isn't for me. Granted, I haven't played one outside of the first one that was translated for the States, but I just don't vibe with it. We do get our first look at the male and female protagonist, Byleth. So, a Tetris Battle Royale? 99 players pitted against each other in a tournament of death. Of Tetris, free to those subscribed to Nintendo Switch Online. I may be underplaying this just because I'm so used to it now, and in 2025, we know how fucking huge this was. I mean, even at the time, it was really cool to see a proper collaboration with Nintendo and Tetris again on a mainline Nintendo console, even if I was dog shit at it. It's probably, and I'm not joking, the biggest announcement of this Direct. At least in hindsight. Available later today. I actually did not know Dead by Daylight was even on the Switch. Man, they really can just port any game to the Switch.
This dog will ruin your day.
And this one's held together by sticks, rocks, and a dream. The newest original IP, Daemon X Machina, that we know nothing about. We still know nothing about. Car game, cinematic game, Mortal Kombat 11? Why would I ever need anything else? Unravel 2 and Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered are quality games in their own right, but also worth noting that at this time, they are some of Xbox Game Pass heaviest hitters. Bunch of Final Fantasy games we already knew about, and I mean we know they're coming to the Switch, not that we know of the existence of these Final Fantasy games, although we do. Speaking of fresh new IP, whoa, this game looks a lot like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry. Oh, hi, Kamiya. Maybe he made that Twitter poll because none of his previous characters are going to be in Smash. Maybe the representative is his newest. The main character of Astral Chain.
And speaking of Platinum games, I'm sure you're very curious about Bayonetta 3. Rest assured, the developers of Bayonetta 3 are hard at work, and I hope you're looking forward to learning more. Our next title will be the last announcement of the day. Please check it out.
Okay, so not Bayonetta 3. Water bubbles up from the seafloor, transitions into rampant crashing waves, the uncaring ocean, thunder, lightning. We see a little man in green fighting to keep his ship together. Hardcore fans know where this is going already. It's Link! He come to town! Actually, he gets struck by lightning. Cut to white, and then fade in. The Island of Koholint. It's a full remake of the Game Boy game Link's Awakening in this cute little stop-motion-esque toy style, with all the same mechanics and characters, just with less stringent controls. I've made no censors. I speak from my heart. You know by now that I much prefer Zelda's 2D outings, but at the time, for whatever reason, I wasn't super excited about this.
It may be because I distinctly remember the day of this direct. I had rehearsal that day, which means I had gotten up at like 6 or 7 a.m., gone through the whole school day, and then as soon as school ended, when that bell rang, I shuffled into the auditorium and rehearsed choreography for our school's performance of Cinderella until it was dark. And I distinctly remember telling my friend, and by that I mean whoever was standing closest to me in that scene at the time. We were getting into it, and I said that if Crash Bandicoot got announced for Super Smash Bros. That day during the direct, I would piss my pants. My pants stayed dry that day. I set my expectations way too high for that direct. Then I sat in the back of a car, carpooling on the car ride home from rehearsal with a headache with Tetris 99 on my screen, and I felt nothing other than the aforementioned headache. What a spoiled brat, anyway. Vergaben said months ago that there would be a new 2D Zelda game, but that it would have nothing to do with Link's Awakening. Which is wrong. Can we even trust this Rose anymore? I mean, they also fell for the Star Fox Grand Prix industry ruse. And do you remember when Verge said there was going to be a Minecraft boss in the game, and then there wasn't? What gives? What was that about? I mean, if they are trustworthy, are they planning on adding boss fights to the game in later updates? Is that why the Porky spirit is missing? Could we get the Porky boss fight added back in? Vergaben also said that the first DLC character announced and released would be from Square Enix, and again, it wasn't. Maybe these could all be explained away. Maybe Verge was confused by how bosses are categorized in the game. Maybe early DLC characters were pushed back for Joker, but then what's the explanation for Link's Awakening? Well, I mean, that's not Smash Bros. They're different divisions. It's entirely possible that whoever Verge's insider sources could have been mistaken or found out. So, 3 Waluigi pictures. Just 3 Super Mario Party Waluigis back to back. All on February 15th, 8:08 p.m., mere seconds apart. It's like stop motion. It's animated. I don't know what I was doing on a Friday night, but apparently I was out or in Mario Partying. That same day, of course not at the same time, we would get another translated Sakurai Famitsu column, in which it heavily implied that the upcoming DLC fighters for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate would not be receiving new Palutena's Guidance Easter eggs like the Smash 4 DLC characters didn't in that game. Which is strange because Piranha Plant definitely did get one, which almost assuredly proves that Piranha Plant was definitely planned for base game but was pushed to a pre-order bonus. Not even a pre-order bonus, just a pre-release bonus at the end of the line. Anything else? No, at least when it comes to Smash Bros. And my life. Tetris 99 dropped immediately after the direct and immediately took over the hearts and minds of America and then also invaded their households and corrupted their children and Nintendo did not hide good enough. We are still unaware of when the 3.0.0 update will come to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We're getting interim updates, and while they did in the most recent semi-update remove the Brave code from the game, they didn't remove everything, as apparently there is still a string of code present that reads Jack_Mementos, which is how stages are normally listed in the source code. Allegedly. Again, I am not a coder. And if we're already assuming Jack is Joker, there is an important location in the Persona franchise known as Mementos, not Menentos, hinting that that may be Joker's stage and proving 100% certainty, maybe 90, that Jack is in fact Joker. There was a 5chan text post, not the one you think, not Ryu Hayabusa and Doom Guy. No, a different one that actually guessed Mementos would be Joker's stage. And I do put emphasis on guess because it's not that far of a stretch or a leap. And then apparently there was a connected post in that thread that we're not even sure was OP, saying that Erdrick would have a female alt and also an alternative costume meant to reference the protagonist of Dragon Quest XI, or as I like to call it, I'm gonna do this without looking, Dragon Quest XIS: Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch family of systems. The Luminary? We're not believing that, are we? And apparently now in the code, there's a code name that lists Jane that could be a reference to a female Joker alt. Harley Quinn! Or Pearl. Or Cruella. Or I don't know if I believe the code names anymore. I mean, I believe that they might be in the code of the game, but I don't believe they mean anything. Either it's misread gibberish, like that of an Inkblot test, or Nintendo is aware of what's going on and is fucking with people. Is it beneath them? Sure. But is it really funny? Very much yes. For posterity's sake, you've already gotten this far, so I can't imagine you care. I mean, most of you use these videos for calming background noise or to fall asleep to anyway. The next 2 weeks are not going to be about Smash speculation at all, and if you don't want to learn more about me, I won't take it personally. You could just skip ahead. I might take it a little personally, I'll be honest. Anyway, the reason there was no Smash speculation this week is because everyone, me included, we're occupied. February 27th every year is Pokemon Day. I do not know why they chose this day or why they even started being recognized as a day, but I'm not complaining, although it often sounds like I am. Because of this, every year we get a presentation hosted by the Pokemon Company, brilliantly titled Pokemon Presents. But not yet. The 2019 one is still titled Pokemon Direct. Also, 7 minutes. These normally would get posted pretty early into the day because of Japan time. The time, not the podcast. And outside of work, I probably would not in my day-to-day natural life be up at that time, but by this point, school had started back up again. But my first period class was a computer class with a teacher who did not care what we did, within reason. So my buddies, my childhood friends who had a passing knowledge of Pokemon, and by that I mean they stopped playing after the DS, gathered around my computer to see something new. Winding trail, wheat, overgrown house, girl character who looks way more stylish and expressive than the boy one. Tale as old as time. And I gotta say, I'm really nostalgic for this game in doing this research. I know, the damn Pokemon cycle got me again. But look how pretty it looks in this trailer. A lake, a forest, a city. I mean, look at these new Pokemon models. Man, this game is really graphically impressive. Andrew, stop. Worth noting that we only see vanilla wild encounters and normal trainer battles in this very short trailer. So short that they just start looping the song again later in the presentation, or sorry, direct. This was our first look at a proper mainline Pokemon RPG on the Nintendo Switch. I think I said prior that I was disappointed in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee's initial release because it wasn't what I wanted from a Pokemon console game. Because think about it, at the time there had never been a proper Pokemon RPG on the mainline consoles with a normal catching mechanic that wasn't a gimmick. This was a big deal because when Pokemon Let's Go came out, I had all the wind knocked out of me because I honestly expected something like Pokemon Stars. And I think they expected that response because alongside the reveal of Let's Go, they said, hey, we're working on a real one as well, don't worry. But nowadays I actually do like Let's Go. At least more than I did, because I think it was integral to bridging the gap of all the Pokemon Go players to the Switch. But now we would get a proper mainline Pokemon game in a new region, obviously based off the UK. And I could not be more excited. Or so I thought. The blazing speed fire rabbit Score Bunny, the criminal chameleon like water lizard Sobble, and oh my god, I don't even know if this is gonna show up on the green screen. What do you think of this direct, Grookey? I said previously that I really wanted an opportunity to pick something other than the fire starter, but Incineroar pulled me in too much. But this guy, he's a fucking monkey. My first ever starter was a Chimchar all the way back in 2007. The game permeated every waking thought. No wonder I didn't care about Link's Awakening. This is perfectly documented in my severe lack of Smash speculation related comments, but the presence of 2 comments on Pokemon videos, both of which were on the Noggin channel. I'm not showing the thumbnail again. I'm not. Don't pan over there. That gym looks like a stadium. That gym looks like a coliseum. That gym looks like a Gale of Darkness. Grookey's final Evo is just gonna be called the Gorillas. Oh, so the kid's got jokes, does he? I'm gonna cut this off here because I have much more to say about these games, but we know very little right now. I just want you to know that I was locked in on Grookey and nothing could change my mind. It helps that the new final Firestarter evolution kind of fucking stinks. We've covered a completely unrelated game. Now time for a completely unrelated personal story. I was gonna use the production shirt of the Cinderella show I was in and like wear it for this section, but because it's got the school I went to on it, I only like I never wear this out or wear it in videos, so it's my dirt shirt. Surely you have a dirt shirt. Let's do a quick stain tour. This is, I think, red dye. I should hope so. I want to believe that's bleach on the back. That stain, I'm not so sure. I'm gonna assume it's a sauce of some sort. Bottom, there's just a lot of splotches going on. Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, I can't wear this shirt, it's too dirty. But I actually wear this shirt to get dirty whenever I'm doing something, when I'm working with my hands. I just don't want to, I don't want someone to click on this video and somehow skip ahead and see me wearing the worst shirt ever. Just know that I was in my school's production of Cinderella, and that's what we're gonna talk about. So, in the background of this video thus far, a teenage Andrew has returned from winter break and entered the final stretch of high school. The senior year, so basically the stretch of no work at all, just wrapping up unfinished business. We took our senior trip to a spooky church with only stained glass windows, so you would be woken up by horrifying saints when the sun hit it just right, beaming down onto your jail cell bed. And I turned out just great. Enough religious trauma. Let's talk about something more fun. High school theater. Listen, I jest. I do bits. We have fun here. I make fun of being a theater kid. It's used in the derogatory sense, but legitimately, at least when it comes to high school experiences, this is the best thing that could have happened to me. I had some of my fondest memories as a teenager, met some of my closest lifelong friends, and learned a lot of valuable insight about myself in that damned auditorium. I guess it helped that when it came to musicals, I was, let's just say, not very busy. I would audition for the plays that had no singing, and they would give me the lead roles. And then I would audition for the musicals by singing, and they would say, cool, you go all the way in the back. Like previously stated, me and the boys had a routine. I feel like I gotta say this every time, but the name the boys does not denote gender. It's just like calling someone your bro or your dude. Anyone can be a member of the boys. After rehearsal, me and my closest friends, brown and yellow and black and green and pink, I would drive home from school and rehearsal after being around these guys for 8 to 9 hours already. Immediately walk down those creepy, decrepit stairs into that leaky basement where I would kick up my feet on a stool so it was perfectly lined up with my oscillating space heater, because remember, if it was freezing outside, it was freezing in this brick basement. We would hop in a Discord call and play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate until we physically could not anymore.
I do remember coming down here a lot of time after school and after rehearsals and stuff.
So in the Smash Arena, there were like multiple people, like 4 or 5 people just waiting, and we all rotated in. Whoever won stayed in the stage, like arena, and whoever lost just like rotated out. But I don't remember who it is, but there was one particular guy that's really good at Smash, and he was like in there the whole time. And it was just like the rest of us just rotating in and out.
We had a group chat on Snapchat and a Discord, I think. So we did both. But we would just randomly tee up matches, and I remember it had like, it's been a really long time since I played the game, but it's like a boxing match, right? And I remember just like when we were playing it, and there was always that one person who just played King K. Rool constantly and sat as like the person you would have to beat every single time. And every time Chris would play, he would get so mad. He'd be like, change the character, change your character.
I think I remember the arena being a pretty neat idea, the boxing ring, and then you could spectate.
But yeah, I remember it kind of got kind of intense sometimes, like the calls, because we would call while we're playing. And so like one person's just spectating at least, and there are 2 people just screaming at each other. So it was very entertaining.
That was our routine. It wasn't always calls either. Sometimes they would come over and we would use the basement as a hub to all play Smash Ultimate. I always prided myself on having the house, the place that everyone could go congregate and hang out. If stuff was rough at home or they had no place to go, I would have a spot for them
in that base. That's why I wanted all that space. Weeks prior, one of the boys told us that his family wasn't really celebrating his birthday because they were busy, so we commissioned a cake with our dumb fake logo on it, the BB, and threw a party in that basement, balloons and everything. One time rehearsal got canceled because it was legitimately blizzarding, and we thought this was the perfect opportunity to all hang out in that basement. Come to remember that the temperature in there is the same as the temperature outside. I bring this up, one, to get you in my headspace at the time, and two, to show you that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate brought people together. I don't have reverence for this game because it's my favorite Smash Bros. It's my favorite Smash Bros. Because of what it did for me. The boys I was already growing pretty close with, and I already know some of them for longer. But I distinctly remember in early production of these school musicals, like years prior, the background people, the ensemble, often got lost in the shuffle. Like, nobody extended an olive branch to us. The old director certainly didn't care. We would just run up and down the auditorium trying to entertain ourselves. But now that I was a senior, although I was the height of a freshman, and still am, I would see all these new kids enter the production and kind of get lost in the shuffle, and I felt personally responsible. Also, I was in the ensemble, so I didn't have much going on anyway. So I decided at that moment, on that first day, that I would not only make a solid effort to know and remember everyone in the cast. I mean, it was only like 60 people. But I would become everyone's friend, and I would get everyone involved. I went around to the entire cast and asked them individually if they would be interested in a bracket. So I threw together a purposefully built 48-person bracket. I couldn't get everyone. Some of them were busy with the show. I would schedule matches every day around who was and wasn't needed on stage at the time.
I mean, I remember we would play, like, Smash whenever we had downtime, and the directors would get mad at us, but whatever.
That was during Cinderella. So I was pretty locked into that.
So we had a tournament during our musical, and so I think Andrew brought just his Switch, and we were just fighting. Had a tournament with both between our friends and just some of the other classmates who wanted to play.
I was not in Cinderella because I quit because the director was a bitch.
And because of the mobile functionality of the Switch, I would remove the Joy-Cons and hand them to people to play. So many one-on-one matches over even playing field held on that gross green carpet, and at a certain point, we started developing a crowd. More and more students got word of what was going on and would gather around and spectate, and I'm not lying or exaggerating. Some of the most intense matches of Super Smash Bros. Happened in that tournament that I have ever seen in my life.
This one instance, though, I was just button matching. I had now changed my person of choice from Kirby to Captain Falcon.
So our Cinderella, the musical thingy, I think like almost every senior, nah, that's a lie, but a lot of seniors like joined in, like, and they've never done musical before. That wasn't including like football kids, soccer kids, like popular kids, like, but yeah, I played against a lot of those people, and then it's like their first time playing Smash Bros. Like they don't know how to recover from the stage.
I was button mashing, and somehow I beat Ryu, which is insane, and everyone went wild.
One of the guys in the musical, Josh, and one of the other people, Bella, who they were playing with each other, and oh my god, like, I think one of them must have been playing like Kirby or something, and like still playing poorly. But I do remember like everybody was like, oh my god, this is sad.
The thing I remember the most about it was I didn't win. I definitely didn't win. I remember that. But there was this one match against this one particular classmate. I won't say his name, but I would have been really disappointed if I lost to him. And it was close, but I scraped by at the end. And I mean, when I lost the next round, I think I lost to, I'm not going to say the name, but just a younger, think he was like a freshman at the time.
Was it Riley?
No, no, someone else.
Both were equally bad, but
Yeah.
we really wanted her to beat John.
We were like, let's go.
Yeah. Okay, you have a professional tournament of the best versus the even better to determine who is the greatest Smash Bros. Player in the world. I make tournaments of two people, one-on-one, that have never played this game and very seldom play video games at all, trying to kill themselves less than their opponent. Did I get a kick out of being the dad of the group? Maybe. I like to think I'm more of a stepfather. More so than that, I'm the father who stepped up. I'm reminiscing through high school like I peaked. I'll have you know my peak was in 2022. And this tournament, accidentally or otherwise, got down to the final two competitors on the day of our final show. It just so happened to be between two underclassmen who we had kind of taken under our wing. And last minute, that's not true, I'm lying, I labored over this. I got a bunch of cardboard and markers and paint and threw together, that sounds like I did it in a day. No, I did this all the time. I created a custom title belt for the winner of this tournament, a champion. I like championship belts, hoping that whoever won would continue the tradition and the next year defend their title and maybe pass it to the next generation, ensuring that Smash Ultimate would be continued to play at that school. Obviously, that didn't happen, but I do remember handing the title belt to the winner, which this is personal and this is dumb. It was an emotional moment for him because he was kind of a troubled kid, and I get that because guess what? So was I. I handed down a lot of memorabilia to these underclassmen. I don't know if you know anything about like theater kids. If you've been seeing those interviews of Ariana and Cynthia for the Wicked movie stint, and they're like crying and they're all over each other and they're also emotional, and normal people are like, what's going on here? Why do they look like this? That's just how shows end. But it was even worse because after this show ended, we were in the home stretch. The rest was just graduation practice. So many of my memories of senior year were Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, watching the direct in the bathroom, telling everyone that would listen to me, making randos play it with me. The bracket itself. I was ready to move on to the next step of my life, but that story is for, well, later in this video. Oh, right. Fuck, Smash Bros. Data miners found HTML files in the game code, filed how to play Stage Builder and how to play Home Run. New modes? Could we also be getting Classic All-Star mode and Boss Rush? Those are the only additional modes that would be missing after the addition of these HTML files. What an emotionally draining experience. Anyway, time for another weekly Sakurai Famitsu column. He talks about creating the art for the difficulty mural in classic mode, and that's about it. It's insightful if you like that art. A teenage Andrew was back on the grind. He was in a show for a weekend and thought about Pokemon for longer, but now he's back to argue with strangers. There was another data mine, go figure, but this one had more interesting implications depending on how you look at it. The new data mine revealed that there were 16 dummy slots for characters in the World of Light story mode after the base game characters, like listed after Incineroar onward. Piranha Plant fills one of those slots, Joker does as well, and presumably the rest of the Fighter's Pass will fill slots 3, 4, 5, and 6. But that leaves 10 more slots, which is divisible by 5, which means we could be potentially getting 2 more packs planned after this first Fighter's Pass, which makes sense. I mean, apparently Joker is releasing in April, maybe, and if we stay on this pace, if the Square Up is allegedly ready to drop right now, this should only take us through 2020. And in the November Direct, it has a little fine print at the bottom that says they will reveal and release the characters through February 2020. The Switch will last through the length of a good selling console. Why wouldn't they have DLC through its whole life for its current biggest game? I just hope we get some DLC for Odyssey. Well, you could take your hope and shove it up your ass, you fucking freak. Let's round this roster to a neat 100. He is right. I mean, even with what we know now, we got remarkably close to filling those 16 slots. And it makes sense. Why wouldn't they want to stretch DLC for Smash Ultimate throughout the entire lifetime and timeline of the Switch, which, by the way, is still going? Okay, so looks more or less the same, but bigger. There's no reason to not assume we wouldn't get way more, at least for the collective mental health of everyone. Transitioning from something kind of believable to So there's this fake eShop image, which doesn't even make any sense because if it was accidentally shown as a glitch, surely more than one person would have seen it. So why should we believe this? Like, what does it have going for it? Yeah, blocked content. I'm talking to you. You specifically tell me why. It is a fair question, though. It sounds bitchy, but it might be a genuine question. The kid just sounds like that. He sounds like that as an adult. Worth noting that this fake leak does include the likes of Chrono, a Square Enix character from a Square Enix game, Chrono Trigger, but is that the character they would go with? Cuphead, a character I don't think I would count as indie, really. Most considered it an Xbox character because it was a timed exclusive, but again, if Microsoft gets a rep, why would it be their third or fourth choice? Character that is just named Marine, and I know Guy is a lot funnier, but that probably refers to the Doom Marine. Just another example of unbelievable fake leaks leeching off of slightly less unbelievable fake leaks. I know I could have just said more believable, but I don't want to imply that Ryu Hayabusa leak is in any way believable. It's a smart tactic, but if you want to get people to believe with proper information, why would you pick Chrono over Erdrick? I suppose it's to stand out. That way Chrono Trigger fans will latch onto this, and even if they don't believe it, will subconsciously want to push it. And then the last character is Jibanyan from Yokai Watch. What's interesting is that this character was really huge in Smash 4 and Ultimate speculation. Like, it was genuinely a likely selection, but now if you guess this character, like in 2025, people would laugh at you. This is obviously not real. That being said, we haven't updated the character sheet in a while, and let's add some more friends to it. I'm kind of getting tired of looking at the same image. We have yet another slow week, as the 16 dummy slot story was still breaking and needed to spread through the internet at large. And by that I mean I'm purposefully making Smash speculation the heart of the story, as if the entire internet is heliocentric around one game. But apparently blocked content, did get sent a classified email sent directly to the channel from a former Nintendo Treehouse employee. I'm using the word allegedly in very bold text. I don't doubt that this email exists. I do doubt everything else about it. It was Reggie. Worth noting that now that we're nearing the end of March 2019, that early April 2019, Reggie would be stepping down from his position at Nintendo of America. If you're a relatively new hardcore Nintendo fan that hopped on the Switch era, this may not seem like a big deal, but because of those presentations and directs, these men who otherwise would have been business executives now have their own fan bases and bombastic personalities. If you grew up in the late 2000s, early 2010s on the internet, then this guy was either your best friend or your biggest enemy. He's either the funny meme guy or the man personally responsible for shooting Lucas's mom in the head. It's sad to see him go. This is gonna be hard to explain. For a while, Nintendo kind of had this awkward dad humor, but it did always read as charming. I mean, this dude got his own Smash reveal with Iwata, the president of the company, back in Smash 4. It's sad to see him go, but apparently he's gonna start working over at GameStop. Kind of a sinking ship, but okay. And Caleb Hiles uploaded his cover of Life Flight, the World of Light theme. I like it. I love that song. Welcome back to the Ultraverse, Caleb. I know you didn't ask to be here. Here's a fake Joker leak. It's well made in the sense that it isn't just a generic image, but when we've seen the likes of Smash 4 Rayman leak, competition is tough. The bar is very high. I really hope that isn't the actual character model. It looks awful. While that leak isn't true, the screen that used to say Joker approaching April has been changed to say Joker approaching, which either means he's coming in April and it's superfluous to list April when it's going to be April, or Joker has been delayed. I mean, he was allegedly announced prematurely, but it's about to be April 1st, as in April Fools. You know, the holiday celebrated by jokers. Only real jokesters will understand. Did anything else happen? Yoshi's Crafted World finally came out. There's this trend when it comes to films, when if they're released in January or February, they're slated to fail. And that's not necessarily true with video games. Even Nintendo games, we've had some major releases in late winter. But this game has lost a significant amount of steam, especially now. You have to remember, this game was announced at E3 2017. This game had a longer wait to release than Smash Ultimate. We didn't even have a title until pretty recently. We did get a Smash skin out of it that everyone hates, so it's related. Future Andrew, did I end up playing this game?
I'm not out of eggs anymore. I'm out of fucks to give. Whoosh. Wait, where's my... Yeah, this is no censorship radio. That's right. Anything's allowed. No holds barred. If you get offended, then fuck you. You're listening to No Safe Spaces Radio. That's right. Get all the snowflakes out of here because we only tell the truth. If you're looking for wokeness, you came to the wrong place. We're here to report on the real news. Not that fake news bullshit. We're real. Welcome back to No Safe Spaces Radio. Buy my diet supplements.
April Fools! Best Buy fucked up. On their website, they have updated the listing of Joker and leaked the render. Like, sometimes online retailers will do fake off-the-internet art. Like, for example, Best Buy also leaked Metroid Prime Trilogy and A Link to the Past. Like the Super Nintendo game? But this looks a lot like the other Smash renders. Plus, there are 0 reverse image search results. Plus, hindsight, sorry to spoil the surprise, but yes, this is Joker Smash Bros. It's big news that we got the Batman villain's face reveal, but could this mean he's close to release? It would have to. Blocked content speculated that an April Direct may be upon us when we just got a Direct in February. It'll probably happen within the next 28 days. Oh boy, do I have egg on my face. I am no better than that of the blocked content machine. You ever read something that you had fully pushed back to the deep recesses of your brain only to have it drudged up? Not like a traumatic event per se, but something you really wanted to forget? Anyway, Loot Crate planned on releasing a special package of video game sidekicks featuring Sonic, Fallout, Mega Man, and Banjo-Kazooie, which was then changed to just Sonic, Fallout, and Mega Man. The latest Smash Bros. Update, I feel like I don't remember it getting updated this much. You kind of take these things for granted. As I'm writing this, by the way, at least this early section, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate has updated, like October 9th, 2024. I don't know what this means, but I'm bringing it up. Anyway, in the code of the game, because it's always the code, now has data for the Daisy, Young Link, and Ken amiibo, which release on April 12th. So most assume that if we were to get the Joker update in April, it would have to be after the 12th. This was brought up in a Papagino's video titled Data Mine, No Direct Until Amiibos. And that was the main headline. I mean, that's the title of the video. But then the existence of a Dragon Quest movie in Japan was touched on for maybe like 20 seconds, which was enough for the Loot Crate subscribed teenager. Sure, we're getting a Dragon Quest movie, but remember, we were getting the Grinch movie. Oh god, we've been getting drip-fed NES and Super Nintendo games for the Nintendo Switch Online ever since it was released in September 2018. Back in March, a month ago, the Nintendo of America developed game Star Tropics was added to the service, and I only bring that up now because there's a screenshot of Andrew playing it on April 5th at 11:18 p.m. Oh my god, is that Mike Jones from Star Tropics? Side tangent, every couple of months or so, Nintendo will continue to drop NES games on their online service. But now we are 7 years deep and we have all the most important NES games, so every month or so we get games like Cosmo Gang The Puzzle and The Big Run. All of the most important NES games, except for Star Tropics 2. We got Kunio-kun Dodgeball, but not... What are we doing? This company really fucking hates Mike Jones. Branded Twitter accounts are posting about Smash Bros. And people are taking it seriously. Halo posted that they want Halo, and people who work on Minecraft are responding to Sans Undertale. Cuphead developer wants Cuphead in Smash. What developer wouldn't want their character in Smash? I don't even need to write this video anymore, quite honestly. I've been writing this video for a decade. I would have made that same exact point.
I have been making that point. I could just read the comments. Cuphead is not going to be in this game. I'm keeping him on the board though. Masahiro Sakurai won an award at the Famitsu Awards, which, yeah, likely place for him to be, where he said Joker is coming soon. You can't see it, but I am also air quoting under this, which I feel like we already kind of knew. Like, what is soon to you? Relative, I mean. Because for me, these weeks are flying by. Like, check this out. Like, do you know how much time passed in that split second? In that snap movement? Do you know how many people died in those seconds? Nintendo Direct April 11th leaked. This close to E3, I'd expect a Smash Direct, but not a Nintendo one. The thing about claims like this, especially when I'm going week to week, have a very short shelf life. Like, whether or not there would be a Direct this week will be confirmed in mere days. I promise you, if I didn't comment on this video, I wouldn't even be talking about it. Because sources are way too muddled. It may just be me, because I don't trust anyone, but I feel like everyone is way too trusting. It's worth reporting on, but not believing. Like, even trusted named leakers and industry professionals still need to be taken with a grain of salt. The only leaks we can truly trust come from the horse's mouth. Nintendo accidentally showed off the stage builder icon in a commercial they released. Okay, so the cat's fully out of the bag. We cannot put it back in the bag. It hates the bag. I feel like stage builder has been leaked like 3 times now. Almost every time by Nintendo or the source code itself. And then the aforementioned Daisy, Young Link, and Ken Amiibo did release. I'm not showing them off. I've been advised to stop spending so much money on these videos if they aren't going to make as much as they used to, but hey, what can I say? I'm a struggling artist. An artist with a superior who may or may not be able to hear me, and I am very afraid of, but an artist nevertheless. The early days of the Nintendo Switch were really interesting because yeah, we got 3D Mario and open world Zelda and big Pokemon game and Mario Party and Mario Kart, but we also got cardboard. Nintendo Labo was both a video game and a building kit. All of the fun came from assembling these cardboard creations and then playing the video game aspect of it for like 30 minutes and then getting bored. It's a very Nintendo concept. I truly have no other way of describing it. By 2019, we were 3 kits deep, and by April 12th, we are about to get a 4th. The Nintendo Labo Toy-Con 04 VR kit. Oh, you have a Quest or an Index? PlayStation has VR? Well, we have VR on our console too. You just gotta put cardboard on your face. You would slot the Nintendo Switch right in front of your headset in the cardboard, and the screen will be right in front of your face. I've never experienced this kit, or maybe I have by the time you're watching this. Maybe you'll see a clip right here. If there's no clip, then forget I said anything. But not only does that seem like the Switch can just fall out, but does the VR even work? I just did the bit where I'm like, oh, here's the clip, like it's gonna be a stream clip. But if the Switch is in my face, then there probably won't be a stream clip because I can't capture the game. Here's the thing, right? I already don't feel safe and secure in a VR headset. If it's expensive, I feel like it's gonna fall off, it's gonna break. Not only is this barely a VR headset, not only is this made of cardboard, but also I built it. And there's no strap to keep it on your face. You have to hold it with both hands. I'm not even doing that, by the way. The kit itself came with some generic VR games, and like most Labo games, were probably fun for an afternoon at most. But what's interesting is that Nintendo announced that on the 25th, that Super Mario Odyssey and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild would be getting free compatibility updates with the VR Labo kit. Just imagine it. Imagine climbing up a big tower, or hang gliding down Hyrule. Imagine becoming a frog or a dinosaur, all in first-person VR. That sounds awful, Andrew. Why would you ever put that idea in my head? The most important piece this week is obviously the release of Joker as part of the 3.0 update. A high-resolution version of the render, the image that Best Buy already leaked, was found on a European press site. That hardly matters now. This was all featured in the video Super Smash Bros. Ultimate - new content approaching - Nintendo Switch.
on the official Nintendo channel. And is likely what the reveal trailer would have been had it not had to be rushed out for the Game Awards. Hey look, it's Joker's face! Can't believe we're seeing it for the first time. A knife. A gun?
Are you sure he can handle this?
I mean, he's got a knife and a gun. I'm sure he'll be fine.
He's got a gun! Get down! Did you know that Joker's gun attack lines up perfectly with a very specific BPM? I love the internet. Sometimes. I don't know a whole lot about Persona 5, but this is admittedly really cool fan service. The cast of the game narrating the trailer in character. He's a stealthy fighter, sort of light, very fast. That is until he can summon one of his many personas, Arsene. Oh, fuck. I hate him.
He can counterattack with Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. A counter that's also a reflect? Is that even allowed?
That's a great question. I know I'm not one to talk with wacky characters that I play and the way I play them, but I hate Joker. I hate playing against him online. I certainly hated when my friends got a hold of him.
Joker, I love Joker. I mean, I played Persona 4, Persona 5 before, and I did play Persona 4. So he was probably one of my most anticipated characters.
I thought he had a pretty cool gimmick, though. Takes enough damage, summons a persona.
I love his moveset, every single one of them. Some people don't.
I hate playing against him. I despise it.
I just like how easy it is to combo with him. It's just like, I think it's down tilt to up air, up B, up air, and back air.
So you're like juggling people with Joker?
Pretty much, yeah.
Can he juggle you really easily? Yeah. I just really don't like characters that can do that. Which is like, if you're good at the game, I'm pretty sure it's like most of them.
My friends made me hate this disgusting rat. The gimmick is supposed to be that Joker is only viable when he has Arsene equipped, which only happens an amount of time into the match. And that's all well and good. Oh, okay, I need to be careful early on and just hide until Arsene appears. That would make sense. If Joker wasn't already good without Arsene, a counter and a reflect, why do you hate me? I guess we finally have that Memento stage confirmed. What the fuck? I promise this isn't sour grapes or gamer rage. Even before I knew how he played, I wasn't super stoked about Joker. It's cool he got his own windscreen. Not that I dislike him, or I'm mad he got in. You just can't be into every character, and I've never played his game. Still, to this day. I honestly got more mileage out of the other parts of this update. Some new Mii costumes from the other Persona protagonists, and Tails and Knuckles. It's all Sega, I suppose. I'm sure that won't be important. But more importantly, a new in-depth stage builder. In previous games, you had to use presets and generic items, but now you can draw layers. You could, in theory, draw anything you wanted on your custom stage and then upload it to the internet for others to download. Seems like a fun idea. With the new online Smash World tab, you could upload video and images and Miis and, of course, stages. Lots and lots of stages. When Joker launched, we all hopped in the arena and played him a couple times to get a feeling of how he played. But more importantly, I downloaded so many custom stages, and it wasn't just me.
If anyone else remembers this, but there was a stage that was just bumpers and like one tiny strip of land. And I remember that made some people go crazy, me included.
Like floor is lava battlefield, where it's just a battlefield, but everything is just lava. Also like square map where you couldn't escape. So we tried to do 999% with Ganon Punch to escape that place. I think we did.
Some of them were actually very entertaining. I think you could have done like different sizes of them, and from what I remember, the bigger maps were better.
I just remember people going as fast as possible, making stages just of giant cocks.
We had our dumb logo, and by us, I mean me. I was pushing it. Even back then, I was all about logos and branding. And I made this stage, the Boys Official. A marble stage for only the toughest of rivals. Battlefield format where the platforms are way too close together and to the floor, which makes DK kind of overpowered. Also, the ledges are kind of funky. A big logo in the background cast in the giant moonlight, and the only song that ever plays on this stage is His World from Sonic 06. That rules! I got some fun stages like the castle from Zelda 2. We never got a Gen 7 stage alongside Incineroar, so Altar of the Sun will suffice. Same goes for Gangplank Galleon. It's a real shame we couldn't get another pirate ship in Smash Bros. 2 is simply not enough. Get stages for my favorite video game series, Portal, and then ones that just look cool like Star Dream, Link's Awakening, Divine Terminus, Excite Bike, Ace Combat, Ermine Champion, Star Tropics, Advance Wars, Contra, Duck Game, Plane of Passage, Desert Bus, Black Mesa, Womp's Fortress, Castle Crashers, Overcooked, Little Big Planet, Insanity Beach, Firelink Shrine. As you can see, I took this very seriously because even when it comes to fun, I wanted to make it as immersive as possible. I made rules for myself. I only downloaded stages that if these characters were in Smash Bros, they would realistically pick if they wanted to represent other series, as if the developers got an extra year or so to work on the game. Even downloaded maps for characters that will never be playable in any form, like Sans or Cuphead or the Forest Maze. I think I've said this before in this video, but that Forest Maze track is probably the only video game song that makes me feel so many different things at once. Which way, Western man? Which one of these terminally online bits will you reference? I was so in on the idea of including every stage ever created for Smash Bros. That's why I downloaded Miiverse and Icicle Mountain and 3DS Rainbow Road. So much so to include the test and beta stages that aren't even in the game, except for Metacrystal. If Battlefield and Final Destination can be canonized, why not it? If for the final time this week we'll direct our attention over towards the snapshot corner, we got this screenshot of playing classic mode with Blue Joker on April 18th, just to confirm to y'all that I was on the Fighters Pass hype train. Why the fuck was I playing this game at 7:19 a.m.? I don't mean to turn my video into a funny moments compilation, but because the Joker update is very fresh, it dropped in the latter half of last week. So, people are getting a lot of mileage out of the stage builder.
Got him? Got what? Fuck! Look at Luigi! I'm in the Minecraft. I found the diamonds. Oh no, Luigi never dig straight to down. I wouldn't not petition for this to be tournament legal. What's this one here? No fuck, he's back!
You know what they say, Donkey Kong. XD yeet.
And the stage builder is, well, it's something.
I don't want to keep focusing on one guy, but like Game explained in the previous timeline, Papagino's roundup videos after a new character is released is not only a good hub for information, but also a time capsule for the headspace. Goes over several topics, most of which we can now confirm that Joker was in fact codenamed Jack, and the Memento stage in the code was referencing Mementos, which not only leaves Brave out in the open still, but likely due to several leaks, including the stage builder, Nintendo is going to be more careful going forward. In theory. In the code of the game after the new update, there are now spirits for Peachette from New Super Deluxe. You remember, with the crown. This happened earlier. And also spirits for the Labo kits, covering every major Nintendo release this year. Sorry, Labo Kit. There's already Yoshi's Crafted World representation in the game because the game was likely supposed to release much sooner. It was announced in 2017. By the way, these spirits haven't been officially released yet. They're just in the code. Some believed this could explain away the missing spirits like Psylux and Porky. Psylux spirit could be added to the spirit board along with these other games with the release of Metroid Prime 4, which is apparently coming soon. And if you thought that was absurd, some also believed we could be hinting towards the release of a new Mother product made by Nintendo to coincide with Porky's spirit. Yeah, right. What if Nintendo released a Mother remake collection? Yeah, and what if your blood was made of lemonade? Is Porky being added as a playable character more absurd? I'd say they're about the same level of absurdity. But hey, maybe he'll be added back along with his spirit as a boss fight in an updated boss rush mode. I mean, if we're getting regular updates every time there's a DLC character, adding old modes back like Stage Builder and the assumed home run contest that was also in the code. Home run contest is yet to be released or announced properly yet. Speaking of, now that we know the custom stage tab is on top and not in a square, there are actually 5 extra stage slots left, even though we only have 4 characters left. I mean, box theory turned out to be true, didn't it? Symmetry is important.
It is an image of a green witch with a cauldron and a black cat. And I have to say, given the way the witch looks, she's green, she has the big long nose, and yes, these are typical witch features. She looks a lot like Gruntilda from Banjo-Kazooie.
Aside from stages and music, every DLC character comes with a ton of spirits, which sort of implies all of the DLC characters are gonna be from series that have not yet been represented in Smash Bros. Because their spirits are already covered. Think of a series like, random example, Fire Emblem.
Well, let's talk about something that opens the door for a lot of potential characters. Joker has a gun.
Brawl. Wow, they added a character that strangles people. Wii U. Wow, they added a sexy character. Ultimate. Gun. That wasn't the only comment, it's just the least incorrect one. Every day that passes, we get a little farther from Erdrick being true. But the gun is worth noting. Like, previously we used Snake as a litmus test, but the use of firearms so openly and brazenly in this game opens the possibility for a lot of characters. Doom Guy in particular, or Doom Marine, has been really popular in this era of Smash speculation. 5chan leaks be damned. But get that guy out of here. You guys remember those Tails and Knuckles Mii costumes they added alongside Joker? It made sense that they came with Joker, because Atlus, creators of Persona, are owned by Sega. Every third-party Mii costume from Smash 4 was removed in Smash Ultimate, likely to save on time with rights issues. Not that they couldn't get them, but that they didn't want to waste time on something that wasn't as important as playable characters or stages. The missing costumes are, of course, Monster Hunter, Chocobo, Geno, Lloyd, Mega Man X, and Heihachi. That list used to include Tails and Knuckles, but now they've been added back. So the theory goes that maybe these missing Mii costumes would be added back with a character from their parent company, like that of Joker Sega. Which would mean the companies we still need repped in the DLC Fighters Pass are Square Enix, Capcom, and Bandai Namco. Square Enix has come up several times, like Neku, like Noctis, like Sora, like Chrono, and like obviously the front runner Erdrick. Sephiroth is in there somewhere. I mean, this week alone, Sakurai tweeted about Chrono Trigger in Smash as a custom stage on his personal account. Remember that 4chan leak all the way back that said Psylux, Chrono, Banjo, and Joker? And Fire Emblem 3 Houses? We've learned nothing. Capcom seems to have Leon Kennedy, maybe. Like, that wasn't a reliable source, but if they're gonna add anyone that isn't already in the game, it probably would be Leon. He's having quite the resurgence. And what's weird about Bandai Namco is the only characters for them, other than Miss Pac-Man, I think I gotta let this one go. The only characters for them we've speculated prior are the Mii costumes, Lloyd and Heihachi. So I think our board goes relatively unchanged, unless we want to remove Miss Pac-Man. Do I want to do that? I like to think that this Smash Bros. Speculation story, at least from my perspective, can be split into 3 distinct eras. And you may think those eras are separated by pre-release, Fighters Pass 1, and more guys. From a video standpoint, that is true, but that's actually not what I mean. Although I did wrap up the first video with the launch of the game, ending that first speculation cycle. From a personal standpoint, we haven't even finished the first era yet. Actually, maybe I should make this into 3 videos. We'll see. The fact of the matter is, more personal stuff in timeline time. We just finished my final high school show. Next week is senior prom, and a couple weeks after that is graduation. And as long as we're tying up loose ends to the first video in this first era of Smash speculation, in real time, Avengers Endgame would release in theaters April 26th, 2019. And if you don't know, released April 26th is movie theater speak for April 25th. So I decided to take charge as leader again and get 11 movie tickets for our group chat. Opening night. Opening school night. I know we all have mixed opinions of Marvel now, but if you don't remember, this was kind of a huge deal. Not only for the box office, but for popular culture at that time. There was a huge scramble for everyone to not get spoiled for the movie, which obviously means people would walk out of the theater and scream spoilers to people who hadn't seen it. And remember,
I worked at a movie theater. I had work on the 25th. I had to clean theaters pretty quickly because there were a lot of people at that theater to see that movie and we needed to file people in. I had to clean theaters during the end credits of Avengers Endgame and not get spoiled. And of course I took Friday off work and me and the boys all got to see it. It was a nice moment. We gathered at my house after school. One of the 3 pillars of giant climactic crossover event in April 2019, alongside Joker coming to Super Smash Bros. And WrestleMania just happened. I was there. I think you're probably gonna hear about that later this year. Also, you could talk about working at Walmart during Black Friday or whatever all you want, but of all my jobs, working Endgame weekend at a movie theater was the most draining experience of my life. If you wonder why it seems like I hate people, that's why. Of course, we now know I was going through some personal life stuff this week. That makes it sound like a family member died. I went to senior prom. But the less said about that, the better. I'd honestly probably rather have a relative die. Completely unrelated though, it's a pretty slow week for news. The only videos worth talking about are the historical record, the ones that teenage Andrew commented on. A Papa Gino's video about Steve Minecraft's chances against Banjo-Kazooie. An Aaron Itmar video about potential Echo fighters for potential Echo's Fighters Pass, and a blocked content video. I would like to formally apologize for taking out my pent-up endgame aggression on the blocked content channel. Oops. The Papa video covered supposed insider scoops and tweets from tweeter Master of Hyrule, who is just a YouTuber. Like, I'm pretty sure I commented on one of their videos prior. But most importantly, updates from Vergaben where they say that Erdrick is the Square Enix character, definitively, for sure. At least now we'll know for sure if Verge is right or not. He tends to backpedal or be super vague. But if Erdrick isn't DLC, then we'll know that Verge is objectively wrong. Skepticism is likely the safest bet, in all honesty. Although this does not clear up the vagueness of what Verg meant by Minecraft representation. The Aaron Itmar video is really just a lot of stuff we've heard before. It doesn't have a lot of standing when it comes to character speculation. It's just Jean, Funky Kong, and Dixie Kong again. Speaking of stuff we've heard before, Baby Carriage as an Echo for Bowser Jr. Carriage instead of Clown Car, 8 skins. Baby Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, Wario, DK, Rosalina, Bowser. Side B is led by a Chain Chomp. Get several Mario characters into one slot. Adds another Yoshi rep, finally. I know it's annoying to keep hearing about this, but someday this is gonna come true, and I'm gonna laugh at all you doubters. Block content video titled Smash Bros. Leak that's still sort of right. No, it's not. It's very much still wrong. Okay, on one hand, that comment is very bitchy. On the other hand, I mean, it's the 5chan leak again.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the Joker that no one is excited to see enter the Smash conversation.
We're not talking about this guy again. Papa Gino's has spent a long time covering a lot of different people's leaks. It's about time he proposes his own. At least one from his Discord server. Apparently, specifically on the European Google search engine, if you search up very specific characters and then Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, would result in the top link being an ad for Joker and the rest of the Fighters Pass. And this only worked for characters like Banjo-Kazooie, Ryu Hayabusa, and Doom Slayer. Specifically Slayer, not Doom Guy, which we've been referring to him as. Doom Marine also came up. I'm sure he has a name. Erdrick and Steve did not cause this ad to pop up, which split the 5chan leak down the middle. The community is in shambles. Perhaps I was too hard on blocked content. Okay, so what? Google is smart. Surely the algorithm would associate these characters due to the popularity of the 5chan leak, or just their search engine. Not anymore. In 2025, if you look up any of this now, you're getting an AI response from Reddit telling you to cook your dog. Gino's claimed that the server tried hundreds of characters with this process after this, and after all those attempts, only one more character turned around an ad result. Artorias from Dark Souls. I bring this up for two reasons. One, historical record. It got people talking and it would be impossible to avoid it, even as much as I disagree with it. Two, our character board has not changed in a very long time. But even aside from this Google theory not having a lot of standing, were we not all in agreement that Erdrick was definitely going to be the DLC? Like, forget about Vergaben for a second. Even aside from the rose, what else could brave mean? Minecraft? It's really just a matter on if you believe the brave or the Google. I wanted to do a brave and the bold joke, but it seems I've Googled all over myself. That being said, I don't think it's impossible that we could get a Dark Souls character. I mean, they have an amiibo, and while that didn't spell anything for Shovel Knight being playable, it certainly means something for the company at large. This theory was updated in the cult classic sleeper indie film titled Google Theory Part 2, which brought up another 4chan leak that did actually name drop Artorias months ago, specifically listing it as the Bandai Namco rep, which also lines up with the Mii costume theory, meaning that alongside that character, we could see the return of the Heihachi and Lloyd Mii costumes. In theory. But that's just a theory. It's just a terrific coincidence that Google theory is exactly 5 characters. That's how these things start rolling. These theories and leaks mean nothing by themselves, but when they start adding together, people start to believe. If you hear one person saying something absurd, you don't believe it. But if you hear multiple people, even if you didn't believe it, you may start to believe there's something there. Why do so many people believe this? Surely there must be a nugget of truth to it. Not to get political, but that's how misinformation spreads. Like, it's a real issue. But this is Smash Bros, which isn't that serious at all. Super Smash Bros for the Ryu and 3DS. Nice, man. So while this was going on, Nintendo announced that there would be an official Mario Maker 2 Direct, full of information surrounding the game that would be released in June. And that's cool, that's pertinent. It's an official Nintendo Direct, but it's about a game that'll come out shortly after that Direct. And it's not Smash Bros. So... Sakurai talks about Joker and the stage builder in this week's Famitsu column, letting slip that a bunch of these new features releasing in updates were originally slated for base game for the initial release. That's about it. Maybe this game was rushed out a little bit. Also, no Goku. Okay, guys. We need to have a serious talk about Vergaben. Verge was a valuable asset to the early days of Smash Ultimate speculation, like prior to the game's release, even knowing certain characters before we even knew the game's name. But in recent times, their only claim to fame is Erdrick, which we don't even know is true or not yet. The June Nintendo Direct was announced this week, premiering June 11th, 2019, coinciding with E3, that week of E3. And there was also to be an official Nintendo Smash tournament mere days before. Some believed a character could be announced there instead of during the Direct, which seems idiotic, and this theory only really exists so that Erdrick could appear in the Shonen Jump issue on time. I don't pretend to understand what that means. Surely someone more manga inclined could explain this better. But it is almost universally believed that Erdrick will be the next fighter because Erdrick is brave. That being said, that theory is based off of the code names in the game. So what do we even need Vergaben for? Before E3, Verge made a major post with huge headlines like a new Beautiful Joe, Master Chief Collection coming to Switch, and Metroid Prime Trilogy HD. Oh my god. My goat is washed. I don't doubt Erdrick will be in eventually, but at E3, he's not very popular in the West, and it would make way more sense to announce a Microsoft character along with the Xbox games coming to Switch. I think I put my expectations for this kid way too high. I thought he was gonna push back against Verg, but this is even more wrong than what Vergaben said. Somehow. I guess he just wholeheartedly believed that Master Chief Collection claim, even though he argued earlier that Verg shouldn't be trusted anymore. I think this kid just wants to argue. More so than that, he just wants to be heard.
And that's why we're here. He also commented on a Billy Bo video about this clearly fake Geigus image leak. He's got a decent rapport with Billy Bo. I'm sure the comment will remain cordial and understanding.
And they linked me a video from blocked content. You guys know blocked content. They've got 29k subscribers, more than me.
Wait, why do we believe this? Blocked content isn't even in this video. He's got a cent for it. Also a dumb comment about an introspective video about Pokemon and Smash Bros. They make up 14%, but they should make up 100%. Where was I? Oh yeah. E3 is coming up. The company First 4 Figures is confirmed to be present at E3 to some degree. And guess who's getting a First 4 figure? I forgot his name. Artorias, that's what it is. Not only that, but also getting a new Totaku figure along with Joanna Dark from Perfect Dark, a Rareware game. Rareware. Like the creators of Banjo? I'm not saying this means anything, but it is a surprising amount of Artorias merchant figures all of a sudden. You ever see that H-Bomber guy video about vaccines where he exposes a lot of these articles that are quoting books, that are quoting Wikipedia articles, that are quoting rescinded academic papers? This is the Smash Bros equivalent. You think Joanna Dark is gonna be at Smash? Why do you believe that? And then you start following the rabbit hole and go to Google searches. There's a paper trail. She's going on the board regardless. She's got a gun. Joker has a gun. We are 2 weeks removed from E3, so we are likely going to get a swamp of fake leaks. But most aren't worth noting as they'll be proven false anyway, except for Geigus. Guy guess. But in real life this week, I graduated. Like graduated high school. For those of you keeping track, this story basically started summer 2018, and then the entire speculation cycle happened concurrently at the same time to my school schedule. Playing the game during rehearsal, hiding in the bathroom to watch directs, playing Super Smash Flash in the computer lab when I should have been doing computer work, so on and so forth. And it was a nice night. People were crying. I was gonna miss everyone, at least as long as I remember their names. I went out with a bunch of friends after, and then we all gathered in the dingy basement together to watch Total Drama Island. That is the last thing I watched as a high school student. I can't believe I graduated at all, quite honestly. And I had no clue what I wanted to do. Without getting too deep and too sad into it for a Smash Bros video, I honestly didn't even think I was gonna make it to 18. Like, I was so sure I was just done for the world. I cared very little about myself or my well-being because I truly believed I wasn't good at anything. All the things I've wanted to do since I was a kid, it's not a sustainable job. It's a pipe dream. So while I was sitting there with my closest friends at the time, I was silently horrified. Like, I had a job at a movie theater, but that job kicked my ass weeks prior. The next week or so, I would need to decide what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I would need to make the biggest decision of my life. But first, me and my friends, green, pink, yellow, and brown, all went to Hershey Park. I met a kid there I was convinced was a ghost or lived there. He knew how to get a jackpot every time. He got me this lollipop. He won it, or I won it for me. He gave me the tickets and I got the lollipop. It's important lore. The big Dragon Quest Shonen Jump announcement was a mobile game, and we're also set to have a Pokemon Direct June 5th, which is several days before the Nintendo Direct. What the fuck? It's not even February. What's your excuse? You better have an impressive E3. I sure hope Sword and Shield has an impressive E3. Let's check in with some of our YouTube friends.
Okay, so here's the image, and it is supposedly for a Smash character reveal trailer. I first saw this from Blocked Content, the YouTube channel.
What about the Japan Time podcast? We haven't heard from them in a long while. They're already talking about their issues with the graphics of Sword and Shield. It is about to get very, very bad. But hey, they also name drop Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. Pretty big game. Pretty big deal. They also ask when the Ubisoft game Skull and Bones is going to be released. This podcast is from 2019. That game came out last year. You guys remember the Japan Time podcast, right? Maybe at the very least you remember leading podcaster Roger's Base. I don't know why I turned the lollipop like this is I don't want to, that's not what he's represented. Last video, people accused him of having insider information because he correctly guessed details of the August Smash Direct that were way too specific to guess. People were going after his throat during the Grinch leak because of that. They thought he had a man on the inside.
Anyway.
Here's what's gonna happen. Erdrick, we all know the next character is gonna be a Dragon Quest character, right? Okay, we get it. Turn it off. So the Erdrick Dragon Quest character will probably drop during E3. They will most likely announce that, show the trailer, and say it's available right now. And then I think what's gonna happen is at the end of the E3 Direct, Doug Bowser, whoever else is gonna come out and say one more thing. We're gonna get that. Well, yeah, I mean, he's the new president. We're gonna get that little Smash logo.
I think we have the exact same thought.
Yeah,
I would not
and I
want
think-
them to release 2 anyway, because then we'd have a fucking drought.
Right. So I think the announcement for Fighter 3 will happen at the end of the E3 Direct, and I think it's going to be a Microsoft character, either Banjo-Kazooie or Master Chief.
Simplifying that clip. A Dragon Quest rep at the beginning of the Direct, a Microsoft rep at the end of the Direct. Name dropping Banjo-Kazooie. If you're watching this, Roger, but probably not, because no one really watched the first video. Granted, nobody really watched the first Portal video either, but this is very different for, you know what, never mind. The rest of E3 predictions were based around games that have already been announced, which is fair. We still know very little about Link's Awakening, Luigi's Mansion 3, Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Speaking of men on the inside, I wish I had some men inside me right about now. Anyway, Papa Gino's has introduced a new wacky character to this roster, sired with the name VR Plant. Take a wild guess why. Step 1. Rando DMs Papa on Discord, letting him know that the Fire Piranha Plant will be added to Mario Tennis Aces. They actually continued to add characters to that game for a very long time. Fire Piranha Plant is then added, which is a highly specific character and name that has not appeared in any other Mario spin-off as a playable character. Discord Kitten claims to have the same person who made the Daisy Ridley 4chan leak from before Smash Ultimate was shown at E3. Step 2. Claims Labo VR functionality is coming to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where you can rewatch your replays in first person, assuming they haven't been deleted. On one hand, this was Nintendo's last major release, and we already know the previous major releases of Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild also already got VR functionality. On the other hand, this is such a stupid idea. An idea so stupid that it could only be created by Nintendo, and no one online could possibly guess it. So VR Plant, got it. They also said they suspect that Banjo and Erdrick are gonna be in Smash, but they specified that that is not an insider leak, but just an educated guess. And anyone with access to the speculation sphere at the time could come to the same conclusion, could gain the same education. Where I stand right now in whenever this goes up, 2025, hope it's February, as an Andrew, I think he's believable. But a teenage Andrew. Okay, so that guy has no proof that he made the first 4chan leak. I don't doubt that he has some minor information currently, but that doesn't translate to Smash at E3 last year at all. Gino responds. Really did not have to do that. True, no way to prove it, but they did leak Smash Info VR and leaked a Nintendo character for DLC, Fire Piranha Plant, and now Northgard come true as well. So while we can't be certain about Daisy and Ridley, even if they never said that, I'd be paying attention to this person, haha. Oh yeah, a game called Northgard came out on Switch, which was also included in the VR Plant's Discord message. At a certain point, this timeline just becomes a back and forth between me and Papa, a man who, by the way, still does not know I exist. Like the Batman to my Joker, or probably closer, the Riddler. Joker's already in the game. This is all gathered in this helpful infographic, not made by me. People are always saying things. Have you noticed that? Previous composer for Rare, Grant Kirkhope, said to not hold your breath for Banjo. Some 4chan poster said that they were the original Gamatsu leaker from Smash 4. Oh, big reveal. And they said, yes, in fact, Banjo and Erdrick would be in the game, but alongside Leon Kennedy and Lloyd Irving. Joke's on you, I don't have to update my board at all. They're already on there. Actually, wait a minute. Could you show me the board again? I forgot who was on it. Despite this week featuring a Pokemon Direct and some pretty important personal information, most of the stuff I'm going to show you here are just Andrew comments, at least to start. It kind of balances out. There's so many comments which kind of sucks the adrenaline out of speculation. On the blocked content video, okay. I see where this is going. Come on, he said Unraveled would be making the jump. Okay, so I'm sure everyone already knows this, or at least I hope so. The ad shows several games on the Switch. One of the games is Unraveled and one is Smash. Come on, if you just watch the ad once, you can tell it's not a Smash character. And now another comment on the blocked content video. Wow, that was source filmmaker and brawl footage. Oh, this one's actually on a Papagino's video this time. It's all about the me costume theory. It's just a thinking emoji. He was thinking. But this next comment is actually on a new wacky character added to the Papagino's extended canon. The name Shin Banjo, which is a portmanteau of the Reset Era Administrator Shinobi, implying Banjo. Why are we believing this person? For fun? Just to get more names up here? And this comment has nothing to do with that video at all. Yeah, okay, this is cool, but where's the me costume theory, Papa? Gino responds, it's up. I put it up a few hours ago, haha. Teen retorts, yeah, I know, but I refuse to let the meme die. I hate teenagers, all of them. Is that fair to say? If he knew Banjo was 99%, why did he wait until right now to say it? A little convenient that now there's so much proof he's choosing to say he knew it the whole time. I really cannot get a read on whether or not this kid believes Vergaben or not. And the final comment of the week on a video pitching new Echo Fighters. Take a wild fucking guess. Baby Carriage Echo for Bowser Jr. Each skin is a different Mario baby. Instead, Side B now has Chain Chomp leading it. There are a lot of Mario characters, and the only way justifying putting them all in is that they're all different skins. Also, we finally get another Yoshi character. Baby, and then in brackets, Mario, Luigi, Daisy, Peach, DK, Wario, Rosalina, Bowser. Even at this point, he's tired of writing it out. I swear to God, if anyone else picks up this character, they better credit me. I have been saying this. E3 is next week. I don't think speculating about something that is literally about to happen is worth any of our time. But in the interim, the Pokemon Direct. This video is 16 minutes long. We see our first look at our rival, the battlefield. Of course, we get to check in with our newest little guys, as well as some newer little guys. And Turtle Monster. You may be hearing it now, but this trailer music makes me so nostalgic. Not as much as the Everyone Is Here one, but I watched this Direct, if you want to call it that, so many times. That being said, I forget everything other than Wooloo existed. Basically, all I remember is Colossal. Because look at him, why would I need to remember anything else? Pretend you didn't hear that, I didn't mean that. Holy fuck, is that a metal bird? That's so metal! A sweeping camera shot reveals a large, open world area with Pokemon freely walking around, dynamic weather changes, maybe. Yeah, it ranges from fog to more fog. I jest about this purposefully curated trailer, and obviously I have the hindsight, I know where we ended up, but in 2019, this was the major change we needed. Last video, when I talked about the early games on the Switch, I talked about how Mario and Zelda both went back to their original roots and also breaking new ground and breaking the mold for their newer games. When the Kirby game for the Switch, Star Allies, was kind of just like the thing you like, but again, and Pokemon was the thing you like, but we've removed 600 of them. I mean, could you imagine if they tried to remove Pokemon again? This was a huge deal. But I still wonder why this had to be part of a separate Direct. Because the actual trailer is like 3 minutes of these 16, most of which is dedicated to talking about the new generational gimmick, Dynamaxing. But this video isn't about that, although I do know a video that fits this frame that is, but we're not there yet. It's surprising that there were actually that many Teenage Andrew comments, because by this point in June 2019, the kid was at senior week vacation, where only one other person showed up, Mr. Green, and nobody brought a car. The boys played Punch-Out NES on the Switch, beat it, a plate was broken, things got pretty hype. But prior to that trip, there was a deep undercurrent of sadness. A teenage Andrew, unsure of his place in the world, both professionally and emotionally. You meet with guidance counselors throughout high school, and they try to guide you based off of what you like and what you do. Unfortunately, I like playing video games, and going to the movies with my friends is not a viable career path. There are unfortunately no jobs that fit that description. Well, there is one. It was that very senior week that the teenage Andrew had concocted an idea, a plan with images, a schedule, and branding. All that he was eager to get his hands on, get within his grasp. But 2 hands can only take you so far. What he needed were more hands. June 6th, 2019 is the day that a teenage Andrew popped the question, turned to his best friend and said, "Hey, I think we should start a YouTube channel." To which Mr. Green responded, "All right, sure, whatever."
You know how these mood lights are. Like, I get it, it's an 80s theme, but it's also supposed to be a spaceship. While I was perusing the vents of this place, I feel like I got a pretty decent reading on the layout of the ship, and let me tell you, it has way more rooms than you would feasibly think. I mean, the previous guy only saw like 2 or 3 of them. But now the torch has been passed, and it's my job to host this nightmare show to whoever is on the other side of this camera, which may or may not have a soul trapped inside it. And although I may not have all the same memories, what I do have is archival footage. There are dozens upon dozens of tapes here. I have no clue why they chose to back these up in an analog format, and don't say for thematic purposes because, again, spaceship, it really clashes. We've already lost the plot of the theme. Anyway, I've been trying to reverse engineer when these take place, and while I don't know where quite yet, I think I've managed to, at the very least, determine the first ever BHultra video. This tape, Podcast 1, New Beginnings, and E3, but obviously before we can do that, let me paint you a picture. June 11th, 2019. This is taking longer than it was a Tuesday. I was still working at the movie theater at this point, and normally my coworkers and managers would be as excited about the nerd shit as I was, but by this point, the atmosphere had kind of shifted. To make a long story short, a bunch of new people from a different division showed up, and everyone I knew when I got there and started working with me throughout my tenure had left. Almost basically everyone. But I still stuck around because what else was I going to do? I wasn't going to school, and I hadn't made my first video yet. For whatever reason, the one manager I still had a good rapport with, the one I played Smash Bros at his house, the one that lent me his credit card, you know him, had put me on box duty, and I'm not talking Nintendo Labo. I was one of the few at the theater that was put on cleaning duty, which ultimately involved me just walking up and down movie theaters. For whatever reason, this day we had an excess of boxes in the back, and my job for the entire day was to follow dudes in suits around and break down boxes in front of them. I don't pretend to understand business. I got no business acumen whatsoever. That's how I got here. And listen, I'm not gonna pretend like I was the most attentive employee. As you should know by now, I was on my phone from time to time. And our newest manager, the newest general manager, took issue with me having AirPods in when I was cleaning empty theaters with no one else around. I'm still tilted about it to this day. So if I wanted to watch Nintendo's E3 Direct, then I needed to sneak off and find opportunities to watch when no one was watching me. And after hours of breaking down boxes again for some reason, I frantically whipped out my phone and headphones, and I watched attentively.
In this Nintendo Direct for E3 2019, we'll showcase a variety of games, many of them coming soon.
Nintendo's E3 2019.
Enjoy some unrelated music while we begin the pre-stream ritual.
The Direct begins with the Eye of Darkon looking down at not actual gameplay footage tagline. You guys know Darkon. He represents the player or something. What did MatPat say? The heroic Link fights with a possessed Marth before being caught off guard by a Dark Meta Knight. A Dark Meta Knight, not to be confused with the Dark Meta Knight, or the Meta Knights, or Galactonite, or Morpho Knight. We see a horse gallop through the brush. Link gets backed into a corner by the 2 subspace swordsmen before he is saved by a different sword slash by a hero draped in shadow. He lands. The light shines on him as Dragon Quest music kicks in, revealing his sword, his face, and his name.
Yeah, it's just straight at the new guy, the hero. Wait. He's just called the hero?
Yeah, that's him. But like, why is he called the hero?
The hero! The hero!
So confused.
His name's the Luminary! His very easy to understand name. Who's this guy supposed to be? This isn't Goku. Ganondorf slashes the hero into a cutscene. Hey, look, it's the slime. It seems our the hero is backed into a corner, facing down the cursed roster. Before we get another beacon of light and hope, and we see Pirate with a Hamster, Mermaid, and oh shit, that's Erdrick. What are the odds?
Yeah, you guys, there's Goku, guys.
Go Goku! Go Goku! The purpose of the hero title is it isn't just the Luminary or Erdrick. The male protagonist of Dragon Quest are all the hero character in Smash Ultimate. Is that An RPG menu?
I'm so curious to see though how like that little menu popped up and then you had like his different moves on
Nice
it. Like,
command menu.
yeah. What the heck is that going to be about?
It seems that in fact Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is crossing over with my favorite title. Whoa, bro, you mean to tell me that Dragon Quest XIS Echoes of an Elusive Age - Definitive Edition is coming to the Nintendo Switch? That's what the S stands for. I'll be honest, I understand the hero's importance, but not only was it a character that I didn't particularly care about, Erdrick was already a foregone conclusion by this point. Like, he was the Brave. In real time at work, I decided it was no longer worth it to risk getting in trouble again. I mean, they already revealed the Smash character. Everything else I could just watch back later. I knew if I didn't watch this direct live, then my subscription feed would have spoiled me with multiple notifications, but it's the hero. Don't really care about him. I do not know him. So I put my phone in my pocket and got back to work for the next 30 minutes. By this point in 2019, Reggie has officially retired from the head of Nintendo of America after many, many years of ups and downs.
Hey Reggie, I heard a rumor, do you think Master Chief's gonna be in Brawl?
Yeah, he'll be in there.
What about, I heard it's gonna be online, do you think, Damn you, Reggie! You and your tricks! Damn you, Reggie!
Some viewed him as a father, some viewed him as a villain, but you never know what you have until it's gone, as a new villain was about to take center stage.
Bye-bye.
Maybe next time.
Are you related?
No, but we get that a lot.
Dude's name is literally Doug Bowser. As we assumed, a healthy amount of spotlights in this direct are on games we already know exist, just learning more about them. Link's Awakening has a dungeon maker, Fire Emblem Three Houses has a story, Luigi's Mansion 3 takes place at one of my 7 Koopa hotels. I dare you to find her if you can. We gotta find the princess. And you gotta help us. If you need instructions on how to get through the hotels, check out the enclosed instruction book. Luigi has a homunculus flesh puppet he can control. If this game came out even 1 year prior, I know Gooigi would have been an alternate skin. You just missed it. Man, if you thought crafted Yoshi looked too much like original Yoshi. And of course, our new Animal Crossing game. This one takes place on a deserted island, which your character can decorate the entire landscape of. There's pole vaulting and a crafting mechanic and... Sorry, are those 8 players? New Horizons? 2020? I thought it was coming out 2019. That's right, Animal Crossing New Horizons was originally slated for a late 2019 release, but was then pushed back to March 2020, which was accidentally the best decision Nintendo ever made. I'm not saying they made everyone sick on purpose. I'm just saying it's awfully convenient. Completely unrelated, in a montage of third-party games coming to Switch, Doom Eternal. I played Doom 2016 for the first time on my Switch when I first got it, but for the second go-around, I chose a console with a little more beef. Also, it was on Game Pass. It's crazy the games that can get to run on Switch. I mean, The Witcher 3? Really? That's the best game of all time, according to Reddit. Man, CD Projekt Red had a really good E3 2019.
The feeling of being there, of walking the streets of the future, is really going to be breathtaking. You're breathtaking.
Oh boy, I love Reddit. I sure hope this game comes out totally normal. Yeah, sorry, The Witcher. I got bigger games to worry about, like The Dark Crystal and some game called Empire of Sin that I know nothing about, but had a custom jazz song tied to its trailer.
If you're looking for salvation, well, you know you ain't gonna find it in the Empire of Sin. Look out!
I'll take one of everything. We see a CG trailer for Astral Chain that doesn't really tell me anything, and a CG trailer for Daemon X Machina that tells me even less than I already didn't know. This game comes out in 3 months. What's strange is that a lot of this direct is dedicated towards nostalgia pandering, like more so than usual. Do you want to play an ugly Contra game? No. Well, what about a Contra collection? Resident Evil games are coming to the Switch. The bad ones. What the fuck is Panzer Dragoon doing here? You never want to drag out your goons. I will say, you're only going to get my perspective and opinions when watching my reactions or videos. The thing about Nintendo Directs is that they need to appeal to a lot of people. Just because every single reveal isn't for me personally doesn't mean that they're objectively bad. Except No More Heroes 3. That reveal is exclusively for me. The reason I like to watch so many different direct reactions, even from creators I might not know, is because some announcements that I know nothing about could be someone's favorite. Like, I don't know what an of mana is, but when I hear Vinny react like this...
It's Secret of Mana. Oh my god! Oh god, it's a remake of Seiken Densetsu 3. I got it! And it looks pretty fucking good, too.
It makes me happy. It's not for me, but it does touch somebody. It's not entirely dominated by old heads. Look at games like Cadence of Hyrule, a sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer, a rhythm-based dungeon crawler, now with Zelda characters. And in our montage of third-party games coming to the Switch, including the Spyro trilogy, we get to see the sequel to hit indie Metroidvania Hollow Knight, known as Silk Song. This was 2019. Maybe the game will be released by the time this video goes up. Yeah, and maybe the next Pokemon game will be set in Greece. Move over, Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo Olympic Games. I got Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 to watch. You have skateboarding and so retro. Well, the game of the year 2019 has Electra. Why are we even making a new Animal Crossing? No wonder it got delayed. All right, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 is gonna sell all the Switch hardware anyway. By this point in the day, I had already finished playing with cardboard boxes and had upgraded to cleaning theaters, my job. The reason we chose that day as the box breaking day is because it was a very slow day. Like, it was summer, so it was more busy than a school night, but still. So I was just standing in that back area behind the movie theater with 2 doors while the movie was playing to avoid work. You ever been to a movie theater and if it has 2 entrances, there's this kind of hallway in the back of the theater separated by a wall from the chairs? I was hiding out in there. So I popped my headphones back in and decided, fuck it, I got nothing else going on. I might as well catch the end of the Nintendo Direct. The Switch logo appears and then we see the frames of Smash Bros. Heroes versus Villains, but this time with K. Rool and DK's legendary battle added to the archive. The shot of Donkey Kong yawning might have you believe this is the same trailer from August, but then we zoom out to see that the Kongs are just chilling with King K. Rool. That is until a golden puzzle piece bounces across the screen.
Who could this be? What is this? Oh my god.
If this is Banjo! Dude!
Okay.
The 3 of them wake up and fight over real estate at the window. We see a silhouette of a familiar character. But when the camera turns to its side, it's revealed to be that dastardly Duck Hunt, jovially laughing all over the screen. Don't you wish you could just shoot the dog? But then the real hero lands in time to remove the canine. At first, we just see a glimpse of his eye, but when they both turn around, they're raring to go, as his former rare brothers celebrate.
Yes! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Banjo and Smash, yes! Raring to go! Dude. Yes.
Wow, I can't believe the Grinch leak was real. Sherwood turns blue and fucking dies.
Who else can they add? Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh yes! Yes! Yes!
People around the world rejoice. And I mean, look how cute he looks. Look how expressive Kazooie is when you use her as a weapon. I hear a guh in there. Holy crap, is that Spiral Mountain? They got Gruntilda on this stage. His final smash is the Great Ginginator. You could tell the stark difference between my excitement for Banjo and my excitement for the likes of the Hero or Joker, even though at this point I had not played a Banjo-Kazooie game. I have now, though, so I can write more about it. The CG trailer ends with King K. Rool falling into a hole and getting covered by a rock, just like the ending of Banjo-Kazooie. The final shot is Banjo and Kazooie posing with all their Nintendo friends. Banjo truly has come home. Set to be released fall 2019, joining the Hero who's slated for summer 2019. That's now! And thus the Nintendo Direct ends on a major note, with no other announcements to follow. The sequel to Breath of the Wild is now in development. Not only do I not remember this game being announced so early, I mean, the game released in 2023, I don't remember it being in this direct. I was so excited about Banjo that I memory hold this. I legitimately remember the direct ending after Banjo. Probably because, well, as he stood in the back area of the theater, a wall between me and the patrons obscured away from them. A teenage Andrew pulled out his phone and headphones to watch the final Smash reveal of the trailer on that Tuesday in June, and he struggled to stifle his tears. I'm not even joking. I'm struggling even now to get washed with strong emotions. But I had to actively cover my mouth as to not arise suspicion of what I was doing, or rather not doing. After years of speculation, years of people saying he couldn't get in, and of course the Smash ballot, we finally have our Scrimblow, Bimblow, and our anime swordsman. I don't need to tell you how big of a deal this was. And even though he became my main and I have played Smash Bros in a world where he exists in it, I have played this character for years now, every time I come back to the trailer, I feel it again. These Smash trailers are really the only thing that can make me feel this way, this joyous and hopeful. I was running back and forth in that back area of the theater trying to get my energy out, but I couldn't express it while at work. Every now and then I go back to that Nintendo New York video to see how loud it was. I'm surprised I didn't pass out or the floor didn't cave in. There's also a video I remember seeing in summer 2019 that I can't seem to find anymore. It was a mashup of the trailer theme and the Cleveland show theme. Truly, this reveals greatest lasting legacy. Don't forget to send it to my web zone if you find it. Although we got all of our Smash information, E3 is not over. We already got a separate direct, but this E3, the Nintendo show floor, is all about Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. You could play through the water type gym and find the leader, Nessa. Within this demo, people could find some kind of corgi Pokemon and a little scoundrel bastard imp. I love him. Not just the show floor, but also the treehouse, which is basically the direct post-show streamed live without a script and shows off early gameplay. Last year at the treehouse, we gathered a lot of extra information about Smash Bros and saw pre-release footage, so let's see what kind of joyous details Sword and Shield we can get.
And so what that means for Pokemon Sword and Shield is that players will be able to transfer their Pokemon from Pokemon Home only if they appear in the Galar region Pokedex.
Oh, so this became probably what this E3 is most remembered for, at least for Nintendo, for better or for worse. Who planted this tree here? And honestly, what dominated most of the discussion, but you don't want to hear this from Andrew in 2025. You want to hear it from an Andrew in 2019. June 15th, 2019, the first video on this channel you're currently on. That doesn't exist anymore. The video, not the channel. 4 friends sat around a flimsy, thin table while sitting on a pure white couch and talked about E3 into a blue snowball mic. Codenames red, orange, green, and yellow. Starting the very first episode of...
You guys noticed the name of the group chat yet?
It's a boy's cat?
It's boy's cat because I can't spell. Because I can't.
You think
you're
funny? You're fucking stupid. I wanted to call it the Voidcast, but that's already taken by someone that talks about like paranormal investigations.
Dude, they're dumb. Get them out
Don't
of
listen
here.
to the Voidcast.
We are already making enemies.
This is legitimately the first time I've gone back to these videos since 2019 for obvious reason, and I'm realizing I actually have additional context for memories I brought up in my Smash timeline.
It was after Smash Ultimate was announced, but before it was released. We wanted to hold our hype over, so me, Chris, and our foreign friend
Drew,
we all got Brawlhalla, and we forced ourselves to play that game.
Why did we play that game again?
Because it was the only Smash.
I think I played Brawlhalla with you guys too.
That may have been true. Actually, I did record that, but it sucked.
Really?
Right. But basically,
That's before I existed.
Right, before Tom came into existence.
Oh,
but basically, Adventure Time characters are coming to Brawlhalla.
Going down the sequence of events at E3, like other major companies, Bethesda and Microsoft, while also spreading misinformation Andrew heard.
Xbox is trying to make Xbox a service. You can have Xbox Game Pass on PC. They're moving it to Switch at some point. It's like...
We're going to get Minecraft Steve and Smash Bros.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, we'll get to that.
When am I gonna get my
Goku and Smash?
But hey, I do have more info because the event transpired closer to the recording date than this video.
I've replayed Star Tropics. I beat Punch-Out.
Yeah!
Me and Chris went on vacation recently. We were at a beach house, and I had
Epic.
I had just finished.
I would've gone.
I had just finished a pizza on a porcelain plate, and I beat Mr. Dream, and I went yeah, and I threw the controller. I thought I threw it on the couch. What I did throw it was in the middle of the porcelain plate, and it shattered on him.
Moving over to Nintendo,
It's Jigglypuff.
It's Jigglypuff from the Detective Pikachu. They printed it on Pokemon cards, and they get everyone that bought a ticket to Detective Pikachu got a pack of these.
What?
But I stole a bunch of them.
The day you went, I went.
That
to
was
Detective
the day you went there.
The day I went to Detective.
There were no
Pikachu.
more tickets left for you guys.
Oh, that's so upsetting.
Because I stole all.
Me
I
and
don't
my
go
me
to
and my-
movies unless it's with girls.
Me and my friend.
That's not true.
Or friends.
We went to Endgame.
Okay,
I wasn't there.
Well, listen. I never said I was fantastic at my job. The channel members discussed the recent Pokemon controversy. Considering this was the first video, it likely needed several days to edit at the time, and thus could have only really happened immediately after said controversy. What we knew was still up in the air, and the wound was still fresh.
Talked about Sword and Shield in the treehouse, and they're like, our main focus is making all the Pokemon in the game look as good as possible. So Pokemon that are not in this game, you cannot transfer to this game.
Oh, fuck that.
Fuck
that.
I wonder how that's gonna fuck with competitive meta.
It will.
Absolutely will. And
I care about competitive Pokemon.
They said
That
there's
makes me so mad.
They said there's no Megas and no Z moves, so they completely cut out Megas because it was a huge problem.
Well, like
Mega Kangaskhan is a huge problem.
Oh God!
No.
All
Dude,
my
remember the
VGC
gens-
friends out there.
But I was probably gonna buy Sword and Shield regardless because I'm a shill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna buy them.
But I'm mad about that.
If everybody gets mad enough about it, they'll change it.
No, because the thing with Mario Maker is like,
No.
oh, they're adding local multiplayer because people were mad. But that's an easy fix.
I'm excited
If there
for
are not Pokemon in the code of the game, you can't just put them in.
I know you guys are here for Smash speculation and really want to hear my 2019 historical record, but this is what we had to say about the hero.
More importantly, the protagonist from all the Dragon Quest games is coming to Smash Brothers.
Yes?
I know.
Smash Your
You
Brothers.
didn't see that?
No, I only saw the other one.
We're not gonna.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
That is the entirety of that segment. The hero does not come up again after that. We had more video games to talk about.
I think games should have a good balance of gameplay and story. That's why Portal 2 is my favorite game
I
of all
think
time.
Portal 1's better.
Because I'm gonna fuck you.
Okay.
Every video is an interconnected web. I've been sitting on these ideas my whole life. Even this concept you're currently watching. I wanted to talk about the 2018 hype cycle first, all the way back when I recorded this podcast. I had it fresh in my mind and already memorized. Anyway, speaking of this video.
Smash Bros.
Let's talk about
Banjo and Kazooie.
Banjo is
That trailer got me.
That's all
it
you
got
need.
me.
That's all you need.
As soon as I heard that, like, I was like,
I see the Jiggy going across like.
Okay, when it turned out to be the Duck Hunt thing,
That
the
was
Duck
funny.
Hunt gag actually got me.
That
I
was
was like,
funny.
Let's talk about.
I thought it was gonna be Duck, and then Minecraft Steve was gonna go
That would be
slap him with
so
a diamond
fucking
sword.
funny. Oh
Here's
my
the
God.
thing.
We would get more footage later of the Banjo excitement, but this is Smash speculation. Even when you get everything you want, even when we just got the biggest drop we would get since the game came out, even if this one is the most wanted characters, the train never stops moving.
There's 2 Smash slots left. Who do you guys want for the last 2 slots?
Solaire.
Sora?
Solaire.
Sora?
Unironically.
You say Sora?
What? It's a band.
Another sword character.
Yeah, but why pick
Typical.
Solaire?
Any Dark Souls.
why not
character.
the Onion?
Why not
boy.
the? Why not?
Oh yeah, Sigmire. Why not?
That'd be fun. Just
no
any
idea
Dark
what's
Souls
happening.
character. Like they put Dark Souls on the
He
Switch.
just has
Bando Namkai.
He has like an onion-shaped helmet, and he's like really
I
chubby.
think I said Bando Namkai.
Yeah, you did. That's why I was laughing. Bando Namkai.
Wait, what is
No,
it
I
actually?
want-
Bandai
We already know
Namco.
what your second is. Say it.
What?
Minecraft Steve.
Minecraft Steve.
Yeah,
that would be
get him in
hilarious.
there. All right, what about you, Chris? You, Chris.
I want another Xenoblade character.
Fuck off.
Elma, Mithra.
Elmo.
Who would I want? Either like Rhine or
I'd be actually mad.
or like Fiora or
And
something.
the second one is a character from Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
Yes. No. How about Fumpkin?
Funky Kong.
Funky Kong. No, I actually unironically want Funky Kong.
I saw a reaction video
Sorry.
for the Banjo thing where like they just saw all the DK characters and they're like, oh, Funky Kong.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love Funky Kong.
I want Shadow the Hedgehog.
God, shut up.
I do want another Sonic character. I do.
No.
Dude, the Grinch leak was real. Banjo's in the game.
The girl from the GameCube Star Fox game.
I thought you were about to say Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal.
I thought you were about to say like Ooh La La from fucking Space Jam.
No, I want
5.
fucking Crystal.
Number one, this is me because I like Super Mario RPG. I want to see Geno in the game.
Not gonna happen.
You're a normie.
Wait, isn't he a trophy?
He's a spirit. There's a difference.
Oh, my fault.
Alucard's a spirit. He could be. I want Alucard.
They're not gonna.
It's
Konami's
Dracula
not.
backwards.
I'd be cool with a Contra character though.
No, I really want to see Geno in the game.
No one cares.
We're literally going around saying.
What about a Paper Mario character?
Who would you put in though?
Paper Mario.
Paper Mario.
Dude, no, just make him like a
Geno.
Bloshi.
Say your character.
Okay, Crash and Mike Jones.
Does that change the character board at all? Like, Dark Souls is technically represented already. Last time we kind of assumed the mech was Mach Rider, which removed Elma, but she still has a shot. Any excuse to add Geno back. Also, I'm putting Crash Bandicoot on there. Who cares? In the wake of E3, we have moved on from reaction videos and are now on videos that exist to show their love of the new DLC fighters. With titles like Why Banjo is a Big Deal, Why We Love Banjo, Why Banjo-Kazooie Rocks, and In Defense of the Hero in Smash Ultimate. In reality, this is a really good VG Bootcamp video about why Dragon Quest is a huge deal outside of the West. I'm not mad as much as I just don't care. Like, I already bought the pass, but I probably wouldn't get this one if I didn't. It's just really funny to put the different receptions in the West next to each other.
The Hero? What the hell kind of name is that? You could say that about practically the whole Smash roster.
Moving on from Joker and the Plant, we have a character important to Western audiences and Eastern audiences, so we should assume that the next DLC character would be the celebration of another culture. We should assume. I'm American. Where's Mike Jones from Star Trek? Rabble. Aaron Itmar, to his credit, did make a video defending both. It seems strange to say that people needed to defend Banjo, but at the time, people believed there could only be one Microsoft rep. And if it was Banjo, then it couldn't be John Halo or Minecraft Steve. Also, if you only have 5 DLC slots at the time, and 3 of them are filled by characters you viewed as anime or irrelevant, some were legitimately asking for refunds because of this scrimblow bimblow. Not to sit on my golden YouTuber throne and spit down at the peasants, but it's $5, man. You're the kind of person that shares food with their friends and then sends Venmo requests after, huh? What's that smell? It smells like broke in here. Don't get it twisted. Broke is a state of mind. You can have money and still act broke. I, alternatively, have no money. I funnel it back into these videos, but I pretend like I do. Fake it until you make it. I'm really just running down my playlist for this week. The only comment from this week isn't on any videos that came out this week. It's actually the fake July 22nd direct leak from last year, and it's just another emoji again. Anyway, in the immediate fallout of E3, Geno's gathered all of the information, true or not, that is still important to speculation moving forward. The game explained torch has been passed, whether he or us wants it or not. I hope to be appointed someday. The Paraleague! Another character from the elusive Papa Discord. Did I just use the word elusive in a sentence? It's working its way into my lexicon. Paragon apparently has an amiibo source that told him the Luminary and Banjo. The Luminary is the default skin for the hero. They also heard an Undertale rep and Waluigi. So a lot to cover here. To his credit, within this video, Papa does not support the leak, despite it being one of his mods. However, I still feel the need to explain why this is so wrong, because it's the title of the video. I mean, even beyond Waluigi already being an assist trophy in the game where we know most of the DLC characters were once planned for the main game, they just ran out of time. If your source is an amiibo source that knows these characters specifically all the way down to the Luminary because of their supposed figures, why would they give a vague Undertale character? Like, if it's Sans, then just say Sans. The only reason this caught steam is because it's in the server of a popular Smash speculator, and also the Luminary being the main hero over Erdrick was not widely guessed. I mean, the Luminary is the protagonist of a hit video game coming to the Nintendo Switch, Dragon Quest XIS: Echoes of an Elusive Age - Definitive Edition. A decent amount of this video is dedicated to interpersonal Discord server drama, which I don't think we needed to hear. The older and older I get, and the more time I spend on the internet, the less I care about drama. Like, those drama videos keep showing up in my feed, and I have to keep telling YouTube that I'm not interested. She cheated on he. It's not happening to me. That Joker 4chan leak. You remember that leak that name dropped specific company reps along with their characters? Like Joker from Sega, they also heard Banjo from Microsoft. Granted, they also said Chrono was going to be the Square Enix character and not Airdrie. But guessing Joker in November is a big deal. The last characters listed, the two we are still yet to get, are Eldegard from Fire Emblem Three Houses and Sylux from Metroid Prime. As much as I didn't want to believe it, the last time we got a new Fire Emblem game, it came with its own Smash DLC character, and although Ultimate has too many, it's a foregone conclusion. A conclusion that I reject, but still. And the Sylux spirit is still missing from the game. This could be because they plan on adding the spirit alongside Metroid Prime 4 because it's right around the corner. But again, broken clock. Out of the thousands of fake Smash text leaks posted to 4chan every week, statistically one of them would have guessed a Persona character. It's a popular game with weebs. And Banjo obviously has been very popular character for discussion even before DLC, lest we forget the Grinch leak. It's just worth remembering. The Milk leak. Japanese Twitter user, so we're dealing with broken translation, that posted months ago some pretty damning predictions. Milk predicted Nintendo Switch VR, which, sure, can be guessed like Joker, but is one of the Nintendo ideas that just seems like only Nintendo would think of. On top of that, Milk also specifically says that only male Dragon Quest heroes will be in the game. One, Milk is one of the very few people to not only say Airdrie, and two, Milk was one of the first people to use the specific word hero. You saw how dumbfounded everyone was in the reactions by the hero name, and Milk just said it. Milk then said that the next DLC fighter would be from a fighting game, which, if you know what happens next, is insanely accurate. But later translations would specify that it might be a female fighting game character, and later Milk tweets would bring up a flying weapon. A lot of obscure characters were brought into the fold to fit this criteria. The only one I feel is worth mentioning is Morgan, because I like that character, even though I've only played her in Marvel vs. Capcom. Fighting game. Woman. She has bat wings that may or may not come off. Surprising that despite her being a little more TV-14 than Bayonetta, she's an incredibly popular fighting game character who hadn't been brought up in the discussion at all yet. I mean, why not? She only shows up in crossover games nowadays anyway. And even then, the last game was years ago. Unless they announce a new one while I'm filming this. I mean, X-Men 97, new Wolverine movie topping the charts, a Marvel vs. Capcom collection with new art, fucking Doctor Doom. It's gonna be pretty important to them later. Fortnite, put a pin in that. They might be cooking up something is all I'm saying. I don't know any insider information. I'm just saying it would be ridiculous if we didn't get a new Marvel vs. Capcom game. The Ray Squad leak. Not from a Discord, not from 4chan, but from Smashboards. User says the DLC characters in order are Plant, Joker, Airdrie, Banjo, Leloid, and Crash Bandicoot. This is from 5 months ago, so we would have already known Joker and Plant. But not only are Airdrie or Dragon Quest Hero and Banjo correct, they're in the correct order, albeit this leak does say Airdrie specifically. On top of getting little details correct, new and returning Mii costumes, game modes returning, new spirits like Sylux. The final line of the leak, however, is that they don't plan on making a second pass, but if we're believing the dummy slots, that kind of falls flat, but who knows? If this leak is from 5 months ago, maybe they hadn't decided to make a second Fighter's Pass yet, but did halfway through, seeing the reactions to Banjo, and also dollar signs. I tried to draw the dollar. Leloid is not a super popular character, but if there has to be a Bandai Namco rep to coincide with returning Mii costumes, who else? Heihachi? Kazuya? It is suspicious that this leak follows the Mii costume theory to a T. Maybe. Also, Crash Bandicoot was initially brought up by a teenage Andrew Ultra in a podcast that got 5 views over 3 years, so you're welcome. That's my guy. Additional theories popped up, like every new DLC fighter will have a little buddy companion for some reason. The reason is the banner. It's a stupid reason, but that's the reason. Color theory, which says that the upcoming characters won't use the colors already used by Hero, Banjo, Joker, and Plant on the website. Purple, red, green, etc. Blue could mean Geno, but blue could also mean any other character. Like, the characters have been tangentially related to their chosen color at best. If they wanted to make Doomguy a slightly darker green, then they totally could. There's a theory that all the DLC trailers could be sequels to already existing set pieces we've seen previously in these CG trailers, and that makes sense. Joker doesn't count because, as we know, that was outsourced due to time restraints. Banjo trailer was a sequel to K-Rool trailer, and Heroes was a sequel to the World of Light cutscene we saw in November. It's a stretch, and I don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe any of these now, but even back then. However, it is fun to think about. I don't know a whole lot about 3D animation, but I suppose it makes sense to reuse locales that you've already created. It saves on time and budget. Also, technically, looking back at all of these reveal trailers after the base game launch, the Inkling, looking up at the Fireball trailer, did get a sequel. Technically. So that only leaves the Ridley corridor, the haunted house, and the boxing ring. Maybe we could get a fighting game character like Heihachi or Morrigan, or a spooky character like Leon Kennedy or Morrigan again. Morrigan again. Or Morrigan again. Like, the spaceship could be invaded by Doomguy, or you could use the Metroid characters to introduce Psylocke. But now we're crossing theories and leaks. This tracks with me costume theory, but not the Leloid leak. And maybe the fighting game character matched with what Milk said. Again, Psylocke is missing. That is, if we're believing any of this. Again, this is just a fun thought experiment, but the more garbage stacks on top of itself, it makes a bigger garbage pile and it's harder to ignore. Doomguy was a part of the aforementioned Google theory, but one, Erdrick was not the name of the DLC fighter, it was the hero, and Artorias is the name of Dark Souls DLC. But the figures, I mean, Banjo got it and he got a figure. It's still early days. E3 was last week and so was BHultra's first video ever, technically, so the timeline will follow subsequently. The second podcast episode would be uploaded the Sunday after, continuing the weekly format. Mario Maker 2 would also drop next week, being very barely present at Nintendo's E3 Direct, but of course it got its own Direct a couple weeks prior. But we'll show more of that very soon. But next week, I feel like recently we've been making a lot more of these internet timeline videos in which I need to discuss openly different creators I share a platform with and have watched for a very long time. It's kind of embarrassing for me to do this, so I've taken a very passive approach beyond the teenage comments to talking about their content. And this video was not about these content creators and what content or movies or videos or art they were making at the time or their personal lives, but I did not realistically think I could tell my Smash Bros. Ultimate story without this detail. The next week of this video, the next segment, is going to feature some pretty heavy and upsetting subject matter. For that reason, and also out of respect, there will not be any important Nintendo information in that section. If you wish to skip that week, you can use... So again, if you wish to skip that week, no worries, you could skip ahead. If you're watching this as a premiere, I will be in a different location. When you see me back here, it will be okay to listen again. I'll see you on the other side.
In this field, being brought up on the internet and raised on it is romanticized. It makes you a quirky person. It makes you differently adjusted. It makes you more social. But the fact of the matter is, growing up and spending your life isolated with the only active input being exclusively internet content, positive or not, makes you a rougher person. It'll make you bitter and untrusting and just generally uncaring because the internet is all of those things. I grew up watching content on the internet. I think the bubble I'm in is the first generation of content creators that grew up on the platform, and I would look up to these people I thought were celebrities, but in reality were just average people that now had to satiate the eyes of thousands, if not millions, and didn't know how to do that. Who would? One time in high school, this was my senior year, so I was almost a legal adult. We were in a writing class, and everyone was opening up about their trauma and hardships they'd faced through their writing. But then my one friend, who I had always sat with whenever we had classes together, and we would just crack jokes and do bits and generally just not take anything seriously. After reading her story, she began to cry. But this crying was preceded by laughing, both stifling each other, fighting for dominance over expression. Not fully understanding what was going on, I went over to her to console her, and the first words out of my mouth were, "Is this a bit?" Irony is the weapon of apathy. People lie on the internet all the time, and other people fall for those lies. And then we all have a good laugh about it. It's completely harmless. But for whatever reason, the cardinal sin for posters, the worst possible bit you could fall for, is accidentally caring too much. Haha, you actually worried about this person who's obviously playing it up. You showed genuine concern, and now you ruined our fun. Nice job, you suck. You're a fool because you genuinely believed someone needed help. You're a joke. So that, at 17, 18, I truly believed that the worst trick you could fall for was caring. Genuine human empathy. And when you log off and smell the roses, that perspective begins to wash away. You start seeing the world through other people's eyes, and you realize that the internet makes you more mean. And the internet in 2018, 2019, in certain spheres, certain circles, genuine hope was a scourge on the community. Caring about anything. It's irony poisoning, and it bled into real life, not just for me. In that era, you just couldn't love anything genuinely. At least that's what I believed. It all had to be under the tongue-in-cheek layer of satire. On June 26th, 2019, Desmond Etika Amofa was pronounced dead after taking his own life the previous week on the 19th. And this era on the internet, this period of time, is grossly misappropriated by the people who were not there. I've been watching Etika since I was 13, maybe 14 years old. As an at-risk sheltered tween who believed he was in need of a father figure, Etika genuinely changed my life. We joke a lot and we turn up our noses and laugh about the fact that it's like, oh my God, just get over it. You really fell for this? The pipeline of young men on the internet who follow the likes of Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. But the fact of the matter is, for whatever reason, young men, teenage boys, I don't know why we always say young men, just want a guy to follow, to tell them what to do. And in the era of entertainment where internet content creators are the sole proprietor of children's content, no Cartoon Network, no PBS, it is more dangerous than ever. And we need these positive male role models now more than ever. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was not a good kid. Find any clip of me from this era and you would be disgusted. And I was not well put together. I was consuming massive amounts of edge in 2015, 2016, when I was 14 or 15. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that Etika wasn't a part of that, say that he was an upstanding moral guy who always did the right thing, because nobody is. He participated, but that just was, and I hate to say this because everyone always says this, but it was just normal at the time. It's not good, but that's how it was. I'm not saying that I became this morally perfect, upright person in my teenagers because I was still pretty bad. What I am saying is that I probably started wearing deodorant because Etika told me to. Most people look back on the days and weeks and months before Etika passed with these rose-tinted glasses. They make it seem like the entire internet was on Etika's side, and everyone was just really pulling for him to get better. But that's not true. People were vindictive. Because this wasn't out of nowhere. Desmond had multiple episodes that would paint the picture of somebody with mental health issues, and we have the language now to discuss this, but it wasn't as active and accessible back then. And we didn't have the respect for mental health that we do. But something you don't get until you start experiencing episodes, and something you can't possibly understand unless you've been in one, is that having a manic episode is embarrassing. Yes, we have proper channels to discuss this now, and yes, we have proper verbiage to understand what people are going through, and you can apologize and regret every decision you made, everything you did during it, but it doesn't change the fact that suffering a manic episode in front of your loved ones, in front of strangers, in front of the internet, is incredibly embarrassing. And it doesn't matter how many times you apologize or explain yourself. It's not going to make you feel better. And I'm not saying we should be embarrassed, but if you've ever suffered a manic episode, then you know that you feel waves of shame wash over you, even though it was out of your control, because in the moment, it feels like it's in your control. It feels like you are choosing to do so. Etika had several manic episodes documented on the internet, whether they be live or pre-recorded, whether they be posted by him or onlookers. And he did what anyone else would have done in that moment of embarrassment and shame. He pulled the irony card. Oh no, I was just pretending. I got you. I was trolling you guys. It was a social experiment. I'm fucking with you. It's fine. This split the internet at large and his fan base into 3 distinct camps. One camp who now assumed that everything he did after was an irony-coded bit, and they did not believe he needed help because he just told them he didn't need help and that he was trolling. Another camp who also believed he was trolling the entire time, but found it more disrespectful and offensive that they believed he was doing all of this for clout. And a very small third camp who did actually see the signs and legitimately wanted Desmond to get help. And when I tell you that this camp was small, I mean it. It was nearly impossible to break through all the noise, all the irony. Genuine care was diluted by bald 40-year-old drama gnomes trying to make a spectacle out of it, and his own fan base spamming clown emojis wherever he stepped. It's the internet, so you have to roll with the punches, so he leaned into the joke and showed off a persona that told people he was in on the joke, it didn't bother him, you know, we're all doing this together. I, unfortunately, as a freshly new adult, chose the first camp. I took his message at face value and believed everything after that was genuinely trolling, that he was in on the joke, that he was doing this to mess with people. I still loved him. I didn't stop watching him. I just didn't believe any of it. And I thought it was free reign to not take this shit seriously at all. And there's proof of that. You can't really listen to it anymore, but in the first podcast, you can tell. You can tell by the way I bring it up and the way I carry myself and the way I talk about it. There's audio proof of me not taking it seriously. And I listen back to that, and it's mostly disgust, but it's partial understanding. And I know I couldn't have realistically changed anything. Nothing would have been different if I didn't act like that. And he was already dead set on his decision by the time that video went up that nobody saw. But still, people are too quick to apologize and leave their wrongdoings in the past. Let's move on from that. That's not me anymore. And that's true to a certain degree. That kid isn't me anymore, nor am I that kid. But that knot in my stomach I get every time I think about this again, I deserve to carry that with me. Not only do I deserve it as a form of punishment, I suppose, but also as a reminder. Because this continues to happen. I have seen multiple manic episodes broadcast on Twitch, or TikTok, or Instagram, or YouTube, by the likes of Gabby Hanna, or Justa Minx. But if you show any concern, genuine concern, for these people, their response is always, oh, she's faking it, it's not real, she's doing all this for clout. Did you know that she's actually a bad person? God forbid I accidentally worry about the wrong person faking a manic episode. The crime of falling for bait is far outweighed by the other outcome. What if it isn't? What if it's real? What if this person legitimately needs help? So now, every time I come across another episode on the internet of a person I've probably never heard of, my first thought is, oh, they're faking this. This is all for clout. My second thought, immediately after, is that knot in my stomach. There is one comment from the BHultra YouTube channel that is still up on a video to this day that I did not mention in the previous Smash video. One comment. I didn't want to get rid of it because I thought it was a grim reminder, and I knew I wanted to talk about this in full in this video. This comment was left on a video of Etika talking about the situation October 31st, 2018. And it reads, "Thank God he's back and okay. This next Smash Direct wouldn't be the same without him." Etika reacted to E3. He reacted to the hero, he reacted to Banjo, and I naively believed this meant we were back on track. Things were going to continue as normal. We don't need to worry about the past because he's cured now, he's fine. It was a bit. Even if it wasn't, he's cured. I didn't know what signs to look for. Hopefully now I do. And hopefully now you do too. If I can use my cringy past, and I use that literally, not in the I did something that a kid would do. I mean, I did something genuinely embarrassing that I am ashamed of. If I can use that to push myself to be more empathetic, to see other people's sides of the story, to not jump on a bandwagon, to hear people out, then it will have been worth it. In his final days, Etika vented about drama channels being too mean, the internet at large being too mean, and just asked, nearly begged, for everyone to just be nicer. Not to him, but to each other. So I hope that's what we can all get out of this. That's at least what I'm hoping to get out of this. I play up this angry, opinionated character in these videos because entertainment value. But I truly believe where I'm at right now, I am the healthiest I've ever been. The happiest I've ever been. Every year, you get a little better. I don't care if I'm anywhere from cringe to corny. I don't care if I've accidentally fallen for the trap of caring about the wrong person. But be nicer to each other. And do your best to create spaces that facilitate that. I probably already said this earlier in the video, but it bears repeating. I am really proud of where the Smash community is in 2025. So much has changed since the last video in only a year's time. Last year I felt a little embarrassed about sharing my love for the community, not just the game, but the people that discuss it and post about it, because of how many people feel uncomfortable or unsafe in those circles. But nowadays I like to think that I can share my experiences with the Smash Bros. Community, how much fun I had, post it in a positive light, how much it meant to me, with queer people and women and people of color without fearing for them. I did not want to sidetrack this video with this topic, nor did I want the majority of its runtime or marketing to be dedicated to this session, lest I start to feel disgusting about sensationalizing or benefiting from this situation. I'm really not trying to make a buck off of it. I needed to talk about this. And I know it doesn't really fit the tone of this video, but this is a very personal video to me. If you couldn't tell already, it's mostly just personal stories and lore sprinkled in there, I suppose. And I did not see an outcome where I talk about 2019 and Smash Bros, and this did not come up, and I did not talk about it in full, as it is important to not only me, but the Smash community at large. My leg is very asleep, but now we can continue on our timeline, hopefully carrying what we learned with us for the foreseeable future. Thank you for your time.
Sakurai talks about the reveals of the hero and Banjo-Kazooie in this week's Famitsu column, and talks about how surprisingly easy it was to get Banjo in there. Microsoft is more than willing to play ball in the modern era. Is this because they wanted a very specific character in and threw Banjo in as a caveat? Who's to say? Also, obviously, Banjo was a Smash ballot pick. Even today, we are feeling the reverberations of the Super Smash Bros. Fighter ballot. WayForward releases the opening animation from their new Shantae game, titled Not Final. And if you look really closely, really get in there, you can maybe see the Smash logo in this frame. But being honest with you, that is not what I was looking at. My ass was not looking anywhere near that giant ass window. Don't make me tap the Bayonetta 2 Rodon letter sign. Even if this does mean something, if this is a purposeful reference to Super Smash Bros., most companies don't care about what their representation is. She is in Smash Bros.
as a spirit. But to talk about this, we'll need to drudge up age-old discourse about whether or not spirits deconfirm characters, which is a debate that was really big when the game first launched and will become more contextual later. So I'm gonna hold my tongue. 2 weeks back, we covered a bunch of people of interest and theories, but I didn't go into detail about the 78 days theory. The theory just states that because Joker was released 78 days after the plant was released in an update, that every subsequent fighter would be released the same amount of time apart. So Banjo on September 20th, the next fighter on December 7th, the 1-year anniversary of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, ironically releasing on the 4th of July. Ironic because of the temper tantrum some American fans threw over the hero's inclusion. The reason I'm bringing this theory up now is because week 31 is June 30th to July 6th. So if this theory is true, it would have happened this week, which it didn't. So, on the Andrew side of things, the YouTube channel now has 10 whole videos under its belt, only one of which still survives to this day. That's 3 more full podcast episodes. The only thing of note that happened in any of them was this.
It's the Banjo-Kazooie E3 reveal theme, and it just got the Cleveland show
Oh,
opening
yeah.
over it.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's so fucking funny.
The fucking Cleveland show.
It's just,
yeah.
It just goes like that.
God damn, put that away.
That was a few seconds.
I promise you, I did not listen to that while writing the previous weeks. I now have proof I did not know I had. However, it is so immensely frustrating that this now lost song only exists within me holding the song up on my phone and playing it poorly into a blue snowball mic. I'm being dramatic. It isn't lost media. I'm sure tons of people have it saved somewhere. I'm just too embarrassed to ask. By this point, the big channel not only bolsters podcasts and sketches, but also a movie review show and a fourth thing that is kind of hard to poorly explain. And a groundbreaking new type of content we like to call Let's Play. I wouldn't have mentioned it if the first game we ever played on the channel wasn't Super Mario Maker 2, a game I neglected to talk about before because I knew we had a cavalcade of footage for. Played it so often that you can see the stark difference in quality of content. Like, watch this. This clip is from 2019.
Let's go! We have 20 seconds.
You guys need to immediately fall in the pit. Jump in the pit.
Not into the pit. It burns.
And this one is from 2020. There we go. Okay, back to the ball bit. And now we can't even do it right. There.
The ball pit.
Jump in the pit.
Not into the pit.
We re-referenced that in the last Mario Maker video. I know that.
You guys need to immediately fall in the pit. Jump in the pit.
Not into the pit. It burns.
Okay, let's put a little thing here.
Nothing fucking changes.
Okay. Well, that clip, that was a bad example. That doesn't really prove how my comedy evolved. I did get way better at editing in only a year's time, though. And look at me now. I still forget to add certain layers back. Yeah, I bet you didn't notice that last year, did you? Well, I noticed. The hero is likely right around the corner. I mean, how long can the summer be, really? And so far, every DLC fighter, just one, Joker, has come with new and returning Mii costumes from their parent company. We got the Knuckles and Tails costumes back, but as of now, we're still missing the Chocobo and Geno Mii costume. Recently, very odd, the Super Mario RPG songs Beware of the Forest Mushroom and Fight Against an Armored Boss were recently taken down, blocked by copyright strikes by Nintendo and not Square Enix, which, yeah, it's a Nintendo game as well. But why take re-uploads of this song down? Why now, in July 2019, within the last week? This could mean 2 things. Well, 2.5. 1 and 2 halves, because the main possibilities are 1, Nintendo is making a remake of Super Mario RPG. Ridiculous, I know. Or this is Smash related. The reason I say and a half is because there were 2 camps when it came to what Smash related could mean. This could mean that we're getting new Smash renditions of these songs alongside the hero and a Geno Mii costume. I mean, Cloud came with 2 songs. Square Enix is very particular and the Smash team would need to beef up that track list. Also, I might be remembering this wrong, like it's a gaming urban legend, but I'm pretty sure the US version of Dragon Quest XI didn't get an orchestrated soundtrack because the composer straight up hates Americans. Really is such a shame that the hero couldn't release on the 4th of July. That would have been really funny. Anyway, or
Geno could be a DLC fighter later down the line. Is 2 Square Enix characters in one Fighter's Pass a little overkill? That's up for debate. And trust me, it was debated. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see if a Geno Mii costume releases alongside the hero. Not on the 4th of July. Amiibo theory is a theory about, get this, amiibo. Nintendo's been releasing the new Smash Bros. Amiibo in waves of 3. 3 amiibos at a time. That's what waves means. And some have noticed that these waves seem to have been spaced out every other month. Wolf, Inkling, and Ridley released with the game, December 2018. Then no amiibo in January. Then Plant, K-Rool, and Ice Climbers in February. Man, they released Plant really early. Gap Month in March, Ken, Young Link, and Daisy in April, nothing in June, and now in July we're getting Pichu, Isabelle, and Pokemon Trainer. Man, these characters are all out of whack. Like, we're getting Squirtle and Ivysaur amiibos 2 months later in September, along with Snake. Why not just switch Trainer and Snake? And November is likely Chrom, Simon, Incineroar, so on and so forth, which would throw off our 3 amiibo at a time every other month schedule. And if you add the DLC characters like Joker in January 2020, along with the Echoes, and then Hero and Banjo in April with presumably the 4th DLC fighter, that would leave the 5th fighter all by themselves in June 2020, with 2 extra slots. You could argue that those extra slots would be filled by the Hero's ult, but then they would go 1 over. That would be if this meant anything at all. Like, Smash researchers and speculators seem to give a lot of powers to numbers, specifically perfectly even numbers. Box theory was correct, and it broke some people's brains. We need to get 1 more stage, so the stage select screen can be perfectly round. We have to get 5 more characters, so it's exactly 80. We have to fill up the missing slots on the website glitch. We are recognizing patterns where there are none. Someone commented on the last Smash video that Smash fans are a lot like Taylor Swift fans, which I resent. I'm not saying the pattern isn't there. It's incredibly likely that we do get 3 amiibos every other month. It's been true so far, except there's no amiibos in July. June was a busy month, I guess. Here's the thing. These new amiibo tend to come with major game updates, whether that be an update that just adds connectivity of said amiibo or a major mode being added back in. Irrelevant. However, the update that added both Joker and Stage Builder released in April alongside the wave of new amiibo. Maybe that's why the amiibo were pushed from June to July to coincide with the release of the hero. I already assumed we get other Fighters Passes, but I don't believe this. If there are Smash amiibo, they could just be new designs. Zelda, Ganondorf, Breath of the Wild, Link, etc. Why couldn't the hero have just dropped on the 4th of July? It would have been so funny. Well, guys, this is it. Forget the release of Plant or Joker or the announcement of Hero or Banjo. The moment I graduated high school, the day I decided to start this very YouTube channel and change my life forever, all of those pale in comparison to the meteoric moment that would take place this week. We stand here, week 33, and I am so glad to be here for this moment. I'm glad we could share this together. I'm glad I could take you in and we could all be a part of this as one, because this week, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order, released. Now, I haven't exactly played it, per se, because I don't deserve to. A game like this only comes around once a generation, and I really just don't think I'm ready yet. I'm not mature enough. That game will be saved for the end of my life. Or a couple days after this video goes up, who knows. Listen, if this game's gonna kill me, I at least want to finish what I started. This game was featured alongside other July releases like that of Fire Emblem 3 Houses and a handful of others in a video titled Nintendo Fan Favorites and Newest Releases - July. What's interesting about this video is that it has the specific tagline of July, and yet features footage from the hero in Smash Bros. Alongside 3 Houses, which released July 26th, the same day as the next wave of 3 amiibo. Granted, Fortnite, which was featured in the video, was not releasing that day, as it was already released, and how could we forget the aforementioned Black Order? This could paint us a picture of the hero's release date. I mean, we only have 2 weeks left of July after this. It has to be soon. What's interesting is that when I went to go find this video and screenshot it, since I know I'll have to show it on screen while I'm editing, I realized the title has been changed. They removed the July and just list the video as summer. We've known Hero was coming in summer since E3, and just when we think we got a solid release month, they changed the title. Did they change it because they don't want to spoil the release of a character we already know, or did they change it so customers don't think the hero will drop specifically in July just in case he isn't? Either way, Interesting. An eventful week. Fan favorites is right. Speaking of fans, Scott the Woz makes a video, hold your applause, on Smash Bros. He says his ideal newcomers are Professor Layton, Chibi Robo, Tingle, and Paper Mario. Granted, this is a list for a new Smash game later down the line. He also says he doesn't want a fully new Smash game until at least a decade, which would be 2028. Pretty close. So yes, those characters are spirits or assist trophies, except for Layton, so he's going on the board. Or maybe not. I haven't decided quite yet. A Teenage Andrew comments on that Aaron Amar video where he says both Banjo and Hero are equally good. I wouldn't say it's a celebration of all games. I think all the characters have some sort of connection to Nintendo. Persona has been on a Nintendo console, I guess. Maybe. Maybe this is my own infantilization, but I keep picturing the kid leaving these comments as a dumb baby. But then I listened to that week's podcast.
Oh, you saw that, yeah. Her window is shaped like a cross, and they're like, Smash Ball!
I want
It's true, though.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
She's a spirit!
I do really like Shantae.
So we all went Shantae. Alright, fine. Everyone answers Shantae.
Like, wow, what a perfect historical time capsule. It's for the history books. It's for archival purposes. Speaking of...
Played that on the floor?
Yeah.
Oh, is this when you're in your vacation?
I truly hope he plays that shitty audio from his phone every episode. I don't want to keep posting clips, but there's actually something I surprisingly missed in my research for this week, and I wasn't even aware of until I listened to Teenage Andrew. That's why it's so important to listen to these. For me. Probably not for you.
You guys see the design for the Switch Mini?
I like it. I'm not gonna buy one, but I like it.
Wait, was there a direct?
No, they just showed a trailer.
I'm currently considering right now buying a Switch. And
wait till the Mini comes out.
Well, the Mini.
Do you have a TV?
The Mini.
If not, don't buy a Mini.
You don't need a TV for the Mini. The Mini doesn't have a dock. You can't take the Joy-Cons out.
You can't take it with you.
That's
right.
God, but you can though.
The thing is, you can, and it's smaller. But for I checked the specs, and it said the original Switch is 2.5 to 5.5 hours of battery, and then the Mini is 3 to 7.
That's weird.
Right.
Like, the Switch Lite was revealed, and I was ready to totally speed past it had it not been for this kid. Good reporting, child. Now, is this important to Smash speculation? No, but this video is also about the Nintendo Switch.
Can we just talk about the year 2019? This room was completely empty, like, around New Year's.
Really?
Yeah, we had, like, that thing, and then we started moving stuff down.
Yeah, you're
look how finished everything is.
We have this.
And then you're gonna move.
Maybe, I don't know.
It's incredible to think that we're now only in the second year of Smash Ultimate speculation. It really does not feel like it. Because of this, every now and then a yearly event will rear its head and I'll be like, oh yeah, that was super important to speculation only a year ago. It is announced that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate will be the final game played at EVO 2019. Could this come with an announcement? Last year, there was no reveal at the end of EVO, but they did announce that there would be an August Smash Direct in a image planned for the week after. I don't think we're getting another Smash Direct. We just got a full Direct at E3, and conventional wisdom would tell us there's likely going to be another one in September, unless it's 2024. That being said, it has now been over a month since the hero has been revealed, and the people are getting antsy. It's still the summer. We forgot that Joker took like 4 months from announcement to release, but that was a special case. He was clearly not finished in December. I mean, his render got leaked by Best Buy, of all places. The only thing more embarrassing than that would be a convenience store gas station. Japanese fans spot a 7-Eleven display that promotes Fire Emblem Three Houses and the hero. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem came out this week. Or something. The game would release, and then the display would have served its purpose. What I'm saying is that the game is soon to release. The game is now. The display was only scheduled to be up through August 4th, implying that the hero would release before then at the latest. Which is, like, next week. Apparently, very important leaker character VR Plant says that the hero is coming very soon. Oh, I'm sure. You mean to tell me they didn't see the 7-Eleven ad? Everyone saw it. All this information is gathered eloquently in the video. The hero's release date finally leaks. Japanese display plus leak culture talk by blocked content within the video discussing the leak, but also opening up about the culture around this game and the culture around YouTube. How hard it is to know what will land, what people will watch, all the while never losing that spark. Continuing doing what you love to do, but in a way that the algorithm will reward you. And of course, this show of vulnerability was rewarded with this goddamn asshole kid commenting, "Above all else, I believe everyone should make what they're passionate about and not what gets views. Keep making what you're passionate about." Wow, that's actually remarkably positive and supportive. And words I still live by. I may have misread this situation entirely, projecting my modern feelings onto this teen boy. The truth of the matter is, we argue, we debate, we disagree, we push back, but at the end of the day, Smash speculation is fun. The idea that we could all put our thoughts out there and bounce them off one another, see who does and doesn't believe what. A ton of these leaks, if not all of them, were absolutely bogus. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, what else did I have going on? A weekly podcast? A gaming show? Yes. Yes to both of those things. Regardless of how angry I seemed or how unbelievable those leaks were, the truth is, I still miss it. We're not so different, you and I. I love you. Blocked content. What is happening? On the Spirit website, if you add the word brave to the URL, you get to look at some Dragon Quest spirits early. Not only telling us that Hero is likely dropping soon, which we already assumed, but multiple times over confirming that Brave was 100% the hero. That's all the speculation for this week, but I did not lie about the YouTube channel. By this point, we had begun weekly podcast and skits and movie trip reviews and gameplay videos. But this week, we got all of the current channel members together to compete in a new gaming show, where we all compete for a championship belt that looks like this. White spray paint anarchy symbol I made when I was 12. Which I only bring up because the first episode of this Versus gaming series, we played Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've never played Three Houses, so this will have to suffice.
I remember having a lot of fun when we first started out. That was really awesome. I remember coming down here, there would be like 6 or 7 of us. It would be fucking Ryan, Ranch.
I remember Andrew texting me and being like, "I need you to come film." And I was like, whatever. And then when I got here, I actually enjoyed it, like being around everyone. But I remember Riley and I would just like fuck off with each other.
I really struggled very hard to not laugh during the videos. I remember that was like one of the things that I hated, because I was like, I'm like just gonna ruin this because it's just gonna be me laughing the whole time. And I don't think a lot of them you could tell, but that was one thing I definitely remember.
I do remember filming the Smash Ultimate Amiibo, and I also remember the one where we were all down here and you were like talking to us. We were all like grouped up over there, and you were like, "All right, boys," and we were like in teams and shit.
It isn't what I would call good, but it's nostalgic. To me, 7 members each pick 2 amiibo to compete in a 14-fighter bracket. I believe I still have them to this day. It's a lot of big frames yelling over each other on an old couch in a very hot room, featuring 2 camera people. I believe one of those were all fit by my actual real-world sister. I went back to this video to see what we thought about Smash at the time, but everyone seems, like, annoyed. This smells like the end of a long filming day. This is a 2-parter, and the first part is 30 minutes. It's July, and everyone is already overly annoyed with each other.
Dad. Fucking Beatles.
Oh,
They're both like, they both got a... Let's go!
Come back in the century!
My son disappointed me.
Oh, wait, bitch!
You suck. I will never love you.
Klaus is eliminated.
You loved him? Gay?
That's fucking... You love your son? That's fucking gay. Also features the first appearance of the purple blue fox amiibo, affectionately named by his loving parents, Frick.
Wait, it's Wolf, but it's not Wolf.
It's Frick. It's Frick. Print 1 million t-shirts. The end of July is upon us, and so is update 4.0.0. Nintendo announces on Twitter, like at the beginning of the week, that Mr. Sakurai will be hosting a 22-minute long demo for Hero, like that of the Joker presentation. You know what this means? Obviously, the VR plan is to be unequivocally believed. No ifs or buts about it. This does count as soon. It just means now. Is it worth speculating prior to this video? I can't imagine anything of value was found there. A 4chan post from December that names the specific Dragon Quest character and names them hero also says Doom Guy and Monster Hunter. We might as well, right? I mean, this changes nothing about our speculation sheet. But isn't believing things fun? But if we are, the Monster Hunter Mii costume is still missing. Capcom was a part of the Mii costume theory. And Doom Guy keeps coming up. A lot. What's the point of this being secretive? Like, what's the damage of knowing Hero comes out in July? It's not that big of a deal or that big of a secret. That feels completely unrelated to the video at hand. What? The Sakurai presents. Look at that character poster in the background. Getting his first taste of content creation, his one true passion. It's festering down below, I can smell it. After the introduction, we get the obvious ad for Dragon Quest XIS: Echoes of an Elusive Age - Definitive Edition. As if Smash DLC slot wasn't enough of an ad. That's not a complaint. It's more lamp shading. I love his little rat.
Here are their names. The hero from 11S is 11. The hero from 3 is Arusu. The hero from 4 is Solo. And the hero from 8 is 8.
Wouldn't it be easier to just... Wait, I thought his name was Erdrick. It was quite a big deal that his name was Erdrick. In my 6 years of playing this character, I never even knew the different alts had different voices. I clearly was not paying attention. Granted, those 6 years of playing when it comes to Hero were maybe 4 matches when Hero launched. Not to say that I didn't have fun, and we'll get into that. Other than it just being a Smash newcomer, which is enough to get my interest and money. His gimmick seems interesting. We thought these RPG menus were just like a visual, but not only are they random each roll, but also cost magic points. This is just actually an RPG. Not an exaggeration, most modern RPGs don't wait your turn anymore. They're just action games. This is ridiculous and stupid, and I love it. This is exactly what Smash Bros. Needed. I am not joking. Alternatively, the stage is really pretty, but another tracking platform stage. Now, on one hand, we always end up playing on the Battlefield version of these stages anyway. On the other, actually, I don't know what I expected. Not a pirate ship, that's all I'm saying. Never mind, I've changed my mind. Final Destination and Battlefield doesn't have a mimic. This video has just become a let's play at this point. Those in glass houses. Look at the shock on my face that they managed to get more than 2 songs. Technically. Hero available July 30th, proving that the coming soon July video Nintendo published weeks ago, true. And the VR plant, I guess. I'm gonna strangle that thing. Oh boy, Mii Fighters. This is everyone's favorite part of the presentation, with no downsides. And as we all wait for the punchline... Wait, where's Gino? Where's the Chocobo? Wasn't that the whole point of the Mii costume theory, so that we could add all these costumes back, like Tails and Knuckles? So either this entire theory was wrong, or Gino is being held off for some reason. So, not to take attention away from the hero, but... do spirits deconfirm characters, actually? That's a complicated question, but let me simplify it. Forget about confirmation objectivity. Does it deconfirm characters more or less than an assist trophy? Because surely Waluigi isn't DLC. They have a 3D model of him and everything. But ultimately, spirits are just PNGs. Remember this day, because this is not the last we hear of this debate. It never ends. I'm just saying, it is weird that they left out Gino specifically, right? That and the Chocobo. What else does this update got? A time limit on Smash Meter? A new Super Weenie Hut Jr. mode? Gambling? Pop the champagne. Fucking finally an online tourney mode that you can't set up yourself. They're all random. It's Mario Maker 2 all over again. Unfortunately, bullying will not work in this situation. It's been a very, very, very long time since we've seen an archive Nintendo Switch snapshot, but here it is. August 2nd, 6 a.m. Andrew won an online bracket as Pokemon trainer, which means Andrew won an online bracket as Charizard, which means he won an online bracket with Flare Blitz. AM? So the hero looks cool. But why look with your eyes when you could feel with your hands? I would talk about our experience with Hero at launch, but 1, I don't remember it super well, not as well as Joker, and 2, we might actually have the footage on this one. Maybe. So I guess we're able to bring this week to an end. The 4chan leaker who said Doom Guy and Monster Hunter earlier was confirmed and said it was just a lucky guess. It hasn't even been a full 7 days. EVO has officially begun. Remember, the August Direct was announced here last year. But EVO is beginning now in week 35, but we won't know if anything is revealed by Nintendo
Until... Can't believe they docked Spider-Man. Sometimes I think back and wish I had documentation of my fondest memories, of my mindset at the time, what I was up to. That's really the purpose of my creations on other platforms like TikTok or Twitch. I actually don't know if TikTok's still gonna be around when this goes up. Forget the supposed entertainment value of them. They exist for me to know what was wrong with Andrew's head in 2022. But other times I think, maybe there's too much documentation of me on the internet. This is going to be a very Andrew heavy week. I mean, it is my video. But this video isn't all personal. It's just mostly that. It's still about the Smash Bros. DLC speculation cycle in name only. However, I would argue that these short glimpses actually do strengthen our timeline. Would you rather hear it from current day my name, going off of hazy memories that aren't even really mine and the videos I scrounge up through research? Or would you rather hear it from the horse's mouth? From the kid who is so occupied with his new YouTube channel and current job he would yet to be fired from that he fell deeper and deeper into this era of speculation.
Luigi? Can they put Luigi in Smash?
He could be an Echo fighter.
No.
Oh,
He's Spirit.
No, he has to be a fighter. Oh, speaking... Okay, here's something interesting. Are you aware of the Mii costume theory?
No.
Nope. Oh. There were all these Mii costumes that were in Smash 4, right?
Yeah.
So, and a lot of them didn't get transferred over to Smash Ultimate. Some of them did, but not all of them. And then when Joker, the DLC, Joker is owned by, I think, it's Platinum, right?
Yeah.
But Platinum is a subsidiary of Sega. When the Joker DLC came out, they released some Persona Mii costumes and the Sonic ones that weren't transferred over. So the theory is that the Mii costumes that didn't make it over to Smash Ultimate are going to be brought over when a DLC character from their series brings in. And
Otherwise known as a Dilk.
Okay.
fuck?
Focus. I'm going to drop some shit on you and you're about to go crazy.
Okay.
Go crazy. Okay,
No, Ramus, yeah?
So Dragon Quest is Square Enix, right?
Yeah.
So
Or
this
Square Enix.
So there, all the Square Enix Mii costumes that were in Smash 4 would be brought over to Ultimate, right?
Yeah.
With Dragon Quest, they all were, but there is no Geno Mii costume, like at all. Like it hasn't been.
He's a spirit.
So was PD Piranha, but then they're about in Piranha Planet, and his final smash is that. Also, nothing proves that spirits deconfirm characters. Alright, I'm gonna give you...
I don't
That
really
gives me
care,
hope
though.
for Alucard.
I'm gonna give you one more thing, ready?
What?
Okay, so you know Final Fantasy only has 2 songs in the game. Final Fantasy only has 2 songs in the game. Are you still eating popcorn?
There's only 2 Final Fantasy songs in the whole franchise?
No, in Smash Bros. that would suck.
Haven't you played those games?
That would suck.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Well, there's only like one...
It is the same 2 songs for 15 games.
Well, there's only like one song in Breath of the Wild. There's only 2 Final Fantasy songs in Smash, and then when they brought over Dragon Quest, there's 4 Dragon Quest characters from 4 different Dragon Quest games, and they each have 2 songs. So it shows that every Square Enix character gets
That's like 12 songs.
Every Square Enix character gets 2 songs.
Oh, wait, no, that's 8 songs.
And recently, there were 2 songs from Super Mario RPG that were trademarked again, or their trademark was renewed recently, like within the last month. And that's the game Geno's in.
They're still gonna put my main Goku in Smash.
If they do, well, they just did. That's why they brought in Dragon Quest, because Toriyama or whatever his name is, he did the art for Dragon Ball and.
I want Goku though.
Goku's in the game. He's a spirit.
No,
There's a character named Goku who is a spirit.
We call him Goku.
No, we don't. Nobody calls him anything.
I want Shrek.
No! I'm just saying, if they want to please as much...
I want Big Chungus in Super Smash
If they want to
Bros.
please... I want Thomas the Tank Engine, and Obama, and SpongeBob, and Snan. What I'm thinking is...
You can unload it.
You uploaded it, you unload it. What I'm thinking is if they want to please as many fans as possible,
they'll please me.
The last DLC...
One way or another.
The last DLC character would probably be Geno.
Yeah.
Can you call him Gene?
No.
Stop eating popcorn.
Gene, no.
See, now that is real journalism. All this information was gathered and likely regurgitated from the Papa Gino's video, Smash Leak, Rumor, and Theory Speculation After Hero. And oh my god, there were a ton of comments. Teenage Andrew commented on this video 6 times Granted, 4 of those comments were in responses to him. You don't need to respond to everyone. I don't even engage with my own comments this much anymore. Pretend I didn't say that. Instead of going in timeline order, I think we should go in order of which has the least amount of discourse. This video covers a number of topics, 2 of which is 1, the emergence of new Nightmare artwork from Metroid Fusion, which had never before been seen, at least not in this quality, to add fuel to the Silux fire. And some believe that a Gruntilda boss fight could be added alongside Banjo and Kazooie, and that could be the new update, new game mode, like Stage Builder and online tourneys. The previous game had boss rush modes. It's only fair. The prospect of new boss fights being added post-launch revitalized Vergaben's previous comments, man, I haven't heard that name in a long time, about the End_Dragon and the severe lack of Porky. There's no Star Tropics spirits either. Star Tropics wasn't released in Japan, Mother 3 wasn't released in America, that's why there's no Porky. It Gygus. Someone actually did correct the kid in a comment, but he didn't fuel this fire. Oh gee, I wonder why. Is it because you were incredibly wrong on several accounts? But I only posted this on 1 account. Any excuse to bring up Star Tropics getting snubbed. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. This video also tackles the new mature theory. Ostensibly, the Sakurai Hero presentation was rated E10 to T, when all the previous ones were rated just E10. These nuts! The theory goes that nothing in Hero's kit would warrant this rating change, meaning that clearly we would be getting a slightly more mature rated character later on in the DLC Fighters Pass. Circling back to the Doom guy. I seriously do not remember him being this pervasive in this era of DLC speculation. But I've seen the future. I know this is not the last we see of the Doom guy. Also, like I said, mascot theory might be dead. No Capcom character, but if there was, it would still be Leon. With that out of the way, I'm just looking at this hype-wise. We didn't think anything could top K. Rool, then Joker did. We didn't think anything could top Joker, then Banjo did. What character, aside from Geno, could legitimately get people as hype as Banjo? I love the idea of Doom Guy and Leon being in the game, but they are nowhere near as wanted or hyped. That is surely a bombshell, to say the least. Did you know you could just say things on the internet? Anyway, for this portion of the video, because there are so many, the comment responses will be performed by Poopa Stinker.
I'm sorry, but Joker didn't top shit except filler like Corrin. Just because you and your little weeb community got hyped didn't mean the mainstream did.
I never played Persona, but I understand the magnitude of a PlayStation exclusive being in Smash. I got a question, why so mad? I'm guessing you really don't want Geno in. What a dickhead. What a little mischief maker. Like an ancient gremlin or fiendish imp. And I was so ready to be on that kid's side. I don't even like Persona, and you're calling me the weeb? And people who like anime call me a hater. I can't win. I don't fit in with either of these. I love the concept of starting a comment with sorry before ultimately, you're not sorry.
I mean, Corrin and Bayonetta weren't exactly as hype as Cloud, so the hype doesn't really affect it.
I mean, you're right, but I think Ultimate hype is significantly bigger than Smash 4 hype. Clear bias, he'd be pissed if the Fighters Pass ended with a Fire Emblem character. Hypothetically.
To me, Joker was actually more hype than Banjo because he was more unexpected and because I'm a huge fan of the Persona series. And I also think that there is other characters that would have been even more hype than Geno, but I still would like Geno to join Smash.
Everyone has a personalized connection. Who do you think would be more hype than Geno?
Crash Bandicoot, Master Chief from Halo, Doom Guy from Doom, Reimu from Toho, Monokuma from Danganronpa, Heihachi from Tekken, Sora from Kingdom Hearts, Leon Kennedy from Resident Evil, etc. I have a lot of characters that I think will be even more hyped than Geno, but that is just my opinion. I respect your opinion either way, even if you disagree with me.
That's cool, dude. Is that really so hard? To be cordial? To be kind?
Can you feel it yet?
He's a gamer.
Yeah.
The movie sucks, by
No,
the
no,
way.
no, it's not that. I think going back. What the shit?
To the Slenderman poster fell.
Slenderman fell on us.
Hey, Chris.
His erection is very large.
The classic bit happened.
Poster fell down.
Yeah.
Like I said, proof for the last video. Andrew, don't cut away. Stay on this.
I hate to keep pulling back the curtain, but that is day 3. I have an archive here of every single YouTube video released on the BHultra YouTube channel since its inception in 2019, whether they've been deleted or not, which is why it's important to keep it physical, or at least back it up on physical. This archive was curated by our... They did their best, but what it does not account for are ventures outside this sphere. You see, there was this YouTube channel made up of even more teenage boys, if you can believe it, who the leader of the channel, Andrew, really hit it off with after finding them in the comments of a different creator. And they had double the subscriber count of our channel. They had 60 and we had 30, but still, point still stands. I remember being so excited back in the day at being able to work with a channel with 60 subscribers, and now every time there's a channel with that many subscribers that only does Let's Plays in my mentions, I call the police. We decided to put our 2 group of Smash playing friends together in one lobby as Hero released. I don't bring this up because it was just footage of a Nintendo game, or even that it was Smash Bros. Ultimate or the new DLC character. I bring it up because it was my first time ever recording over Discord. I don't feel comfortable leaving those older videos up as they contain dead names and personal info, but I still like to keep this library together. It's a little place just for me, to watch back for nostalgic purposes and see how far I've come. And I can come pretty far. How far we've come, and the thought that any of you could do the same. Maybe I shouldn't have called the cops on those guys. This gameplay session was not ever released on our channel. It was only used in parts on our collaborator's channel that doesn't have any videos anymore. Like, it exists, it's still up. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but none of the videos or branding are there anymore. And I have no contact with these guys anymore. I hope they're doing all right, but I have no clue what they're up to or if they even are guys anymore. Super Smash Bros. Is a pipeline for many. And this section would have ended here, another sad story of even more ultra lost media. But we here in the library are famously litigious.
Okay, the code is gonna be boobs.
Nice.
We should have a stance fight.
Sand?
This is shut the fuck up.
Sans.
This is gonna decide once and for all which channel's better. Just let everyone know that.
What's Obama's last name?
Shut the fuck up.
I'll save you.
I got him! I got him!
Yo, you just
yes!
yes!
We have to get monetized before we get demonetized.
I will die within the next month.
Playing as your favorite Martian.
Oh my god.
Doing your mom.
Doing your mom.
Something about that being so distorted, like the audio makes it so much funnier.
There was a Turkish exchange student who got deported a week before the military coup happened.
Oh god. No,
His grades
awful.
were bad and they legit just like sent him back. Like they were like, you're going home.
Colonel, normal people scare me. I tried being...
The clap of my ass cheeks is alerting the guard.
I tried being normal once. It was awful.
Otacon, Garfield hates Mondays. I used to be good with Jigglypuff and I just stopped playing Jigglypuff.
That's like an arrow to the knee, dude.
That like wasn't even ironically funny.
No, it wasn't. Show me your boobs. Oh, no! Fuck! Alright, I don't like this.
Okay, that was all I needed, Will, to go back in.
Fuck! Fuck!
This is just one.
Let's all go hero now. Or anyone that has it.
I don't have hero.
Well then stay
I have
Jigglypuff.
never played Hero, so this is gonna be fun.
It's so weird.
Oh shit, I kamikaze.
Oh, if
Fuck.
I lie. Wait, how do you use it?
Down B and then... Fuck. You down B and fuck.
Hey, Chris, that's Shulk.
You're invisible, I guess.
I want to get him
Guys,
Shulk wins!
Hero wins!
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
That just shows you that Xenoblade is the best game.
God damn it.
I'm gonna die.
Everyone's gonna die.
I have a mean gunner who is our school director for our musical.
How do you have the mental stamina to upload like every day?
Well, it's not easy.
Yo, if you die in the game, you die in real life.
This is for all the marbles. Alright, Chris, you gotta win this
my favorite thing.
Alright, there we go. Alright, we win! The boys win! Woo! Those were the only salvageable parts of that multiple hour-long session, or at least the only bits that I found the funniest. Not only was it fun looking back at those times and realizing how much fun I was having playing Super Smash Bros. With my friends back when that's what the channel was all about, but also giving you a small glimpse into what it was like. Because the summer is coming to a close, and nothing lasts forever.
Two Link's Awakening spirits have been added to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate to coincide with the game that isn't quite out yet. People keep speculating about the symmetry of the character select screen because we never learn anything. The Simon Belmont Crom and Incineroar amiibo are likely to release November 15th. So historically, that's a good bet for when we could get our next DLC character if Banjo is to release in September. But here's the thing. That is the exact release date of Pokemon Sword and Shield. So we're definitely not getting a fighter that day, maybe not even that week. Honestly, the major news waves have been taken over by Pokemon Sword and Shield Generation 8, even if we don't ever learn anything substantial.
So a new Pokemon trailer came out today.
Pokemon.
And it showed...
I didn't see it yet.
Is it still bad?
It didn't show anything bad, but the new team is like, they're called Team Yell. And they've got like vuvuzelas, and it's like it's very weird. And
oh, are they like soccer hooligans or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually like that.
And there's Galarian forms, which is Pokemon have different forms.
Yes.
The Weezing one is just it's Weezing, but there's
Smokestacks?
No. Wait, maybe.
That is a smokestack.
I'm thinking the Weezings on their head. They have the things that come out of factories that smoke comes out of. That looks like cigarettes.
Yeah, smokestack.
That's a smokestack. No, that is a smokestack.
And also, there's a Zigzagoon Galarian form, and he looks like a skunk.
Why? We already have a skunk Pokemon. We already have a skunk Pokemon.
Yo, I hope they have
no one cares about Skuntank.
I love Skuntank.
Apparently, SNK was interviewed. I don't know what it means either. Like, what they mean by SNK interview. Like, all of them? If you don't know, SNK is a classic video game company that primarily makes fighting games like that of Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters. Also Fatal Fury. The entirety of SNK, I suppose, in this interview said, please, oh please, we would love a character of ours to be in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which definitely confirms 100% that we will not be getting an SNK character. At least in my opinion. And just to wrap this week up with a classic, because it's been a good while since we had one. Castlevania Collection screenshot from August 12th. They can't all be winners. The screenshots are becoming less and less relevant to the story as they're actually appearing less is because we have actual footage of Switch games on the channel now, in the archive. Ironically, I believe this screenshot is actually from a session of gameplay filmed in advance for Halloween for October that we would upload in October. The time the extension cord that the TV was plugged into made an evil noise and almost caught fire. You know how things are and work. That's also the same Halloween session where an alternate reality group of boys got their souls all trapped in a copy of Resident Evil 2 for the Nintendo 64 that fell from the heavens and turned blue. I told you this video would answer questions. You're welcome, that one Tumblr user who asked me what the deal with the N64 cartridge was. Now you know, alternate reality souls trapped inside of it. Duh, obviously. Insiders who work at GameStop say there's a ton of new placeholder slots for Switch games in their system, implying that there might be a Direct coming soon. An indie showcase had just happened, and normally full Nintendo Directs air at least a month after. Also, it's probably unfair to use the benefit of hindsight, knowledge of the future, to stave off the past, but there has been a September Nintendo Direct every year since 2018, except 2024. For good reason. But this is only 2019, so I don't blame them for not noticing the pattern because at this point there was no pattern. We're also coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Nintendo Switch Online that as of right now only has NES ROMs on it. You can get Tackle Spirits if you play Dragon Quest XIS Echoes of an Elusive Age Super Ultra Turbo Epic Edition on your Switch when it's out, which means there has to be a Smash Ultimate update, minor or otherwise, before the game releases on Switch September 27th, 2019. That's like a good 2 or 3 weeks from now. Does that mean the update will come with a new character or mode? Not necessarily. I mean, in this video, we just talked about Hero. But it does mean the moment we've all been waiting for. Tackles are in Smash. The voice of Leloid says he isn't in Smash. But what if he was a liar? I'm not saying Leloid is for sure in this game because of this. I'm just saying if I voiced a character in Smash that wasn't announced yet, I would also lie about it. Hell, Grant Kirkhope, past Rare composer who worked on Banjo's music in Smash, lied about it for weeks leading up to Banjo's release. That is not good. There was only one, count 'em, one Teenage Andrew comment this week, and it was on a Searoth video about a hypothetical Echo Fighters Pass. Take a wild fucking guess as to what the comment said. Baby carriage, brackets, Koopa car, Echo Fighter, skins, Baby Mario, Luigi, Wario, DK, Peach, Daisy, Rosalina, Bowser. Differences. Side special has a chain chomp on the front, pulling it. Lighter. Also, Black Shadow would just be Smash 4 Ganon for all the people that don't like his changes. I promise you, I'm not doing this bit on purpose. He genuinely keeps bringing it up. I'm not putting it on the board. Andrew has been a very busy boy. Actually, hold that thought. The reason there's been a severe lack of comments the last couple weeks is because, on top of preparing extra content for when his friends go off to college, he's also been working long shifts at the movie theater. Ah, what great times. I mean, who could forget classic stories like...
So I was closing with my friends Kirk and Tyler. And the usher guy came up and was like, hey, there's somebody in theater.
Usher works.
Damn it! So then he came up and he was like, hey, theater 11's got some guy in it. You might want to check it out.
Stranger
So he was
Things,
telling
dude.
he was telling it to our manager, but we overheard. We're like, oh, we're going for sure. So we all walked there, and there was a man just like dazed out of his fucking mind. His eyes were like,
I saw
his
this.
eyes were waving. He was like, his head was like twirling around. And we're like, hey, like, we were, like, snickering, like, being quiet, like, filming him and shit as, like, a bit, because he looked funny. We're like, oh, don't wake him up. And then we actually tried to wake him up. We're like, hey, dude. And he was not responding.
Oh,
he was, like, he was on some shit. And then my manager got in his face and, like, clapped. Was like, hey, buddy, you gotta leave. And he was like, oh, okay. So then we walked out of the theater.
Oh, okay.
And we were talking, and then we saw him walk out, but only the one guy that was closing saw him. And then he turned to us and said, I think that guy had part of the chair. So like in the theater there are these reclining chairs where you hit a button and they move, and they're all plugged into a wall. And he's like, yeah, I think he had the plug. And we're like, what, he really? He's like, no, he didn't. He's like, I'm pretty sure he did.
He's the plug, bro.
So we followed him. He's doing the plug walk. So we saw him walking out, and he was holding the plug over his shoulder, walking out. We're like, that is definitely the plug to the chair. So we knocked on our other manager's door. We're like, hey, this guy just walked out with the plug, and he's like on like fucking something, and you gotta go get him. He's like, okay. So we all followed him outside, and we thought we were gonna lose him because he got a head start, but he was just kind of wandering.
He was running.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Booking it.
The plug was naturally just over his shoulder, and he was walking at a leisurely pace, like he didn't fucking
It was all
steal
a ruse
it.
to get the plug.
Right,
He needed it.
But then we were like, oh, we probably lost him. But then he was just walking around the parking lot, and he went up to him and was like, hey, I think you have something
Wasn't
of
he
ours.
just walking around in a circle?
Well, no, he was just in circles, like in the parking lot. And my manager went up, he was like, hey, I think you have something of ours. He's like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, that plug. He's like, oh man. And then he gave it to him. And then then our manager was like, hey, are you like, where are you heading? Like, are you walking like home or something? He's like, nah, I'm just looking for my car. And then was like, that's strange.
Okay.
And then we never saw him after that.
Oh shit.
So
What did he look like?
just like a
dude?
white trash, like white guy.
Oh, dude.
Was he the video on your Snapchat story and you were like,
Uh-huh.
man's fucking out?
Who pops Zans and then goes sees Good Boys and then forgets he went to go see Good Boys? What we think
And also
hap-
steals part of a recliner.
Well, what we think,
Oh,
well, he
man.
was so natural about it, and he didn't notice. So what we think happened is
Yeah.
like he thought he was at his friend's house and like unplugging his phone or something. But it's not an easy thing to do. You have to lift up the chair. Here's the thing: the chair has to be closed, and then you have to lift up the back and pull it through the thing. But he somehow pulled it out while it was reclined, so we had to like forcibly hold it shut to put it back together. I don't know how he did that. He just
Super
did.
straight.
Dude, he got that crackhead strength.
So that was the first night.
Dude, my knees fucking hurt.
Because you fell earlier?
Yeah, I fucking ate shit and died.
And on top of that,
He handed me money from his Kingdom Hearts wallet while wearing camo shorts and dog tags. And he said, a ticket to Good Boys, please. And I don't know why that man stuck out in my head. It's just something about...
One ticket to Good Boys,
was
please.
something about having camo pants and dog tags and then also having a faded Kingdom Hearts wallet. Just like... He's seen some shit.
This guy, he's just...
He's fought in the War of the Heart.
And of course...
So, same night as the beer and the camo guy, two other closers went to go compact the trash. And they spent an hour out there, and they came back, and I'm like, hey, what took so long? And they're like, oh yeah, a homeless guy fell in the compactor.
Holy shit,
Christ! And I said, excuse me? So...
That's horrific!
He didn't get compacted.
What if he did?
Wow. Forgot how much of a nightmare that place was. I hate to keep overshadowing the video with my personal life. Wait a minute. No, I don't. We see here a screenshot from August 30th, 2019 at 3:09 a.m. A frame from a Minecraft server I remember well. Actually, wait. I don't remember this at all. What does R8 mean? Am I going to die? An Overwatch Nintendo Switch case has leaked, and this is important because Overwatch isn't on the Nintendo Switch. Isn't on the Nintendo Switch yet. We do these on a spectrum of possibility and importance. Does this case mean we're almost definitely going to get Overwatch on Switch? For sure. Does it mean Tracer Overwatch will be in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? I hope not. Like, even beyond having a tumultuous at best relationship with this game, I would still prefer Reinhardt, even though I know that Winston would probably be a better mascot for the series, and also, you should know my type by now. My main was already Donkey Kong. I wanted like 2 to 3 more Donkey Kongs in this game. Not to make light of the situation, but could you imagine if McCree was added to Smash and then they changed his name? There's no way that would ever work. I do not know Cole Cassidy. A lot of information is seeping out. I'm trying not to leak too much. It's dripping. No. Ugh. And this week wrapped up with the release of Platinum Games' newest games, Astral Chain. Again, I have no clue if I have ever played this game as I'm writing this. If I did, I imagine it will appear now on top of me. All right. ACAB it is. If they're gonna make me play as a cop. ACAB. Assigned cop at birth. Assigned Astral Chain at birth. I gotta do this because I don't have my laugh track anymore. And if not, I don't blame me. I wasn't the only one. I'm not saying nobody played this game. All I'm saying is that I guarantee you forgot it existed, even though I referenced it earlier in this video. I forgot. Name me one character from this game right now. Other than Hotel Luigi and Link's Awakening, again, most of the major Nintendo games shown off in directs have been released. Plus, it's going to be September very soon. On top of all of these drips, we're likely very close to a new Nintendo Direct. Assuming that we don't see any more major leaks. Is this gonna explode? No. Somebody fucked up. The information on the official DLC page on the Super Smash Bros. Website lists the planned distribution date that will feature 1 new fighter, 1 new stage, and several music tracks. That's it? That's why we sounded the alarms? Because of the information that we basically already knew? That's why we're freaking out? Oh wait, actually, if we get in closer here, there's some fine print. Let me take a look at this. Oh, it says copyright SNK Corporation. Wait a minute. That company isn't present anywhere in this game. What could have been an unnoticeable difference if only it weren't for the fucking copyright on this page? So we know now on the precipice of a new release that it is for sure going to be an SNK character. They lied in their interview, every single one of them, which likely means most definitely Terry Bogard from the Fatal Fury series. He's their mascot. We found this out days before a direct. That's right, a direct is scheduled for this very week. I guess September was right on the money, but I knew that, obviously. So I'm gonna go about this like I normally do when there's directs in the middle of a week. Separate the week into pre and post-direct discussion. But honestly, most of the pre-direct discussion was people frantically covering this huge leak where everyone sort of unanimously agreed it was going to be Terry. Also, for some reason, presumably because of the announcement of Disney Plus the same week, the podcast was almost entirely dedicated towards arguing about Star Wars, and I had to put that shit on double speed. And then a teenage Andrew angrily comments on 2 videos titled Mark Hamill versus Star Wars The Last Jedi and Ryan Johnson apologizes to Star Wars fans. There are very few eras on the internet that truly make me shudder, but that was definitely one of them. Has it been long enough that we can admit that Mark Hamill is kind of a fucking baby about the discussion? Oh, we're not ready for that conversation yet, are we? I'll save that for later. Anyway, the Terry SNK leak. Game Explained reported on it, Papa Gino's reported on it, blocked content, said it was fake. Confirmed by who? Saying it was confirmed fake with no source doesn't really make me believe this any less. Oh, look, 18 replies. I bet this conversation went really... Worst mistake of my life. Oh, it looked like Terry Funk. That's not to say that all of the discourse was Smash related. I mean, this is slated to be a fully Nintendo Direct. Some believe that this image of Mario with his nipples all out, just his thangs thangin', meant that we were going to get Mario Sunshine DLC or Mario Odyssey 2. I mean, they just announced the sequel to Breath of the Wild. A Boy Can Dream. That one political comic of pulling the calendar back and it's the meme. Except the two dates are 2019 and 2018. Papa Gino seemed to believe that we would actually get information about 2 DLC fighters in Terry Bogard and Ryu Hayabusa within this Direct from the Ninja Gaiden series. It's interesting how characters like Ryu and Doomguy become so common as everyone piggybacks on top of each other. A big component of this belief is that within the German dub of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the only announcer line of the Smash 4 characters that made it to Ultimate, which was all of them, that changed between Smash 4 and Ultimate was for Ryu from Street Fighter, leading some to believe that this change was because they plan on including multiple different Ryus. If only some kid somewhere could make a compelling argument against this. Wasn't the DLC decided after the game was finished? Why would they change Ryu's pronunciation if the other Ryu wasn't in the game? I guess it could be future-proofing, but I don't know. Apparently the VR plant has gone fully dark, if that means anything at all.
Hello everyone. I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
So we go into the September 2019 Nintendo Direct with the exception that it's likely going to be Terry, and well, while it is true that I don't really know who Terry was, and I wouldn't know if it was announced, and I've never played any of his games, I think a lot of the wind was taken out of our sails because we preemptively knew. Would I have reacted more excitedly if I didn't know it was going to be SNK? Would it have made a difference at all? That's really what I'm trying to differentiate within this video. Reverse engineering the game and putting our faith in faceless randos is fun at the moment, and it helps you pass the time. But if you lean too far into one end, if a leaker gets too many things right and then just starts showing gameplay footage, you lose a lot of that excitement. You just know everything. You spoil yourself. That's what happened in the tail end of Smash 4. Can this Nintendo Direct have anything of value? I mean, we know about Terry, we know about Overwatch, even the likes of Assassin's Creed and Super Nintendo games on NSO got leaked beforehand. Can they show us anything? Was I even excited at the time? Well, this one is so deep in the archives that it hasn't even been officially posted yet. There's a lot of stuff on the cutting room floor. If I could pan down, I would show you the cutting room. It's actually quite sharp. It's cutting on my legs and never mind. I was so ready to do my regular play-by-play of the September 2019 Nintendo Direct, and then, on a whim, I came back to this dusty archive to check and realized I don't need to. Why hear it from me, not even the original guy, when you could hear it from the original 2019 ugly source?
Okay. That's recording. So, like, there's a lot of Smash leaks going on right now, which happens too often, I guess. The character is like an SNK character no one really wanted or cared about, which, if I were going to release that character in Smash, if people were expecting, like, Doomguy or, like, Gino or whatever, then yeah, I'd probably leak it beforehand so people are less disappointed during the Direct. This Direct has a lot to do. It says it's mostly about Luigi's Mansion, which I'm already kind of sold on. Pokemon Sword and Shield, which I'm already mostly against. When I first heard about the National Deck stuff, I was like, I don't like it, but I'll still buy it because I like Pokemon. But now I'm not even sure if I'm going to get the game. This Direct has to sell me on it, because I don't think there's going to be anything in between this Direct and when the game comes out. So, like, big shoes to fill. A lot of leaks. Apparently Overwatch has some connection to Nintendo somehow. Maybe it's coming to the Switch. And if Minecraft and Overwatch are already on the Switch, allegedly, I mean Minecraft is, but if they add GTA 5, I'll that's it. My Xbox is done. I mean, I'll play Portal on it, but I'll play Portal on anything that breathes. I'm wearing my Joy-Con Boy shirt. There was a tweet by Nintendo for, it was a picture of Mario Odyssey, or maybe it was a 3D model of Mario, and they're like, enjoying the sunshine, and he had, like, 2 watermelon scenes, like a sequel to maybe Sunshine, or maybe a sequel to Odyssey with Isle Delfino, or maybe we're just gonna get some Odyssey DLC, which I'm fine with. Ollie, come here. If you guys hear really loud purring in the mic, it's because My favorite boy is gonna be watching it with me. You have something to say about Nintendo? I'm guessing not, so. Do you hear that? The really loud purring? Yeah, it's him. Luigi's Mansion, the new one comes out October, and then Pokemon Sword and Shield is November. The new Zelda, the remake, comes out in September, like the end of September. So I think we're good for a while. December, I'm sure something, right? No, that's 2020. They might announce when Banjo comes out, and it might be soon. That'd be dope. Or maybe just some Smash updates. I know we just got one. Or just got one. It was July. It feels like we just got it. Yep, Overwatch. I hope I could transfer my account, because I had some dope Christmas skins that I'd like to use, but probably not, because I couldn't do that with Rocket League either. Okay, Linguini. Ah, Guigi team. There's 4 Guigis now. There's items you can get, and it's free to play for now. That scares me a little bit, because that screams microtransaction. I played the early Kirby games, but I haven't really... I mean, I beat, what's the new one called? Star Allies. I 100% of that. Whoa! I don't care about Secret of Mana, but I know people that do. God, it's Goku! It was just like a visual... not a visual novel, but like one of those games where it's mostly just story. That's... fine. I mean, it doesn't look that fun, at least not to me. This is the Game Freak game. Wow, this looks a lot better than Sword and Shield. At least, oh wait, no it doesn't.
Almost all the music in the game was composed by Undertale creator Tony.
Come on, dude. Put Megalovania in your game, coward.
Fall is coming to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
I think Sans is gonna be in Smash today. Yeah.
And the release date is today.
That's holy shit.
Today's Nintendo Direct will broadcast a video detailing how to use Banjo and Kazooie, featuring the game's direct.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do multiple reactions. Oh shit. Later today. That means tonight.
But first.
God. Is it Terry Bogard? If it is, or a modern character? No, it's going back. Go back. Ryu, Hayabusa, Ninja Gaiden. Super Nintendo. Okay, it is. It's Terry. Or an SNK character. Okay, I mean, I don't, care about him that much. But if it's a Smash character, then it'll be good. I already have the pass, so I'm gonna get the character regardless. Terry. It's fucking Terry. Ken with a hat, guys. It's Ken! Can't believe they put Ken in the game. Oh, wait. Oh! Are they doing like a trio fighter thing? I saw someone say that. Who is this edgelord? Oh, I love him. Does he get... Oh. I don't know any of these characters, but I'm sure whoever likes this game is glad that they're all in the trailer. I don't think this is Terry. Who is this? No, it's Terry. Yep. Guys, it's Terry. From, oh. I mean, now in development, I believe that, but I don't know anything about this character, so I would have liked to see some moves, because I don't know anything about him. But okay, November. That probably means the last character's coming out February. Which probably means it's going to be announced at, the Game Awards, come full circle. Maybe.
So, Terry Bogard.
I guess I gotta research Terry. Fatal Fury.
We're happy to confirm
more fighters passes.
More DLC fighters for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Outside the 5 fighters included in the Fighters Pass, we can confirm.
I mean, we knew that, but like,
are in development.
I'm happy.
Isn't over yet.
I hope it's like this one. This one seems like it's mostly third parties, and then one is Nintendo characters, and then one is Echo fighters. That'd be interesting. But how many more? I'm thinking 10, because that's how many dummy slots are left in World of Light.
It's about time
to
Windfish in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening.
I mean, the game comes out in like a few weeks.
You know the hero's might from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Now join his adventure.
Ah, marketing in motion.
Looking for more Fire Emblem goodness? Then say hello to Tokyo.
I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm just not that into crime investigation games.
The original game in the series will
Oh, that's why I know that name. It's the one with the boys that sound weird. It's on the Switch. Okay. Oh, that's funny.
Divinity Original Sin 2
I don't know this one either. It's Sans though. Look at top left.
I'm excited to announce something really cool that we have coming to Nintendo Switch later this year.
Doom Eternal. I am excited for
You have
this.
fond memories of spending countless hours playing your favorite games on Nintendo 64. Well, this year is the
Doom 64? Is that
Hi-Res
the
Studios Rogue Company.
guy that fucked the guy's wife in Walking Dead?
Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield take
Maractus.
place in the Galar region, a scenic land where people and Pokemon work
Girder.
together toward a prosperous future.
Leafeon,
Then,
Doug
you'll
Trio,
encounter new
Wooloo,
Pokemon and meet new people throughout your adventure.
Eevee.
Today, we'll cover 4 features you can look forward to.
I assume if Eevee's in the game, the other evolutions have to be.
Customizing your look.
Okay. Oh, we can see the hairstyles. Thank God. You can't see the color though. Oh no, that's makeup.
Simply honing your battle skills.
That Sigilyph.
You gotta look the part too.
Woobat, I think. That was
Second, Pokemon Camp.
okay. There was a leak about this. That's the thing I'm excited about this game is the wild area, but hopefully the rest of the game is worth it or worth cutting certain Pokemon out. Frillish, Purloin's evolution, Liepard, Riolu and Lucario are kind of a given, but I don't think we're gonna get a lot of Gen 4 Pokemon because maybe we're gonna get a remake. Who knows? So the way they explained the national decks being cut down is they didn't say, "Oh, this is how it's gonna be now." They said, as of right now, these are all the Pokemon we're adding. So they're probably gonna add more in the next game. What is that? I don't know what that is.
What's that Pokemon?
I just said that! Oh my God, it's the bird from O. Doesn't really make it.
If it takes damage in this state, it'll retaliate by spitting out its
Oh wait, can it hold a Pikachu? Because that was part of the leak. So the leaks are adding up, so... We're gonna get Surfetched or not? Oh, are we getting SNES games? Are we getting something new?
Providing a variety of games and fun features. And now, we're looking to add in an additional library of games.
SNES, right? Yep, there we go. Metroid.
20 of the games you see on screen will launch tomorrow. Of course, we will eventually add more to the lineup.
Okay.
Is exclusively available to
Nintendo
Nintendo
Switch Online, got it.
Online
I hope we get
members.
Earthbound
Please
and
enjoy
Star
them
Fox
at
2.
no additional charge.
That's pretty much it.
Oh, you noticed this, did
yeah,
you?
controller, $60 SNES controller. I kind of spoiled myself on both Smash and Pokemon.
We're tossing in a vast array of new player icons too. Beyond that, the second wave.
Are you telling me I could be the Z? I could be the famous Tetris Z for Nintendo? This is what makes the game interesting for me.
Rocking some sweet 2D style graphics.
I've never like... Oh, the gun one, that's cool. This is a Nintendo IP, fully Nintendo. I trust them usually. I mean, I didn't get ARMS or went to Switch because I saw the writing on the wall, but this could be something, maybe. Could be a Smash character. They'll keep talking about Smash, but I love it. I played the Lego Star Wars games and Shadows of the Empire, and I played all the N64 ones. But like the PS2 original Xbox ones, I never played. All my friends did as kids. Switcher 3, okay. I'm not gonna get that, but I respect the game. I love about Nintendo is they don't do... Okay, whatever. Crafting. Okay.
We're going to need some materials.
I see you, Animal Crossing. I know what you're doing.
Like branches.
At least now we have uses for branches and stuff.
And stones.
Or maybe we did before. To be fair, when I played New Leaf, I didn't know how anything worked, and I never talked to any of the villagers.
Nicely done.
I was a bad mayor. Do we have a release date on this? Do now, if we didn't before. March 20th, okay. What is this? Is this Xenoblade? So we got Terry. I saw that coming because of leaks. And we got new Pokemon information that I knew because of leaks. There it is. Alright. We just heard Masahiro Sakurai said Xbox 360. Oh, I hope they show like Mii costume shit too. Because I feel like we might get Steve and maybe Master Chief. Or maybe in another Fighter's Pass. If there's no representation of either of those games, they're probably going to be in another Fighter's Pass. Oh, it keeps them down. Okay, this has combo potential. Thinking that to like whatever his forward air was, or the back air. I think we're getting more than 4 songs, guys. This is in the background of every YouTube reviewer's videos about video games. I mean, I think it's cool that he's explaining the moveset, but it comes out today, so I think it'd be cooler if they just showed some stuff and then let us discover it. This makes me want to play Banjo. I already wanted to play it, but oh fuck, I just realized this is close to the same color as the green screen. Whatever. Oh, he has a fucking Mario forward air. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna play Banjo. Breeze Easy Peak. That's like the... That's in my Christmas playlist. It'll be nice to listen to. What? Okay, alright. Are we getting a boss rush? Because that was a thing I was speculated. My cat just knocked over my trash can. The Oliver, don't eat that.
And here it is.
Home run contest, okay.
You need to damage the sandbag in front of you as much as possible.
So this is the final new game mode.
Not with
Okay.
this, but this bat. And off it goes. High. Maybe a little too
Very
soon.
Persona. I don't even really need new modes. I mean, I like boss rush, but what I really want is like certain modes to be able to play online, like Smashdown and Squad Strike. That'd be cool to play online. What meat costumes are we getting? Hopefully a Conquer skin, because I don't think Conquer's gonna be in another Fighters Pass. What are they? What are they? What are they? This is I'm excited for. I don't know why I'm this excited for meat costumes, but I am. Goemon, okay. That is interesting, but man. Okay, these aren't really rare based. Okay, like that. Holy fuck, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, what the fuck? I can play as Sans? Oh my god. I can play as Sans in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh my god. I'm buying Sans, that's so funny. He's playing Megalovania! The absolute madman!
The arrangement was made by none other than the creator of Undertale himself, Toby Fox.
It's Megalovania.
Toby has actually visited my house, and
I don't know why I'm forgetting. Okay, so we know these. Holy fuck, Sans. Megalovania. You can play Megalovania in Smash while you're bodying people as Sans Gunner. See some new stuff about him. Definitely looks a lot like Ken. That's a cool stage, though.
Heading farther away.
Maybe let someone else develop the DLC.
How much longer can he be involved with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate?
This is probably your last
But I'm
game, right?
also excited. Adding more characters into the game means that more game worlds will be added to the series.
More game
And
worlds.
ultimately, that means that there will be an even greater opportunity
Satisfy
to
the
delight the
fans.
fans.
Okay, those are kind
At
of
the same
different
time,
statements.
I feel that Super Smash Bros.
Because you're saying
Ultimate
different
is
game
now
worlds, that
representing
makes me
so
think
many
maybe
characters
we're not going to get like a Mario character, or a Kirby character, or a Mother character that people really want. But I could be wrong. I'm probably looking too much into
this.
this.
Continues moving forward. I doubt there will ever be an opportunity to bring this many characters together again. And so I want to keep improving on this record as much as possible.
This is legitimately the ultimate Smash game.
Thank you very much.
I suck, right? I went into this looking for more Banjo info, and I got Sans Undertale. Okay, well, not that many new things I was that interested about, but I got leaked on most of it, so it's kind of my own fault. I might get Daemon X Machina, or at least the demo, so I could try it out. Nothing else really stood out to me. I'm not a real big RPG, or like, mystery kind of guy. I mean, I like stories like that, but I don't like games like that much. But Smash and Pokemon are my things. Pokemon, I'm still on the fence about Smash. I already have Smash. I already bought the whole Fighters Pass. What I didn't buy was the Mii costumes. Because I'm like, oh, I'll wait for them all to be in a pack. But I'm buying Sans. $1 to play Sans in Smash Bros. And listen to Megalovania. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm doing that. Alright, well, that was the Nintendo Direct and the Banjo presentation for Smash Bros. And I'm gonna start editing this, and then as soon as I'm done, go to bed, and then wake up and hopefully play Banjo and Sans. Woo! This is my life now.
Wow. That was annoying. So while most of that direct was spoiled by leaks, some leaks I didn't even know existed until watching back that archive. It wasn't devoid of new information. We now have a new release date for Animal Crossing New Horizons in March 20th, 2022. I hope we're all in good health to experience it. I don't know why I just said that. Daemon X Machina, Link's Awakening, Luigi's Mansion, and Pokemon is basically Nintendo's final quarter of 2019 lineup of games. Basically. Sure, Terry isn't finished, but now we have Home Run Contest added in the update the same day Banjo was released, which is today. We now know for sure that we're getting more DLC fighters beyond the first Fighters Pass, which we only have one character left in the Fighters Pass, so that was a marked improvement. Will it be the same amount of dummy spaces left over in World of Light, which I believe is 10, or will it be another Fighters Pass of 5 or 6 fighters? Regardless, they're preparing people for more DLC after the announcement of the final Fighters Pass 1 character, which means it'll probably be very disappointing. Oh. But fucking Sans Undertale? And it comes with Megalovania? We've never seen a Mii costume come with a new arrangement before, but think for a second about what that means. We already assumed Mii costume theory was dead, but all the Capcom costumes appearing alongside Banjo basically killed it. Also, if it's worth anything, Banjo also dropped weeks before the new amiibo, so that theory is also dead in the water. It's a shame we didn't get any Rareware costumes, and the Jet Force Gemini and Blast Core spirits that were found in the game's code on day 1 are still missing. I'm glad we got Sans, but kinda mad we didn't get any rare mini costumes. Would have been nice to have Conker in the game somehow. Along with the Codenames. Oh, by the way, Banjo's internal codename was Buddy. Go figure. Someone did guess this or leak this, but the guess or leak didn't feature any other information beyond that, so null and void. On top of this tweet that's very clearly joking and using Sans and Banjo's release date as hyperbole to poke fun at rabid Smash fans, that most definitely a lucky guess or an accidental act of God. So back to the Mii costumes. This Sans Mii costume comes with a new arrangement of Megalovania, a song that Nintendo actually issued takedowns for on YouTube. What else did they take down around the same time? Probably a lot, actually. They do this quite a lot. 2 songs from Super Mario RPG. So we believe that Geno was safe from becoming a Mii costume after narrowly avoiding the Square Enix square of the hero character, but now not only is the Mii costume theory not true, so a lot is pointing towards the Geno Mii costume from Smash 4 returning in Smash Ultimate, but this time with a new song or a new arrangement to satiate the fans, which will not do that, or at least for the first Fighters Pass. We know that the 5 characters in the first Fighters Pass were decided right after development of the game had completed. The plan was thrown in since it was planned for base game but was not finished. Likely the same for the stage builder and home run contest. By the way, Sakurai said that home run contest was pretty much the final new mode, which is sad. I mean, we know 2019 Andrew really wanted the return of a proper boss rush mode, but 2025 Andrew really wants proper all-star mode to make a return. Oh, but there's too many characters. Oh no, I guess I'll have to play the game more. What a pittance. But the DLC after, whether that be a Fighters Pass or not, whether it be 5 or 6 or 10 characters, would have had to have been decided at least after the first Fighters Pass was finished conceptually, meaning that base game spirits like Bandana Waddle Dee, assist trophies like Waluigi, and costumes like Rex were back on the table. For some. Some found it hard to believe that they would upgrade a character from an assist trophy to a playable character within the same game. Others thought that costumes count as enough representation, and spirits were always contentious and would only grow more so the deeper we go. In the wake of seeing the Terry announcement and getting Banjo released, some tried to attribute these to specific insiders that had insider information, but Terry was a pretty shut and dry case after we saw the official leak. I don't think GameXplain guessed it right or knew it beforehand. They tweeted the picture of the hat after they reported on the leak and believed it. They knew as much, if not less, than you. The animosity for GameXplain runs deep. I refuse to apologize for journalism. Because it wasn't just them. Everyone had a lot to say, like infamous Twitter guy, for example. He cobbled together a cat-laden video, so you know this kid watched it, where he gave off a list of potential characters, and yeah, Doom Guy, yeah, Tracer Overwatch, but consider also Bill Riser. I doubt Konami will play ball in another Smash game. This is Contra's last chance to have a character. A character like Geno is more when than if, but Ultimate is probably the last game Konami will give characters for. This is important to note because it is not only a comment left by Teenage Andrew, but it also marks the point where he just stole this idea. From this moment onward, Bill Riser was a near permanent fixture of Teen Andrew's prehistoric speculation dream board, as he is now thoroughly on the Contra train. I mean, we already got Banjo. He cried about it. What more is there even? You see this? This is mine now. I am now the #1 Bill Riser support. Oh, I even look like it. I'm campaigning in the streets. Anyway, we are now 4 characters deep into this DLC cycle, and our 4th set to arrive in November. We're barreling to the end of September, and thus, the end of summer. The video thus far has entirely been dedicated to 2019, and the previous year's video was dedicated entirely to 2018. I fear I may never finish this series. So then why waste any time? We have a daemon to Ex Machina. I actually have no clue what that means. Truthfully, I still could not tell you what this game is about. I'm going to assume robots. We're about a week or so removed from the release of Link's Awakening remake, and then a month after that we'll have Luigi's Mansion, and we know Terry's coming in November, as is Pokemon Sword and Shield. It's interesting that the last 2 characters announced, Hero and Banjo, were given release seasons in summer and fall, but Terry we have an exact month, November, even though that one is still in development. But we do have Banjo now, and a good week under our belt by this point, so I've got a pretty decent handle of Banjo-Kazooie. And Teen Drew really fell in love with the character.
I think it's a great character.
It's a good mixture of a lot of the characters I like. Like, it's got the side B of Charizard, the Nair of Ivysaur, the Fair of Mario, the Dash and down smash of DK. Got like the forward smash of Ganon. It's got all the stuff I need. I'm still like rusty with them. I haven't won online yet, but I'll get there.
Speaking of in development, there seems to be another code buried within the data of this latest update. There's a string of text that makes it seem like it's an online mode with an accompanying image of characters looking across at a Smash Ball, maybe a loading screen, probably just Squad Strike and Smashdown. Or at least I hope so. Nope. It was none of those things at all, even to this day. While we're at it, OKO makes a triumphant return to our timeline with a video titled, So, What's Next? For Smash Ultimate DLC, which features character speculation for Geno, Dante, Decidueye. Still, it's 2019. You had Sans Undertale and Steve Minecraft, but are you ready for Dante Capcom? If we can get into the personal for a second, because off the heels of a major direct, potentially, most definitely, the last one of the year, things were starting to slow down. The podcast episode I listened to this week, I had to put on 1.5 speed because there was just a severe lack of turnout, and the only other member who did show up had to record over their phone. The truth of the matter is, while I was hard at work editing the videos we stockpiled for autumn, in real time, all of my close high school friends were leaving the state for college while I was staying behind. I never really thought that more school was for me. I never thought any school was for me. I did have a plan to keep making videos as I got left behind, but at the very least, I still had my job.
But I don't really care. I don't currently have a job right now.
Oh shit, really?
I don't think I mentioned that on a podcast either, where I quit my job at the movie
quit
theater.
Your job?
Yeah. That place sucks.
What do? You just like...
Well, okay.
You give like a Doug Walker thing, pull your shirt. Like, I quit.
I should have done that. No, so...
Or did you actually get fired?
Nope, he is lying. I was fired. Or I was suspended, and then I just didn't want to come back. The atmosphere was tough the last couple of months. But I assure you, it was not because I stole Pokemon cards. It's for other reasons. So, yes, the place of business I have been working at since the very beginning of our timeline of events. The movie theater where I saw Slender Man, Spider-Verse, and Endgame with my close personal friends. The one that was walking distance from a subway. That got shut down. I was done. This timeline, for the most part, is very nostalgic for me. Like, I get to relive how much fun I had as a teenager speculating within the Smash sphere. Every year I still go back to that square where I used to work around the holidays to sit in the presence of that fireplace and that giant tree. That same strip used to be a mall, and that mall included a GameStop that I used to go with my dad to get Pokemon events. That's where I got Shiny Entei and Shiny Suicune and Celebi and Darkrai. I had been going there most of my life, and then I worked there for most of my teenagers, and of course, the subway of it all. But memories aren't always sweet. I was optimistic when I first started the channel, but we're coming up on the period where I was depressed every day until like 2022. I try not to attribute too much my mental health to what videos do and don't do well. I mean, at this point in my career, it kind of just doesn't bother me. I just make what I want to make. I'm sure this video that I'm putting all this passion into won't do that well, but I'm glad it exists for me above all else. But it's nice to see the fruits of your labor. We are nowhere near that time yet. Because I think it's a little pretentious to refer to your YouTube videos as like cult classics as if they're movies, because they're not fucking movies. I think we should start referring to YouTube videos as movies, though. I actually like that idea, aside from pretentious reasons. But even the ones that don't do well, numbers-wise, I get the most feedback on, right? I am seeing the fruits of my labor, or I am hearing about it, right? Oh, I love the Bray Wyatt video. Yeah, you and 17,000 people. But I was alone. September 17th marks the return of the Japan Time podcast, last seen on their episode following E3 2019. It is no longer a weekly podcast, but an event podcast, and it went about as civilly as you would think.
I think we could finally start seeing some more first parties and characters that have been Bandana D, you know,
bro.
Been talking
Wait. Why the fuck do people care about Bandana D?
I knew it.
Okay, I'll explain it.
Understand who the fuck.
I'll explain it.
Who
It's
gives
very
a
simple.
fuck about a
It's
fucking
very
Bandana
simple.
D? I just don't understand. Somebody
simple.
please help me.
Oh my! I'm telling you, okay?
I love this show. Hope to be on someday. It's not devoid of information that we haven't already covered. They touch on the fact that Sans has a texture, the Mii costume, for a blue eye within the code of the game that isn't on the actual premium Mii costume, which is what they're calling the in-depth designs for Mii costumes these days, premium. Within the episode, Mr. Nostradamus Rogers Base says Ryu Hayabusa, and the rest of the cast says Doom Guy. Now, you could get your information and entertainment from this time-tested and respected podcast with thousands upon thousands of views. Or
basically, when they released Hero, there was no Geno Mii costume, and that would have been a good time to have it because he's square. And Nintendo, they took down 2 Mario RPG songs from YouTube that someone else posted, and they're like, oh, they own the songs now. Because they did that with some Hero songs and Final Fantasy stuff when the character came out. And I was like, oh, that probably confirms that Geno's in. But then the Sans Mii costume was released, and it came with Megalovania. So now it's like, oh, music can come with Mii costumes. So maybe Geno will be a Mii costume again and come with the songs.
I kind of hate that.
They said there's more fighters coming. I think there's going to be 2 more fighter passes, maybe, but they're going to be, like, downscaled a little bit. Like, I think one might be Echo Fighters, and the rest just won't have stages, and they'll be, like, Nintendo characters. Just not as big as the first Fighters Pass.
Information we already knew that was regurgitated even when I said it in 2019. The concept of a weekly podcast where a terminally online Smash Bros. Obsessed fan tries to explain the theories and speculation to his friends that are just not having it, that are humoring him. It's honestly a fun idea for a show. I would love to do that again. It is at the very least good to know what characters were going through my head at the time. Sans Bill Riser. Oh, Sans. Because we could look at the board of possible characters, but that doesn't mean we know what the channel members wanted.
Steve from Minecraft.
That would be really funny. That would be really awesome.
Well, I really want Shell, but I know it's not going to be her because that's impossible.
You know what would be really, like, I know it's a meme, but this would be really awesome if they put, like, Doomslayer in there.
They might.
Like, that would actually be awesome.
Bethesda said something along the lines of having a character in, but that could be, like, Dragon...
The Dovahkiin, which I'd also be fine with.
Okay,
Everyone knows this song.
I mean, maybe Crash, but I just like 3D platformers.
Oh, good old
I'm really
Crash
here
would be cool.
I'm really here for the Penguin from Club Penguin.
No. Disney will not cooperate. Oh, that was another thing. People were looking into the rights to see if they can get Sora in the game, and Disney owns 100% of Kingdom Hearts.
Wait.
So, like, yeah, so it's not like a Square joint venture. Disney owns all of it. So if they wanted to get Sora in the game, they'd have to, do business with Disney.
Well, that's rather Sora.
Super Smash Bros.
I
Brought
would,
to you
like...
by Disney.
I'd piss myself and of laughter if Sora was in the game, but I don't want him that much, but I think it'd be funny.
A lot has changed since June 2019. For 2 weeks only, I went head-to-head against Japan Time and had no chance in hell. The podcast wouldn't discuss the major release of Link's Awakening Remake if, 1, it didn't drop at the top of the week, and 2, I played it before the year 2024. The first time I ever played this Switch game was in 2024 on stream, and I did actually beat this one in full this time. Welcome to my 2008 Let's Play of Link's Awakening for the Nintendo Switch. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, this looks sick as fuck, actually. This is awesome. We're gonna listen to Zelda music to relax, study, work, game 2. Oh, sorry. You're actually gonna be seeing a lot of clips from 2024 to 2025 streams because I was working on this video for a long time. Sorry for not telling chat room. It seems we're getting major releases every week and it isn't even autumn yet. At the same time, people are losing their minds. What else is new? The 4 major brands present in the Smash Bros. Fighters Pass thus far, not in order, are Square Enix, Hero, Microsoft, Banjo, Atlas, Joker, SNK, Terry. Spelling out S-M-A-S. Only one letter missing. H for Smash. 1, this means nothing. And 2, shouldn't Atlas be first because it was the first DLC character released? Okay, maybe it was planned to be the middle, but they pushed it back because we know that that animated trailer was turned around last minute. They wanted to announce Hero first, that's what Vergaben said. Okay, sure, but why is Atlas representing Joker? Shouldn't it be Sega since that's the parent company if we're counting Microsoft as the parent company for Banjo even though he was made by Rare? Color Theory at the same time is going strong. For some reason, Orange is the hottest bachelor at the party, which leads some to believe that the 5th DLC fighter in the Fighters Pass 1 will be Crash Bandicoot, or Doom Guy, I suppose. I just think it's funny that he keeps coming up. I think it's worth bringing up that it was widely believed that every Fighter Pass 1 character would be third party. I mean, even in Teen Drew's podcast clip, he pitched the idea of there being a Nintendo-only Fighters Pass to balance out the first Fighters Pass of only third parties. Confusing string of words, I know. And this still all ties back to Reggie before his departure from Nintendo. Rest in peace. Where he implied, I think at the Game Awards, that all the DLC fighters would be worlds new to Nintendo. So no Xenoblade or Final Fantasy or Fire Emblem. Just as a random example. Also, Edge's podcast implied that there would definitely never be Sora in this game since we're in the business of being wrong. Over the last month or so, almost all of the Doom games have been ported to the Nintendo Switch. They even got a spotlight in the Direct on Doom 64. Doom Eternal is currently slated for November 2019. I know, we didn't know it was delayed yet. Which is the same month Terry is slated to join the game, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which means we could get an announcement trailer. Bethesda gave a vaguely positive answer after being asked whether or not they were in Smash, same as SNK did. Bethesda and Nintendo have a very good working relationship right now, and if we aren't going to get Master Chief or Tracer Overwatch in Smash, it would be nice to get an FPS representative. Lloyd Irving's voice actor recently tweeted about signing an NDA, and this isn't important, but I just wanted to bring it up because his voice is Scott Menville, the voice of Robin, meaning that he was almost definitely talking about the Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans movie that hadn't been announced yet. No matter what I do in these Smash videos, those damn cartoons keep coming up. Leave me alone! We know that we're getting more DLC characters after the first Fighters Pass, but we don't know how many. But assuming that Fighter Passes will only ever have 5 characters, then it's really down to whether it will be 1 or 2 Fighters Passes. Depending on how long they want to support this game, and assuming the world stays the same. There's a lot of internal dummy slots that we keep coming back to in World of Light and in the main game's code. And this information was gathered all in a Papagino's video that also gave us this infographic. This basically says we're going to be getting 10 more characters after the first Fighter's Pass with 19 additional costume or alt slots. So either basically every DLC fighter from this moment on gets an alternate skin costume that changes their design, or we get another Bowser Jr. situation. I'm just saying, if one of those passes is based around Echo Fighters, Baby Carriage wouldn't be off the table. It's not impossible. I won't let it die. If it's still up to Nintendo and not Sakurai, I assume we're gonna get 2 more passes. I actually think they might just be passes. After the huge heavy-hitting characters, only hardcore Smash fans will buy each character, but if they buy a pass, it won't matter what individual characters are. It's impressive to be this wrong and this confusing this consistently. I'm glad this week had a decent amount of speculation and news because these weekly updates have been getting increasingly personal. I mean, the podcast this week was mostly about Smash Bros. Discussion when it didn't devolve into reading shitty boomer comics. However, and I know the actual days are contentious, autumn 2019 doesn't actually begin until next week. Next week begins with the first day of fall. At this point in the timeline, Teen Drew had been stretching out every piece of content and fun that was filmed in summer 2019. Every last drop. Remember, this channel, the one you're on right now, I hope, unless it got re-uploaded, began in the summer of 19, but the writing was on the wall. We were running out of stockpiled content, the call-in casts were not working, and all of his friends and channel members were becoming increasingly busy with school, with their lives. And now a teenage Andrew was jobless, depressed, and alone. This week, week 43, is going to be mostly set within these archived videos, but I see no reason to keep cutting back to me in this dusty floor, so from this moment on, you won't see me. You will just see what I saw. This week's podcast number 15, the final podcast of season 1 of this project, features just the host, just the son, sitting alone in the podcast room, taking calls from all the other members who could no longer make it past summer. The 5 friends all call in with their own excuses. It would have been 6, but the orange man was ostensibly in the cosmic equivalent of timeout. The green...
I decided to go visit the doctor, and he told me, "Hey, you don't look so good." I said, "Yeah, doc, my stomach kind of hurts." "No, I mean you're really ugly. Get the hell out of my office." So yeah, the main reason I missed your call is because I don't even own a cell phone, since I don't really believe in them.
The brown...
Sorry I can't join the call right now. I'm kind of in between, like, houses. Like, my landlord just, like, would not accept cryptocurrency. Like, yeah, I know he's an idiot, right? Like
the yellow.
I got hit by a bus on the way to my class. I actually got hit by 2 buses. Actually though, two of them at the same time. One from one side, one from the other. So both of my legs are just completely gone.
The blue.
Eldritch whispers at the back of my mind, telling me to do terrible things to everyone in sight, and reminding me of the exquisite aroma and decadence of human flesh. But I'm pushing those voices out. You know, I won't give in to them.
The purple.
Gilberthrex the Destroyer, he escaped. I don't know where he went, so I might be out of commission for the next couple weeks. Yeah, it's pretty bad. He's like eaten 7 people already. Please help. Spread the message. Fear for your children's lives.
Before the host was confronted by a friend miles away who pushed him in a direction he'd not have otherwise gone.
It's time to go, Andrew.
Go? Go where?
Andrew, it's time.
Time for what? Can't be time right now. I'm not done.
I'll see you soon.
Before the kid could make the decision that would tie down his soul, we do have important historical record. One possible snapshot from September 23rd, the day after the podcast. For those of you squeamish, I suggest looking away, as this historical record, a video no less, may be enough to change your outlook on everything. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, that was just Minecraft, albeit a cool clip, but that doesn't tell us anything. September 24th, 2019, a video simply titled Last Summer was uploaded to the BHultra YouTube channel. It features a forlorn teen, after just learning that his podcast show would not be renewed, traversing through a house that I swear I've seen this somewhere before. As he looks over possibly the most in-depth historical record of the room, the basement, the hub that Andrew and friends spent the entirety of 2019 inside of. Hey look, is that Sonic leg standy? Looking over all the extra furniture and the haphazardly put together set, realizing summer is about to end. Flashes of so many moments of that iconic old white couch as the blank sign seen in the background of the September Direct reactions now reads, First Day of Fall. The video ends with a teen walking down a wooded path serenaded by the siren song of wind chimes, before being stopped by the physical manifestation of his future and the entirety of the internet, all in one box. In one swift moment, the 18-year-old makes a decision that will haunt him forever, that signs away his life and will ultimately cost it. He decides to sign a contract with his entire essence, and the last we see of him is his flannel taken by the brush. I had nothing to do with that. That decision that he made of his own volition that we all have to live with. I wasn't even around yet. I didn't even exist yet. Every single Overwatch character was offered to Nintendo, and they turned down every single one of them. That's it. It's not really important, but I thought it was really, really funny. That would have been the only news, and I really would have liked to end the week like that because it would have been funnier, but the team behind the Mario and Luigi games, the RPGs, Alpha Dream, has filed for bankruptcy, confirming that we will never see a new Mario and Luigi game ever again. Ever again. This week features a lot of news that is tangentially sort of related to Smash Bros. If you look really hard. Other than this Geno image leak that a famous Smasher talked about, and that's the only reason people gave it the time of day, that was disproven the very next day. Pokemon held a 24-hour live stream that was a steady shot of this glowing mushroom forest. I remember plugging it into my projector and had it playing on my brick wall all day. This apparently teased the Galarian version of Ponyta, yeah, whatever. But more importantly, another appearance of this freaky little weirdo who was spotted at E3 and is still yet to be named or announced. Who is this? What is their story? Doom Eternal has now been delayed to March 20th, 2020 and will be released on the Nintendo Switch even later. I guess that theory that Doom Guy being announced in November to coincide with Terra's release is now dead. But why? I'm not saying that Doom Guy for sure is going to be in the Fighter's Pass, but if they plan this Fighter Pass months in advance, this wouldn't change anything. Hey, wait a minute, that's the same release day as Animal Crossing. Huh. Resident Evil is crossing over with Monster Hunter. That's two Capcom games, but I thought you might want to hear it. There's still no reason to assume we're getting a Capcom character, especially now that the Mii costume theory's dead. But we're still missing the Lloyd Irving Mii costume, and not only this week has a new Tales of logo been trademarked, but so is this icon that kind of looks like a save icon that some believed could be the Smash Bros. Fighter emblem. Removing ourselves from the story and all the hype, getting some distance, even with all of this. No way is Lloyd Irving going to be a part of the Fighter's Pass with a price tag. But it's worth noting, I mean, he's on the board. Similar to the news, some videos released these weeks that are only kind of related. YouTuber Best Guy Ever released a Sans montage like the ones they made for Ridley and Simon and K-Rool. She Says and A+ Start released videos of their popular series Boundary Break and Low Poly, revolving all around Smash Bros, primarily Banjo. I mean, Low Poly isn't popular enough to bring back I guess. Like, if you're done, you're done. But I really like this series and would love to see more, and I'm realizing as I talk now that the last episode was released in 2019. 6 years ago. Man, time really does fly. Speaking of, October 12th, 2019. The first proper video after the kid pledged his allegiance to the internet, we would see the first ever episode of the Natter Chamber. But, like, I remember how it went. The first Natter Chamber episode was about Portal 2. It has some kinks they still needed to work out. I mean, the first video he made by himself, and I was fully prepared to show you, but the tape has gone missing. Like, it had to have been archived. It should have been here. All the other episodes are here. Technically, even the one you're watching right now will be archived in this library the second it goes live. I legitimately have no clue where this episode could be. Like, someone would to have needed to take it recently. But the other guy, the adult version of the kid, he can't get in here. It's impossible. Only one other person can but they can't. Show the next week. Show the next. When you're a poster, for some reason, and you're trying to spread your fake leak, you only really need one believable thing. Latch onto a more believable or possible leak for evidence, and then list whatever crap you want. Over the last couple weeks, most of the community found out about this Facebook post with the picture of Piranha Plant before it was revealed with the subline, "He's coming." This post is not edited, it is real, it did happen, and it predicted the unpredictable. In theory. But nobody knows the identity of the original poster, BHultra, which means everybody is the original poster. This 4chan anon who says Gino is leak bait and Joji Fortnite is going to get in with Ryu Hayabusa. And friend of YouTuber who says Gino and Hayabusa will get in. Man, this guy manages to keep squeaking by. But the thing about these fake leaks, even though they are regurgitating information that isn't even from them, if something is repeated enough, it will become trustworthy, even if it comes from nowhere. Basically, every leak now features either Ryu Hayabusa or Doom Guy, or sometimes both. They're just a part of popular consciousness. BHultra, who still posts on Facebook, I'm gonna use this Mark Zuckerberg meta model to represent him because we already have a Piranha Plant-based character, or I guess they're in the dark now. Even before VR Plant was missing in action, they didn't add anything to discussion. I just think the design is funny. So BHultra comes out on the Facebook, and says, hey, none of these 4chan posts are mine, which slims down the pot, but still doesn't tell us who we can't trust. But if we can at least trust the horse's mouth, BHultra says no Jonesy Fortnite, but yes to Ryu Hayabusa. God fucking damn it. I have to keep calling him Jonesy Fortnite so you don't think I'm talking about 16 preemptively. However, some Flowers that we previously knew as the most interesting character seems to believe that BHultra is spreading misinformation, and they are now worried about the attention they're getting. Because Brew was right about Plant, and yeah, so was that one random army-based anon, but nobody saw that until after release. This could be damage control if Brew does actually have an insider source. Meanwhile, the Smash symbol can be spotted in the new Fortnite map from a bird's eye view. Sure, why not? This truly is the week of Jonesy Fortnite. Or it would have been. Papa Gino's is now championing Crash Bandicoot because somebody DM'd him. Again. I guess it does kind of make sense. Most of the leakers always swarm to his videos. I mean, I'm only bringing it up because I commented on it. The mysterious Discord kitten who knew Banjo. Which, was Banjo joining Smash shocking? Yes, but so many people guessed Banjo for Smash just because everyone wanted him in. I don't think anyone that said Banjo would be in Smash knows any inside information. We're getting closer and closer to current day with every week that passes. That's how time works. This Discord kitten also gave a list of Mii costumes prior to September that included Goemon, Zero, Proto Man, and Rocket Grunt, all of which featured alongside Sans. That is good luck. But the list also featured Mii costumes for Chocobo, which we have not seen return yet, and Mallow. That does not exist. I think. I mean, Papa could just be lying in this video, just for everyone's entertainment. I'd do the same thing. If people flock to me for Smash speculation, I will do the same thing. If this is true, if this person knew the Mii costumes, you'd think that they would include the most important one, the Mii costume that got more coverage and hype in the West than the actual DLC fighter they announced. So this Discord kitten is on top of that saying Crash Bandicoot, which is a character that I also really wanted. I still want, but yet I commented against this because I refuse to believe in anything good. I'm never getting my hopes up again. I am resolute to sit and stew in my depression and rot. Speaking of which, after being announced basically right before practically Shadow dropped, a new Nintendo IP, a new Nintendo peripheral, a fitness-based rhythm game for Nintendo Switch titled Ring Fit Adventure. I kind of don't want to show you the footage for this one. It's worse because you're getting tired. I'm not getting tired. Let me go again. Let me go one more time. I got it this time. I'm not getting tired.
Ready?
Yes.
Go!
Speaking of almost dying, man, I love transitions. While Andrew was busy toiling away on his passion projects in the physical manifestation of the internet, the higher-ups and producers had extra holiday content planned. All that to say, look, it's the Castlevania collection video from that one screenshot. The day where the house almost burned down. You remember that. All right, let's check on more important videos. The first Natter Chamber video we still have on record is pretending to be a ranking of all the Leica Studios films, but is in actuality a competition comparing Coraline to Paranorman, until it ultimately crossed the finish line after an unenthusiastic 15 minutes of waffling to be a Paranorman review under the guise of a Coraline comparison. Like, the bones of a Natter Chamber video are there. The script process never really changed, other than how much is written, but the set, the cadence, the skeleton guy, who is not speaking, Jonesy. So this week is certainly not eventful, but still a very busy news week, if that's what you want to call it, sure. Apparently, a guy in a Toho Dojin circle confirmed that Reimu from Toho would be entering the Smash in a Toho-centric Discord server. And this piece of information was delivered coherently by an unbiased news source on Twitter, Reimu for Smash. No ulterior motives, no biases, which led people back to a 4chan post back from November 2018, which talked about Reimu being in Smash. Snake eating its own tail. Snake? Snake! The original Reimu leaker's credibility was tied to leaked development material that had already been released to the public, and nobody bothered to check. For days. Tetris blocks are coming to Smash Bros. As spirits. I guess that is news, like it's factually happening. If we're actually covering news, then we have this week's translation of Sakurai's weekly Famitsu column where he reveals that he owns 2 homes. He lives in 2 buildings. He has 2 houses. Wait a minute. 2 houses. Why does that sound familiar? And still ever so slightly off. Oh, now I know why that sounds a little bit off, because that's an absurd amount of houses. I don't even own 1 houses. What's next, 3 houses? Oh! As we know, last week was Jonesy's big blowout. And because video production takes a while to make and you couldn't really strike while the iron is hot, this inspired Aaron Itmar to make a video laden with corkboards and tinfoil hats. He knows ball. About how and why Fortnite can and will be represented in Smash Bros. Using evidence like comparing the frequency of posts between Tetris 99 and Fortnite, they are both free to start online-based games you can play on the Nintendo Switch. I was very Reddit-brained at the time, so when it came to Fortnite, I would turn up my nose and scoff, but now 6 years later, I have played 2 more games of Fortnite. I think it deserves to get in. I mean, why not? It's been around for over a decade, and maybe it'll convince my little cousin to play Smash Bros. With me. I need, like, friends. Speaking of 2019, a teenage Andrew weighs in on this debate, and I shudder to think what he may have thought. Tetris 99 doesn't have a Switch bundle. What? It's an online exclusive. It comes with every Switch. It can't be in a bundle. Aaron Itmar responds, uh-oh, Fortnite is digital only and it still had a Switch bundle. So the teen bounces back, but it comes with Nintendo Switch Online. Fortnite is free independent of that. I hate to give it to the kid, but that was a decent point. Unfortunately, Aaron Itmar was not available to read his side of this feedback. Also, I did not ask him. I do still think Jonesy deserves to get in. I mean, he's still on the board, but it just isn't that type of video. While we're on comments, Teen Drew commented on a Switch Stop video that was just a fun hypothetical about giving every character an Echo Fighter. Now, I know what you're thinking, It's not what you think. There is surprisingly no baby carriage present in this comment. Stanley the Bugman would be a much better Game & Watch Echo. He just made up a new character. It's just Game & Watch, but a girl. I will scoff at this, but then turn around and want Miss Pac-Man with full sincerity. It's worth noting that this might be one of the first instances, because the game just came out, of Ring Fit Girl being an Echo Fighter over top Wii Fit trainer. October 24th of this week actually marks the 1-year anniversary of the Grinch leak. And only a year on, there is still a severe lack of videos covering every angle of that leak and its story. We'll have to wait a couple years. It really does not feel like a year. I think it's because the Grinch was at the end of the tunnel for that video, and for this story, we're not even a third of the way done. Or, I guess, we're exactly a third now. This video is gonna be long. And now that we're at the end of the week, what the fuck? I was just here. Teen Drew's Halloween video on the first Scary Godmother movie in the Scary Godmother saga. If you're wondering why on the channel it looks like we've only ever covered the second movie, now you know why. I wanted to wear something cooler, but my producer said I had to wear this. I'm sure that's nothing. Hey look, it's the origin of that witch costume that barely even fit this freak when he was a teen. There's a Persona Arsene reference in this video, which I guarantee this guy would not know who that was without Smash Bros. I know what that's like. I only got here after January, and that was after everyone got let go. This isn't about Smash Bros anymore, is it? Well, get ready because we are week 2 into weekly Natter Chamber videos throughout the rest of the year. Could you imagine if we still did these, the length of these videos, but we did them weekly? People would kill me. Week 48 falls on Halloween, or rather vice versa. Luigi's Mansion. And nothing else in Minecraft. Hey, Luigi's Mansion. I just got an achievement on my computer. Take me away, the sweet escape. Wait. I have walked around in this little room for 30 minutes. There was a door here. I believe I've talked about this before, or someone like me has talked about this before. But because I was a major theater kid for the latter half of my time in high school, I made this kind of makeshift thrown together tradition because musicals and Halloween share a lot of iconography. Dressing up, giant puppets. It became a tradition because I really did not get invited to parties. No surprise there. I mean, look how much of this video there is. So as a part of this tradition, I would invite over whatever theater friends were around at the time, didn't have plans for Halloween, or they could stop by for their current plans on Halloween, and we would watch Tim Burton's weird Sweeney Todd film adaptation and eventually add Little Shop of Horrors to that list. And in the last Smash video, I told the story of a 2018 Halloween party where my friend and I did a karaoke version of Sidelined by Chills. And on the actual day last year, I worked at the movie theater and I got all dressed up. But this would be the first Halloween that nobody else was around. I mean, outside of being trapped in that box, everyone else had left for school. No job, no prospects, no school, no friends, no costume, all while falling deeper and deeper into the internet. Haunting. This is the kid's first attempt at making a video about professional wrestling, and because it was a video centered around WWE, even at the time, nobody saw it. It got blocked in almost all the territories. Because it came out at the end of the week, it technically isn't even Halloween. It's November. I imagine he got fed up with being alone, as this is the episode the Natter Chamber introduces another guy, the generic nerd character in those green glasses used to explain wrestling lingo. Bad, I don't like this. Wait a minute. I've seen those glasses before, haven't I? I mean, we all obviously knew that the chamber can create new avatars, but I didn't know the kid was allowed to do that. Because the ones that look like him could only be made out of... That's where... Is that where? Fuck it, that's not what I am here. I'm here to read comments on the Aaron Itmar video, the Echo Fighter Pass : more DLC fighters. It is, again, surprisingly not what you think. Dry Bones is just Bowser. I'd rather see Dark Bowser. Dr. Mario is canonically a different person. You step up to the lore keeper of Dr. Mario, and you believe you have a chance. Pathetic. How dare you? Most of the actual speculation was when we would get Terry. I mean, his page did say coming November, and now we're coming November. I suppose we'll have to wait a whole month until we even get a molecule of Terry information. Mr. Sakurai presents Terry Bogard. But first, this happens at least once a year, and it feels like a shot of adrenaline every time. When you are fed baseless text leaks and trustworthy sources you're supposed to believe, when an image comes along, regardless of how blurry or unrealistic, it gets more traction and gets you more excited. But not only is this image quality pretty good looking, it also came with video. It all started with this image, posted to 4chan on November 4th, 2019. It featured 3 figures on the Dragon Quest stage. A Mii Brawler dressed in a hat modeled after Mallow from Super Mario RPG, a Mii Gunner donning a hat modeled after the Caco Demon from Doom, and the Ken himself giving a big thumbs up. Now, if you remember back from last year, there was an accurate image leak that featured Ivysaur, Pichu, Pac-Man, and Ken giving a big thumbs up. Although the product this image was leaking was Ken himself, we now know this image is accurate to the game. So this Ken thumbs up has become sort of a calling card. This Ken image was a huge piece of argument and speculation when it came to the Grinch leak. And you know what? Maybe it's too late to call, but this is around the same point in the timeline. I'll say it. For the first Fighters Pass, for DLC, this image is our version of the Grinch leak. Because not only did it feature a fully visible image, but also a video. Footage of these 2 Mii fighters fighting Ken on the Dragon Quest stage. Even the character portraits are accurate. This leak was named the CacoMallow Leak because it shows us Mii costumes for Mallow and the Caco Demon. If we're reverse engineering this, Mii fighter costumes thus far that feature secondary characters like Slime and Tails have come with fighters from their franchise or parent company to match. So this Caco Demon likely means that Doom Guy is going to be the actual character in game, because if they were to add a Doom character only as a costume, it would be Doom Guy. I hope not. And if the absence of Doom Guy and the presence of Caco Demon means that Doom Guy is likely a fighter, what does that mean for Mallow? Sure, there was a Discord DM funneled through Papagenos that said we would get a Mallow costume and not a Geno one, but even aside from the Discord kitten, we have yet to see the Geno Mii costume, even though we have already gotten a Square character. Speaking of which, every Square Enix rep has come with 2 songs exactly thus far. Each individual Dragon Quest character, although overall it had 8 songs, there were 4 skins and they each got 4 skins. And there were 2 Mario RPG songs taken down the same time as Megalovania. And this video leak features a new Mallow Mii costume that isn't a premium Mii costume that wasn't present in Smash 4. Why would they make a replacement costume unless Geno from Super Mario RPG is going to be a fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Is it irresponsible to fall for another leak featuring Geno almost an exact year after the Grinch leak? Maybe. But let's fucking go! I knew it. I knew he was a lock. I knew he was in. I'm getting my hopes all the way up for the final DLC fighter because it is apparently near impossible to hack in Mii hats without clipping into the Miis. Apparently. I can claim to know a lot about Smash speculation. I mean, I've done a bunch of research. I've made a video. I've got one on my belt under this point. But I don't know anything about hacking or modeling. Sure. Why not? I'll believe anything. If only there was a podcast I could listen to that would talk about and argue about this. The only thing I do know is that the clock isn't moving, which could only be done with a debug menu. Even the accidents track. And lest we forget, Doom Eternal was scheduled to come out this month before it was delayed to the Animal Crossing day. So what does that... What do we think?
There was also, of course, that Mii costume list that guessed Goemon and Rocket Grunts correctly. Here it is. This was posted back in July, and it says Goemon, Zero, Protoman, Mallow/Smithy, Chocobo, and Rocket Grunts. We got Goemon, Zero, Protoman, and Rocket Grunts when we got Banjo, so all we were missing were Mallow, Smithy, and Chocobo, and this leak has the Mallow Mii costume.
The time is even frozen at 2 minutes and 30 seconds in both the Ken leak and this new footage, which apparently is accurate to the development builds. So is this legit? Well, it's kinda tricky to say at the moment. My gut feeling is no. There's just a bit too many things going against it.
The battle lines have been drawn. Luckily this time it isn't nearly as toxic as most people do not care. The game is already out. Once Banjo is in the game, all bets are off anyway. It's possible that these new costumes will be featured in the Terry presentation, in the description of which it said that all 40 minutes of which would be dedicated to Terry and no new fighters. That does not apply to Mii costumes. So we won't know if they are or aren't featured until Mr. Sakurai presents Terry Bogard. I would use the footage of the kid like I did for the Nintendo Direct, but he did not watch it. We're not supposed to have drinks in here, but I thought I might as well just finish this. I hate my job. Masahiro Sakurai opens by sharing that Smash Bros. Was honored with multiple accolades at Japan's Game Awards. Well, they didn't reveal Joker, did they? I'm recording this the day after watching Game Awards 2024. Every year I forget. The beginning is dedicated to what the Neo Geo even is, and in doing so, he kind of absolutely shits on the NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. It's actually a pretty cool history lesson. You could tell even now that he really just wants to be a YouTuber, and he's right. He does look cool. Like Ryu and Ken, Terry always faces his opponent. A bunch of inputs I don't understand. You know, if I actually took time to learn from Sakurai instead of shaking it off as something I'll never learn through adversity, I would— Ooh, what does go mean?
Down, angle down, side, angle down, forward.
Sir, I play Super Smash Bros. Terry is a man who wears many hats. The edges of this stage that normally would have been a walk-off features invisible walls that break after enough damage. And like Mementos, the stage features beloved characters in the background. Like a ton.
You may have noticed that a very important character from the Fatal Fury series was not included. Yes, Mai Shiranui. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is for good boys and girls of many different ages, so we decided not to feature her.
Sir, I play Super Smash Bros. The music's fantastic. It really is a breath of fresh air from the limitations put in by a certain shaped company. Okay, he's just playing classic mode now. As much as I enjoy this Let's Play, I don't want any spoilers. I want to experience all this when he's released. Video leaks are fair game, though. Like, this is what I'm talking about. 50 songs? Do they all sound like this? And now, the Mii Fighters. Nakaruru, the character probably speculated the most right behind Terry after learning that it would be an SNK character. Ryo Sakazaki, Iori Yagami. Are these all the characters from the reveal trailer? Well, Akira and Jackie from Virtual Fighter are here as well. But so no CacoMallow, Caco Demon or Mallow, but this does at the very least prove that an assist trophy can also become a Mii costume, if that means anything. And there's the amiibo releasing November 15th, the day everyone thought Terry would be released. There are 4 minutes left into this 40-minute presentation where you mostly just played the game, and now we're going over 6.0.0 updates. You can now send preset messages in battle arenas.
In the Smash arena, there were like multiple people, like 4 or 5 people just waiting, and we all rotated in. Whoever won stayed in the stage, like arena, and whoever lost just like rotated out. But I don't remember who it is, but there was one particular guy that's really good at Smash, and it was like in there the whole time. And it was just like the rest of us just rotating in and out.
And so like one person's just spectating at least, and there are 2 people just screaming at each other.
Me in the arena. I'm using tilt controls. 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 Terry is set to release November 6th. So today. And I still know nothing about this character. I do inversely cover my bases and surround myself with people who cover my weaknesses. Looking really frizzy today. And luckily, I had a very close friend who not only shared a name with one of the Smash characters, but liked playing the fighting game leaning characters in Smash on the roster, like that of Ryu and Ken and now Terry and the other one. But we're not there yet, are we? Now we're at Introspective's video Ultimate Patch 6.0.0 be like, which covers patch notes from 6.0.0. Incineroar in Smash gets a few good buffs. Incineroar in Sword and Shield? I don't know what... Oh, is it because Incineroar isn't in the game? Are we still on that? Well, Pokemon Sword and Shield are now only a week away from release. Pokemon, just a week away. And honestly, although this video hasn't been about that hype cycle, it's been ever pervasive. I mean, it's 2019. Because Smash Bros. DLC is interesting and fun to speculate on, but the most important puzzle piece was the game. And now the game is out. The game's been out for nearly a year. If you're ever anxious or excited about Smash Ultimate, you could just play Smash Ultimate. When it came to Sword and Shield, you had to wait. It was yet to be in our hands. And the lead up to that game was ugly. Speaking of ugly, this week's Natter Chamber is so vindictive. It's just a response and takedown of multiple Sonic the Hedgehog takes, and really it's just an excuse to talk about a Haydox video he hates. Shout out Haydox. Some context is that this Sonic video was uploaded years prior, but he's been festering on it for so long that it became a running joke in the Void group chat. When I say that these videos have been bouncing around in someone's head for years and years prior to actually making them, I mean it. I mean, he straight up just did Portal 2 again because nobody watched the first time. It's like doing a somersault at the public pool. I'm getting real tired of this Glasses character. I mean, he's only there to teach the kid that he can't leave. and yet he never learns. But where we are, right on the precipice of the newest Pokemon generation for the Nintendo Switch, Sword and Shield, the most likely characters for Smash Bros, and by that I mean the most circulated. It really depends on if you believe the CacoMallow Leak, but mostly it's Doomguy, a Jonesy Fortnite, maybe? Is Hayabusa still in the running?
I don't see that much draw for modern Ryu Hayabusa in Smash. I think people want Hayabusa because they associate him with NES Ninja Gaiden, not Ninja Gaiden Sigma and all the Xbox games.
Okay, boomer.
Happy 2019. It's been a long while since the release of the game. Some would say nearly a year. And we've been flying by the seat of our pants with Discord warriors and Twitter journalists and 4chan images. But what does the old guard think? Vergaben, oh, how I missed you. It's like seeing an old friend, the only leaker I could ever truly trust. No Ryu, Scorpion, Doomguy, or Geno. What the fuck do they know? I never liked Verg anyway. All this information was gathered by Vergaben translator, at least for me, Papa Geno's. Then covered that apparently in update 6.0.0, slots were removed that line up with the Ice Climbers, which means the development team, for whatever reason, were specifically working with duo characters. If they're using the Ice Climber models as a jumping off point, that doesn't necessarily mean they're working on a duo character. What it could mean is a small character with a hammer. Maybe. Okay, so you just didn't understand that at all then.
Wait a minute, wasn't it supposed to come with like a map since I got it from GameStop? Isn't that like a whole thing? Or am I... Did I get fucked? What happened? Am I stupid? Didn't I... Huh.
He is stupid. None of this video is salvageable, at least from an archival standpoint. The purpose of this Natter Chamber video is not to review overall, but to give this kid's first impression immediately after playing the game. This has become sort of a tradition every 3 years or every new generation. The Natter Chamber video for Generation 9 was recorded over several days until the game was completed in full. This is because we here at BHultra like to learn from the mistakes of our past. Only playing 6 hours of Sword and Shield, most of which was time wasted, does not give one enough time to form an opinion on the game. The only foresight that kid had while stuck alone in that room was recording the gameplay. That's right. Deep in the archives, we still have this near 6-hour VOD of Andrew's first 6 hours in Pokemon Shield. It's cool to even see the home menu circa 2019. Actually, this never changed at all, but Let's Go and Smash seem to be the only games the kid owned. If you're familiar with the Pokemon Scarlet video on this channel, which you probably aren't, but that's okay, then you would know that ever since we were a kid, we would pick a different A name for every different game. The likes of Andrew, Ash, Ace, Allie, Azul, Amethyst. And because this is the Shield version, the kid chose the name Aegis. That means Shield. And after a year of trailers and leaks and controversy, he easily made a beeline for the monkey, to which he names Donkey Kong. Aegis meets their rival and then stumbles across the slumbering wheel, where the kid sees his first new Pokemon, the rodent Squovet, which he can't catch because he doesn't have any balls. Ironically, the Scarlet and Violet double pack features like quick balls or something, and yes, I'm a fully grown adult who buys the double pack. I like the packaging. For Sword and Shield, we wanted to get a cool poster or a map or a stylus, but instead we got the opportunity to catch Larvitar. $120. I do love the idea of battling the box legendary in a foggy forest before your first route, but I'm looking for Zamazenta. This thing doesn't even have a shield, and his name is Garfield, I think. What's weird about the pop-in in this game is that they added a smoothing animation so that they get bigger and smaller as they pop it. Like, this is clearly a deliberate choice. I just don't know why they chose this. And we see, potentially for the first time, that even outside the open world section, we have wild Pokemon appear in the overworld, like the mechanic introduced in Pokemon Let's Go a year prior. Joining Mario and Zelda in the list of major Nintendo games that took a big leap for the Switch, Kirby will have its day. I know you guys don't want to hear this, but as I'm recording this, it's been exactly 5 years to the day when I made this footage, and I'm kind of nostalgic for Sword and Shield. The parts of this game where they have strict control over actually look really pretty. Like, as a kid, I wanted everything to be open world, and evidently that happened with Scarlet and Violet, but also all the humans in that game look like dolls from the Civil War. While the pre-order bonus left some to be desired, Aegis does get the second Pokemon on the team in the Gigantamax Meowth mystery gift by getting the game on release. Unnamed. I'm pretty sure you're given Pokeballs later to backtrack here and catch everything, but I was determined to catch every new Mon. So, caught Robin, the Nickit, Jeb, the Wooloo, Wormy, the Blipbug, and Dee, the Rookidee. Not only is it a short nickname, but also a very elaborate reference to Always Sunny in Philadelphia. She's a bird. All of which got to level up together with the built-in experience share. And I think we've lived in this era of Pokemon for so long that I've become accustomed to it. I think the naive take is that why can't they just give us the option to turn it off or on, as if that wouldn't fundamentally change the pacing of the game. I like both the original games and the new style, but they really only work in their individual games. That being said, most of this early footage is grinding for experience and using Meowth's payday to grind money for a long time. Like, man, that's still going. Accidentally catches a Caterpie on their quest to only catch new Pokemon. Listen, I've transferred everything I've ever caught up to the Switch. I do not need more Caterpie. I've got Caterpie out the wazoo. After too much grinding, we get to the first town and meet everyone's most drawn character, Sonia, and her Yamper. She gives us the Rotom phone, which again, feels like a new change that just happened, but it's been like a good 7 years. It's like when I think about the Pokemart being inside the Pokemon Center as a recent change, even though that first happened in 2010, which was over a decade ago, and I'm old, I am aging, I am dying faster than most. And now we got cafes in the center that work as the name raider for this game. Still no name for that Meowth, huh? Aegis needs a new look. At the beginning, I chose the character that looked closest to me, which is just a white guy with brown hair. I'd bemoan the lack of facial hair like I do nowadays, but in 2019, he didn't even have one. All he had back then was the white jacket, black beanie, jeans. This is exactly how I still dress. The more changes, the more I repeat myself. Okay, now we get the balls. Gonna use them to catch Sting, the Galarian Zigzagoon, Buck, the Cheadle, and Theodore, the Squovet. Long time coming. Anyway, which of these three is getting the best head? Did I mention that we battled our rival Hop before? Because we did. And now we are again. I had a friend who looked exactly like this, and I used to send him images of Hop every day. Emphasis on had. Un, deux, trois. So I've been having everyone, let's see.
I didn't know you spoke French.
Only those 3 words and nothing else. I will continue to forget about him. Hop claims that we should stay close and train together for a shot at the champion, but little does he know I'm only in it for the money. Then Act of Terror crashes down in front of us and we pretend it's from space and then put it in our veins. Yeah, Hop, that's cool. I know you want to be friends and all, but now I have access to the internet and you are the last person I want to see. Aegis changes the profile picture to a sad cameraman because he's being played by one. Learn to whistle and catch a Yamper he named Stevie after his childhood dog. I say that like he's not around it. No, he's still kicking it. Aegis gets the camping gear, and then we see the wild area. This is the claim to fame for this game that they showed us in the second ever trailer. This is what the game was built around, for better or for worse. Because in 2019, this is all I wanted. I really only wanted a big open game with full 3D controls that you could adventure with your friends in. And that is not what this is. So much of this footage is actually trying to desperately find friends playing the game, which you can't, by the way. The odds of you seeing your friend in the wild area are slim to none. You only encounter strangers, like Hugo and Prometheus. And because this kid only got 6 hours into it and wasted hours of that trying to make it work, it isn't brought up as a complaint because the kid assumed it was his mistake. Like I said earlier, the controlled camera parts of this game look fine. Some would say good, but this? They even try to do the Breath of the Wild reveal. Like, what are we doing, man? Before, Aegis is given an item that allowed the trainer to access the PC box at all times. I forgot this used to be a key item. That actually makes way more sense. And in a game where the kid wanted to try so many different new Pokemon that you have access to at all times and level up really fast even without using them, a lot of this is dedicated to trying to make like 13 Pokemon the same usable level. Oh my god, it's the tree! The infamous E3 tree! Quick, take my picture! Aegis tries his first Dynamax raid online and catches a giant Wooper, which is then named B, immediately followed by the first jaunt in Pokemon Camp, which is legitimately my favorite new feature. Like, the wild area is cool and all, but this is what I've wanted in Pokemon since I was a kid. The ability to see my team hanging out together. I also like to be able to hang out with my friend's team, which is still technically not possible to this day. Or not. I don't know when Pokemon Legends ZA comes out, and neither do you, maybe, when seeing this. That's gonna be the collectible, like how
Pokemon
the,
Legends ZA.
late 2025.
Coming late.
Hello? Although it's my favorite part, that being said, the Pokemon Camp doesn't have a Gyarados doing a sick 360. Aegis catches a Dynamax baby. Egg Boy, my least favorite son. And then Wormy evolves into Dottler. I'm really skimming over this footage, but know that a good hour or two was dedicated to grinding and figuring out the wild area. And I get it, it's the hot new game mechanic, but look at this new town. I mean, we've seen it before. It's the only one they pinpoint in all the trailers. Like, this is the big city every new generation has. Here, Sonia teaches us how to make league cards, where the kid puts Aegis far away in the clock dimension. Caterpie and Meowth are finally given proper names. Mothra and Oliver. Aw, we saw that guy earlier. I hope I keep getting to show him in archival footage. And then after hours of exhausting research in the wild area, we meet my favorite character in this game and the best of the entire Switch era. Ball Guy. Also, this dude named Beat or something. Now that we're a league competitor, we need to pick a number. Aegis is number 31 because this was this kid's 31st Pokemon adventure. Yeah, try and do the math on that. Number 30, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, gets us a gift Pikachu in this game, which he named Cheeked. As you can tell by the fogginess and profound sadness, this game is set in the UK. I wanted to give myself credit for accidentally naming the Pikachu a British ism, but apparently the cheek and cheeked do not mean the same thing at all. Despite finally giving it a name, Mothra isn't a Dynamax mon, so Aegis uses the newly unlocked surprise trade to get something better. Why did they stop calling it Wonder Trade? I like that way better. It's not like it's a generation exclusive. So as the story goes, trade Caterpie for a Lotad, and Lotad for Pancham, and Pancham for Choodle, which is finally traded for the world-traveled Chinese Roly-Coly. I think, I could be very wrong. It looks like Chinese letters to me. If I'm wrong, please say it 1,000 times in the comments. Let me know. Like, I know I had a Nickit and a Wooloo, but this Roly-Coly, that would soon become a Colossal. Apologies to the monkey, but this became the ace of my team. And I still don't know what this name is. And to get our newest members up to speed, a lot more Switch grinding. Even on the Cafe Master Dwight, the most important local business. We use the new salon to fix Aegis's hair and eyebrows to be a little more accurate. And we get a lore dump from Sonia, we fight the fake out evil team, Team Yell, in a vacant white void. I really like the concept of a more annoying punk-based evil team that's actually revealed to be not as evil as the more bureaucratic big business team. Yeah, I liked it when they did it 3 years before. Hey, who is this fellow with Hop's older brother and champion? He looks trustworthy. It's where we get the Sky Taxi. I feel like every Pokemon game, I forget how early you actually get the ability to fast travel, but I haven't even fought the first gym yet. And then Aegis finds the TM for payday. What are the odds? Aegis works his way to the next route before being stopped by Hop for another battle. No gym badges. After a hard-fought battle, not really, Donkey Kong, the head of our team and starter, evolves into Thwacky, the worst Pokemon in this line. And I normally prefer middle stages. At last, we got his league card. Maybe now I'll remember his name. Another new mechanic in this game is your ability to put your servants to work. Multi-purpose fabric development. Oh, cool, a sweatshop. I'm sending the baby by itself. The Tyrogues will not leave him alone, but that doesn't stop Aegis from catching a Stunky and naming the Stench after a friend, and catching a Gossifleur and naming it Bulbo. Sonia shows us her smokestacks. That's probably where Egg Boy is right now. Speaking of child labor, the mines, where we get to fight the coolest psychic trainer around, Bede. She's so moody, but this is no trouble for our over-leveled monkey. Oh, cool, wheat. As far as the eye can see, it's the wheat field where Aegis catch a Galarian Meowth and names it Gordon, which is not only a reference to the Scottish cat from Cat Scratch, but also a double reference to the Persian he used in Blue he named Waffles. Someone should talk about that show. Also a Milcery named Reggie. May he rest in peace, his soul has moved to a new vessel. And a Pumpkaboo named Jack, real original. And now I'm the one getting paid aid. I'm getting attacked by breeders. What is this? Twitter? I don't even know what I meant by that. Three Wheels the Electric, Paul Rudd the Joltic, and we're being accosted by a wild feral Wooloo. This is Milo, the grass trainer, first gym leader and local himbo, making him our next target. Once Sonia's yapping dog brings us to her at this game's version of Stonehenge. Like, I've never been there, but I was still expecting more. Sonia gives us Milo's league card. Perfect. Now we have his address. And A just goes to fight the big man at his gym before being accosted by the most insane looking man I've seen in my life. But before we can get to the grass man himself, we have to cross a Wooloo wrangling puzzle. And I'll say this. I think in a fully 3D game, you sort of have to create vast puzzles with different mechanics like this. Like a pushing block puzzle or an ice wall puzzle would not work without the grid format, and those are my favorite parts of the game, by the way. The Switch is a hybrid console. I see no reason why we can't treat this series like we do all the other major Nintendo franchise. On the Switch, we have 2D Mario and 3D Mario, 2D Zelda and 3D Zelda, 2D Metroid and 3D Metroid. Even Kirby has both now. I think they could benefit from making a more direct continuation from what Black and White were doing. You don't even have to make it look like Octopath Traveler. You could still use 3D models. What I was going to say before sidetracking myself is that I like this puzzle, but it repeats itself way too often. It's fun once, barely, twice is even pushing it. But we also need to get through the bowl cut warriors. Despite this being a grass gym and having a Chinese roly-poly, Aegis still chooses to exclusively use the Thwacky. And why not? We spent long enough getting its level up. It only took us nearly 6 hours, but we finally made it to our first gym battle, Grass Trainer Milo. Thwacky makes quick work of the Gossifleur, but eventually falls to the Dynamax Eldegoss. In a last-ditch effort, Aegis finally decides to use type advantages and brings in the second oldest of the team, D, the Rookity. It just so happens that Donkey Kong was able to hold out long enough to exhaust Eldegoss's Dynamax ability, which is where D swoops in, gets big, and bodies the grass gym. After a triumphant victory, D is rewarded by morphing every bone in her body as she becomes a Corvisquire. If you remember from the Pokemon Scarlet video, which you don't, the kid, Andrew, I guess he wasn't a kid when Scarlet came out, likes to battle the people he plays with after every major milestone in a Pokemon game. But Aegis could not get the online to work for the life of him, as the capture ends with the kid attempting to make a battle room with the code 8008. Classic. And after this, the kid was content to wrap up gaming for tonight and finish the Natter Chamber video. If you want to call this finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I was gonna go back to bed, but realistically, I'm just gonna keep playing Pokemon until I pass out.
That's right, the capture isn't the only footage we have of that very night. As for the first time in a while, we have another snapshot from the Nintendo Switch image archives. From November 16th, 2019 at 8:03 p.m. Nice to see Jeb and Robin make it this far. And thus ends the Pokemon Sword and Shield release day. This video was about Smash Bros. DLC, wasn't it? It's been weeks and people are still trying to place the Caco Demon Me costume, but to no avail. The original models have yet to be found. The Popo and Nana discrepancy was not true. I promise you I wouldn't have brought it up if I did not comment on that video. It really isn't important. And if that last one was really worth us and you're getting real fed up of these Teenage Andrew comments, I can assure you there are no more. This year, 2019. Can't believe it's almost been a full year. I mean, we started this video with the Game Awards 2018, and now the Game Awards Twitter account is tweeting about, oh, remember the Joker Smash reveal? Could this mean we get the final character reveal at the Game Awards? It would at the very least force me to watch the event. This week's Sakurai Famitsu column contains Masahiro Sakurai's thoughts on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate surpassing Street Fighter II as the best-selling fighting game of all time. Which is not important, But it's so cool. It's really ironic that a lot of traditional fighting game fans hate Smash Bros. And vice versa, while Sakurai, the game director, absolutely loves traditional fighting games. He holds nothing but reverence for it. I mean, he talked about Terry for 40 minutes. Speaking of videos wasting time, I know why we're all here. So this week's Nano Chamber video is actually about Smash Bros, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's bad. I mean, aside from the video being hosted by my least favorite character, this fuckhead with the green glasses. But it's not too long and not too entertaining. Like, there's no script at all. It's a mess. Also, I hate this guy.
God, if they don't come back, I'm gonna be in so much trouble with the producer.
I'm sure that means nothing. Does he know something we don't? Does it matter?
I can't wait to come back to this video and see what percent of characters I got right. Which, if I'm me, and I am me, is going to be 100. I am so much better at this. Why don't I host the show all the time? We're in trouble, aren't we?
I'm not even gonna pretend like I care even a little about this. I've got a job to do. This week, Valve announces a new Half-Life game in Half-Life Alyx. It's not super relevant, but how often in a video do I get to reminisce about the announcement of a new Half-Life game? Certainly not at the Game Awards 2024, I can tell you that much. Every year, I trick myself into watching it. Unless you count the random Discord denizen that guessed that Half-Life would be announced this week and then also said that Gordon Freeman would be making his way into Smash, which I don't. Trust me, a Valve character will come up later in our timeline whenever you see that. The more I work on this project, the more daunting it seems. Only time will tell. You might actually not see it. But while this likely isn't happening, I don't think it's impossible, and I don't even think it's a bad idea. I think Valve deserves some form of representation in the greatest celebration of gaming, don't at me. It already does have representation in the greatest gaming crossover. A TF2 Heavy is in that Sonic Car Racer game. Circling back to the Game Awards again. He also has a very famous melee weapon, like that's his most famous weapon in his kit if they get cold feet about him shooting Yoshi in the back of the head with a gun. Get Skibbity Toilet Me costume. The world is a mess. Also, Sakurai likes Half-Life, and Gabe likes money. Because it's winter, I am still deep in my yearly Valve hyperfixation that rears its head around this time. Unfortunately, there is no more Portal that I could talk about this year. There is no more Portal. That's why this year, this video is taking Portal's yearly slot. The slot has now become the games Andrew loves slot. This is also right off the heels of the artifact disaster at E3. It only took that guy 5 years to buy a Valve Index. But in all fairness, after 5 years, they still have one game worth getting it for. Truly the Astrobot of their time. Game of the Year winner, by the way. Can you tell that I just watched the Game Awards 2024? Remember when Artorias and Banjo both got added to the Totaku collection and got new figures right before E3? Well, now Shantae is scheduled to get one as well. Now, before we get all worked up about the half-genie hero, remember, Artorias is not in this game. But it's not like she could be a DLC character anyway. I mean, she's a spirit. Starting November 29th, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate will be adding several Resident Evil spirits, including Leon Kennedy. And I suppose that's the final nail in the coffin for a Resident Evil character as a playable fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But what is a spirit? Because if you really think about it, a spirit is just an updated trophy. And by updated, of course, I mean worse. And in Smash 4, the last game we had DLC, the likes of Lucas were trophies in base game before eventually being upgraded to playable status as a part of DLC. Speaking of Mother, don't even get me started on Porky. That spirit is still missing in its entirety. Granted, that is a character that has already been in the game. That was decided after. It's possible that the second pass is already fully finalized, as the tagline or on the ad for the first pass listed as running through February 2020, and it's currently the tail end of 2019. Let's forget about Leon for a second, because those spirits were just added and they wouldn't have doubled up on characters if they just added the spirits. If the extra DLC characters were decided after the Fighters Pass that was decided after the base game, that was ages ago. Are Bandana Waddle Dee or Shantae or even Gino still deconfirmed? The only way we could possibly know if a Super Smash Bros. Ultimate spirit deconfirms them as a playable DLC fighter, as if a spirit becomes a playable DLC fighter. From major Nintendo franchises that only got spirits and didn't get characters, like from this year, Daemon X Machina, or Link's Awakening, or even like ARMS. I mean, that was a Switch launch title along with Breath of the Wild. Surely it's been long enough. Although everyone is getting prepared for the potential of another major reveal at the Game Awards in some weeks, there's still a good chance it's a Nintendo character. The final DLC character for Smash 4 after heavy hitters like Cloud and Ryu was the ballot winner, Bayonetta. That was the final one released. I remember that the final one shown to us was fucking Corrin. The argument was then brought up again in Game Explain's video, do spirits, assist trophies, and Mii costumes debunk DLC fighters? I didn't comment on that video. That's not why I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up because it was on my playlist and it's a good microcosm of what people were thinking prior to the Game Awards.
Could the next fighter very well be Doomguy or Sora? Yeah, sure, why not? But I personally believe there's an equal, if not higher chance of it being a Nintendo character they wanted in the roster all along. Rex and Pyra.
It's a Mii sword fighter outfit based on Rex from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Actually, never mind. We're moving into December 2019 and we still don't know how many characters we could be getting after the first Fighters Pass. We haven't heard from Andrew in a while. He's a little occupied, but I'm still sure he believes in the concept of a first party pass or an Echo Pass. Actually, what is the kid up to?
We have the control, right, Teacher Me? Teacher Me? Wait, where'd TV go? Hey, Mr. Producer Man, how was last week's video?
When do these, like, get good? It has now been a full calendar year since the release of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and this year has been rough. Like, the kid started a YouTube channel and then speedran abandonment in real time. It's horrific. And I gotta say, now that we don't have a full game to look forward to, it's not as fun. Like, I always love new Smash characters, and I had fun with Banjo and Hero and Joker and Plant, and even the new modes like Home Run Contest and Stage Builder, but it's not the same. I'll always be excited for more Smash Bros, and sure, I can always do decent online, at least in my small hometown, but it's a social game. Like, if we're only looking a year back, I was so excited for the game's release so I could gather all of my friends in the theater group chat together and we could all play it in the pink, smelly room. And then after moving downstairs into that dingy basement, we would all treat it as a hub to go to after school. And while others were staying at their houses or it was too late, I would set up that leather chair right in front of my TV in that freezing basement and have this oscillating heater aimed at my toes so I wouldn't lose them. And now he's alone. He's trapped. What's the Daisy theory? So for the anniversary of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate's release, the Japanese Twitter account tweeted out several images, all including the number 1. To which the final image was this cacophony of characters on the battlefield stage. But did you notice something interesting? Mario's also holding up one finger. On the right, we got pre-order character Piranha Plant, and then DLCs 2 and 4, Hero and Terry. The left side includes our first and third characters, Joker and Banjo, and Kazooie, but also Daisy for some reason. Like, if she's just meant to represent the newcomers from Smash Ultimate, no offense, saved you a clicked gaming, but why Daisy? Why not Ridley or Inkling or even a different Echo like Dark Samus? Isabelle is way more popular than all of them, and she also has a new game coming very soon. And she's not like Mario in the center. She's placed off to the right with the other DLC, almost like she's a placeholder for a DLC character. The final DLC character of Fighters Pass 1. If that's the case, is this new character tied to Daisy? Or is it more abstract? Could this be a hint towards Waluigi? If there's any assist trophy character to be upgraded to a fighter, it would be the one with the most backlash. I mean, if we're looking back to 2018, the DLC was decided after base game, after being able to see the backlash of that announcement at E3. Maybe they changed their minds. They could have. Daisy and Waluigi have always had a strange connection, we'll call it. I still really like that comic where Waluigi did get invited to Smash, but saw that Daisy was sad by herself, so he gives his invite. I think it's sweet. What if Daisy just represents an orange character like Crash Bandicoot or now Gordon Freeman, coinciding with that color theory that I don't believe, but still. I mean, Gordon's got a game coming out is all I'm saying. How often does that happen? People have been pushing an orange character ever since the Smash website added colored backgrounds to the DLC. It's not Scorpion though. Vergaben said so. Well, what if Daisy is just meant to take the place of a girl? Remember when the Toho community was convinced that Reimu would be in the game? Shantae is there. We just argued about the capability of spirits upgrading, and she got the same figure that Banjo got. Also has deep ties to Nintendo, where a character like Doom Guy only made it to the Switch. Wait a minute. Hell is orange. No, that's a stretch. Doom and Daisy both start with D? No, that's not it. I mean, we can't attribute the name to anything. Daisy is not an uncommon name, as it's both the name of this famous Nintendo character and the pet bunny of the titular Doom Guy. Wait a minute. And if we're talking about girls and the color orange and video games that are only now coming to the Switch, also guns, Tracer Overwatch has been in the running for a little bit. It's part of that theory, I'm just saying. But since we're already losing our minds at the very end of the year and pushing all of our personal theories and the battle lines have been drawn, I'd like to make my own pitch. So, it's time. If you didn't know, Portal is my favorite video game series of all time. If you couldn't tell from all the previous year's February videos. Heather's is there for moral support. And I know that Gordon Freeman is the face of Valve and Half-Life is one of the most important first-person shooters ever, but walk with me for a second. There aren't really any rules as to who can and can't be a fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, beyond them having to originate from a video game. However, we have several years worth of weekly Sakurai Famitsu columns, hours upon hours of content he made for his YouTube channel, articles and interviews we can learn from history. The characters in Smash Bros. Ultimate owe their existence to either major companies or the fighter ballot. But beyond characters that people want the most, the main factor that contributes to every single character in this game is whether or not they can have a fun or creative moveset. While it's true that Gordon probably deserves to get in more, Half-Life is grimy and real and lived in, and they use guns a lot. Whereas the gun in Portal does make holes, but not bullet holes. Ever since Portal 2, the designs have moved away from the source engine and become more Pixar, dare I say more marketable. And don't tell me a Smash Bros. Character with a portal gun wouldn't be fun. You cannot tell that to me with a straight face. While Gordon is more iconic than Shell, the portal gun is more iconic than the crowbar, I'll say it. I'm not sorry. I don't think we will ever have something like the Smash Bros. Fighter ballot ever again, not with how annoying everyone is nowadays. But okay, on the off chance we do, I will die on the front lines of hashtag Shell for Smash. For my honor. I mean, it works so well for Babysitter. Also, not only is Shell a woman, but what color is her jumpsuit? Orange. Granted, Portal hadn't made it to the Switch yet, so it's only representation on the console, where spin-offs like Bridge Constructor and Lego. Also, this week's Natter Chamber video is about Disney sequels, and I hate to toot this old rotten horn, but it's at the very least got good bones.
Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. Okay, full disclosure, I love Aladdin, and even more than that, I love Jafar.
And he should see Aladdin. Jafar was a badass. Yeah.
And thus starts the long tradition of community clips in all of these videos. But not anymore, thanks Peacock. Shell. The Game Awards 2019 are upon us, and days before, people are already predicting what we could see. I mean, Nintendo, in a tweet, specifically calls on everyone, all of their fans, to watch the Game Awards, meaning they likely have something big planned. I mean, last year we got the first DLC character in the Fighter Pass revealed, and it fell on the midnight release of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. There's a chance that the final Fighters Pass 1 character could be revealed a full year later, bringing it full circle. I mean, we have to know who the character is by February of 2020, and the regularly scheduled February Direct might be too late. A 4chan anon says the character revealed is going to be Cosmos from Xenosaga. Why not? I mean, I could tell you why not, but just let them have their fun. I don't care. I think the more aware speculators were ready to be disappointed with first-party Nintendo character at the end of the pass But Andrew was not. Maybe it isn't a Smash reveal at all. I mean, sure, we put all the focus on Persona Joker, but how could we forget the monumental reveal of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3: The Black Order? Also Breath of the Wild, I guess. Info for Breath of the Wild was shown off at the Game Awards 3 years in a row previous, and we know that they're working on a sequel. Of all the major Nintendo games that are coming out in the future, this is the one we know the least about. Basically everything other than Animal Crossing has come out already, and that's the beginning of 2020 anyway. But like any major event that is full of glorified ads that we watch for fun, in this video's format, it's only days away. Like, it's going to be the week we're covering, so I see no reason to jump into the Game Awards 2019.
The Game of the Year award goes to Sekiro.
Okay. So, yes, the way he says the Game of the Year winner is hilarious. Also, Smash Bros. Lost. What a world. But everyone also gets on his fast car co-star for mispronouncing Tekken when she's actually pronouncing it the way the arcade cabinet used to pronounce it. She's not a fake gamer. She's the only one who actually understands. Reggie was at the Game Awards despite no longer working for Nintendo. Sometimes I still hear his voice. You should play the Milcery cry. Let's bring the bit full circle. Very funny that the second he started working at GameStop, they made a shit ton of money in stocks for a meme. Did anyone else see that Dumb Money movie starring Paul Dano? It does the thing that all biopics do, where it mythologizes everything. So there's this scene where he sees his baby eating chicken nuggets and then thinks for a beat and then holds it up to the camera and says, "I've got to have my chicken nuggies," or something, or chicken tendies, something like that. It's like a bunch of studio execs saw an epic Reddit meme and felt the need to explain it as mystical as possible. There's a scene set in a college party where they all gather around and just browse r/Wall Street bets. That's like all they do at the party. All right, enough about a movie that is not related to this video at all. Did Nintendo reveal anything of value at the Game Awards, you may ask, to which I raise you, bravely default to. So no, I am making an effort to stop making sweeping generalizations and bold statements about games I have never played. It is unfair to judge a game before I actually play it. That being said, I really don't want to play that. The Game Awards 2019 were actually mostly built around Microsoft's newest console. It was revealed at E3 under the name Project Scarlet, but now it has an official name, the Xbox Series X. That's not the final name, right? I hope they change it. Can I just say, the Xbox video was over 2 years ago now. I've had it long enough. This machine fucking blows. I thought it was just the circuitry in my room that every time I would stream a game on the Series X, it would shut off the power in my room. I thought it was just me. But no, the Series X just does that. It uses too much power and then kills itself in front of you to change the trajectory of your life. It sucks. I've always been an X-boy, and Game Pass is really cool, but in comparison with the PS5, it's night and day. Or night and like sunset, because the PS5 isn't that much better, but it is better. Talk about graphical fidelity and hating Nintendo or whatever, but how is this tablet from 2017 that can't run Zelda in 1080p kicking the ass of the two major console manufacturers? You better finish that fucking handheld, Xbox. Rockstar finally added anti-cheat to the PC version of GTA Online, but in doing so, made it impossible for that game to run on the Steam Deck. I hate modern gaming. Put it on the fucking Switch. It's a 360 game. I don't care. But yeah, not only was that console shown off, announced to be released next year, 2020. Can't wait to see how that goes. But also, most of the reveals at the Game Awards were games for that new console. There was an odd leak that said a new Halo game was being worked on and that Master Chief would be added to Smash Bros, announced for Smash Bros, but the Game Awards just happened. We know that's not true. Also, speaking of watching old footage, I did want to capture my reactions of the Game Awards in 2019, and I recorded the whole thing, but then the footage corrupted, so I sat through that entire thing for nothing. Yay! Also, so this video, the year 2019 started out with several moving pieces. There would be videos to watch, comments to read, pictures to look at, major game releases to reminisce on. But now it's almost the end of the year, the thirstiest time of the year, I've heard. And because of that, no Smash people are saying anything of value. Apparently AdSense is bad in winter. It's a shame I'm making this video now, and the potential of us getting a new character reveal at the Game Awards went up in smoke. Sure, we could try and look deeper into the CacoMallow Leak and analyze the amiibo's release dates, but most realistically what is going to happen is that we'll get Info only on the next Nintendo Direct, February 2020. Everyone resolved to enjoy the holidays, but not the kid. He spent the second week of December, weeks before Christmas, discussing the adaptations of Dr. Seuss properties. But I don't want to show or talk about this too much because, like the missing Portal 2 video, I'd actually like to talk about this again someday. But I will say, he references the 2018 Grinch in the exact way you would think. I'm writing this like a month after the new album dropped. Can I make a look like him joke, or is it too late? Hawk Tua, am I right, fellas? Oh yeah. We're not leaving. You thought I gave that speech for nothing? Nah, man, you gotta lock in. Lore is the only thing happening this week. It all begins December 2019. A trapped teen Andrew goes down a Star Wars-related memory lane in preparation for the final act in the new Star Wars trilogy, The Rise of Skywalker. Remember that? Come back to me in 4 years. He covers obscure topics like Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith, the video game for the Xbox, the Clone Wars cartoon, Stars Days, Thumb Wars, MagFest, N64 games. See, we repeat ideas all the time. You couldn't possibly know. This is probably the only archival footage from the movie theater I worked at within the same year. This truly is archival.
Hey guys, it's currently 1:30 a.m. I just got out of seeing The Rise of Skywalker, and I don't know.
Oh, I know. The video ends in triumph. The initial contract has come to an end. The kid initially threw himself into this work, into the internet, to get over the loss of his closest friends and partners. He is allowed to leave, with a caveat. The very same day of video releases of the kid, now visibly aged, stumbling through the same woods where he made the deal with the producers in the first place. The same woods he would soon come to know all too well. Wind chimes echo again, the very same that played as the flannel laid in the brush. He squats down and opens up a suitcase. We never see what's inside, but we do catch a character we've never seen before, hiding in the shadows, wearing a woolen hoodie we just saw the kid wear. So they're sleeping together? There's no heterosexual explanation for this. I know this lore seems unimportant, but this is my video, and for you to be able to get to know me, you have to know how I came into this picture. But not yet, because it's Christmas. I think it speaks for itself. That was it? We just skipped all of Christmas. I suppose it makes sense. There's not gonna be any breaking news or important lore over the holidays. Everyone's busy. I was busy. The kid was busy. The holidays gave him an opportunity to catch up with everyone who was back home now that Andrew was let loose. But the holidays were not over. This week is actually quite busy. Like the release of Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training for the Switch. I actually really like this game, but you could only play it in handheld mode, so there is no footage. Riveting gameplay. The Nintendo Switch would experience maintenance smack dab in the middle of the week, which led some to believe that we may be getting a direct soon. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you consider to be soon, because February is always a pretty safe bet, but that is a month removed, and I think we'll talk about it next week. As far as Smash news goes, ever since adding the online tournament feature back in one of the Sakurai Presents from 2019, most of these tournaments that cycle in and out regularly followed specific themes, like heroes versus villains, duo buddy fighters, fighters tied to the stars, all of which led to their own form of speculation that didn't seem that important. But the upcoming tournament was themed around Super Smash Bros. Melee, which doesn't tell us anything about characters, but I just thought it looked cool. Although I don't love playing Melee, I really like how it looks. It has a very specific vibe to it, and I definitely love watching it. Super Smash Bros. Melee fan going to his first match. They almost convinced me to set up Slippy. but I know better. And we get this cool art that uses the modern models but poses them like the Melee character select screen. Quick note, I always participated in these tournaments because I love Smash Bros and they are fun, but by this point I had done everything there is to do in this game. So I would trudge my way through these online tourneys and be really proud of my win, and then after beating everyone for my perseverance, I would gain a spirit I already had. Like, other than the fun of playing Smash Bros and the personal brownie points, there is really no incentive to play these online tourneys. Like, not even a hat for your Mii. Compare this to a game like Mario Tennis Aces, a game I actually complained about previous, but you can unlock new DLC characters just by participating in online tourneys. I don't think Smash Bros should go that far. I think the DLC should be available to everyone of different abilities at the game. But within those same Mario Tennis Aces tournament, if you place higher and higher in that bracket, you can unlock different alternate skins for said characters. I know I've already said this, but what if winning that online tournament would get you like a new Yoshi alt? There's technically no reason why the alternate skins have to cap out at 8. I get that Smash is for everyone and they want everyone to own the same game regardless of how good they are, but I don't know, man. Maybe some people would actually play the tournaments if you incentivize them to do so. Do you know how many times I loaded up Mario Tennis Aces just to get a participation trophy and unlock the new character? I didn't even like that game. So anyway, some believe that this new Melee themed tournament could come with the release of new DLC stages like Pokefloats. Of course not. So we have made it all of the way through 2019. This video basically began with us stepping foot into the new year, and now we stand to do it again. But let's just collect our thoughts before we jump over. We have one more fighter planned for the first fighter pass for Smash Ultimate DLC. That was planned after the release of the base game, whereas all the other characters afterwards, however many they are, were decided after, or at least in the middle of the Fighters Pass, because they told us they were planning more when we saw Terry. So if there was any chance to get a character that was previously a Mii costume, one is still missing: a spirit, maybe a pirate or a bandana, or maybe even an assist trophy. But that list is far too long. We had companies that previously had no presence in Smash Bros like SNK and most notably Microsoft make their debut. Could this open the door for more Microsoft fighters like Master Chief or Minecraft Steve? We still don't know what that Minecraft representation line even meant, as long as we're talking about a shooter, not Overwatch. But maybe Doom. Like, I know it's gory. Virgoben said no Scorpion, but what do they know, really? The Daisy theory could be pointing to Tracer Overwatch because she's a she and themed in orange. So is Shell Portal, but that's neither here nor there. But then again, the Daisy name could be a reference to Doom Guy's pet rabbit. And what about the CacoMallow Leak? We still have not placed the origin of these Mii costume heads exactly, and every vocal modder seems to believe that this video is near impossible to replicate without clipping. It's either real or really impressive. A lot is pointing towards the Doom Guy, who has now usurped Ryu Hayabusa and Jonesy Fortnite. I love giving them last names. Can you believe Sans Undertale is genuinely in this game? That's still so surreal to me. What other premium Mii costumes could we get? Bandai Namco worked on the game, worked on Smash Bros. You think we get another rep from like Tekken or maybe even Dark Souls? That doesn't even mention Square Enix. There's a laundry list of characters there. Sega, Capcom, and Konami as well. Still holding out for Bill Reiser. Game director Masahiro Sakurai has begun posting images that he made for fun to send to the team working on the game to boost morale to Twitter before it was the everything app. It's fun. It's sort of like the Smash Bros blogger when he would post pics of the day on his Twitter. The same Twitter account people would harass him on. Never matter, it was December 31st, the final day of 2019, the year that started my new life and practically killed my last one. The kid was no longer a working man in high school. He was now a YouTuber. Ugh. There would be more jobs to come, but as the clock slowly ticked over in 2020, the boys came together to play some rounds of Super Mario Party to continue the tradition into the new year. And I'd love to talk about the year 2020, but oh, would you look at the time? It's time for Super MagFest 2020. Super MagFest 2020 was held across January 2nd to January 5th, so the Gamer Squad had to blast off immediately. If you want to learn more about this convention that has come up now twice in this video, consider this other video. Yay, more homework. So I'll cover just the most important bits. I obviously did get to meet Ellen McLean again, the voice of GLaDOS. I meet her every year. I absolutely adore her. The 4 or 5 of us actually managed to get a room with multiple beds this year. It's a nice upgrade. Honestly, the convention was really fun, but some of my fondest memories of this weekend were just lying around with my friends from the Void chat and watching Detective Pikachu on the TV. And then one of them demanded sushi. just randomly, they woke up in a cold sweat and was craving sushi, and we drove around for an hour before we could find any. And we eventually did find it, we ate it, and then the next day, the 3rd, was both Andrew and Mr. Pink's birthday. There's a shared birthday. And Andrew went to go celebrate with some fursuits he met. His friend remained bedridden. Probably because of the sushi. My favorite memory from this MagFest, I wish I could tell you I was mainly focused on playing Smash Bros. Around this time, but that game had been usurped, at least for the time being. I remember seeing a group of people sitting on the floor of the main floor, all with their Switches in hand, all playing Pokemon Sword and Shield. I walked over to one of the dudes playing in a Parappa hat and asked him what was going on. So there's this exploit, Pokemon Sword and Shield, where if the player comes across a raid that is really cool or has a really rare Pokemon in it, they can invite a ton of people to the raid den and then reset their game. The raid will continue to spawn in the owner's game, and they can redo it over and over again, technically forever, and the combatants they invited get to continue the raid and catch them on, and the cycle continues. So while I sat there on the floor, trying to get into the 2 raids set up, more and more people gathered. Show the clip behind me. I'm gonna gesticulate so you know to keep this bit going until it stops. Andrew, I know this is motion-based while we're editing. This is important. It was a shiny Grimmsnarl raid and a shiny Gengar raid. Both Gigantamax forms. Grimmsnarl is the final evolution of that freaky little imp creature we saw multiple times that the Pokemon Company pretended they did not reveal to us several times over. The story comes full circle. You may be asking the likelihood of that and the legitimacy of those shiny Pokemon. Well, first of all, I showed up in medias res, so it's likely that one person set up their shiny raid and another guy ran into a different shiny and set up their raid right next to it. Unlikely, but not impossible. Also, I'm a firm believer that all Pokemon are legitimate depending on how hard you work for it. Like, I spent multiple hours trying to get in both of these raids, trying to beat the strong Pokemon and trying to catch them, none of which was easy. It felt like I was back in grade school trying to desperately enter the DS download play game for Mario Kart DS so the kids in the back of the bus would think I was cool. You think I got 4 Victinis on accident? If you hack mythicals or shinies into the game, I do not respect you. But if you use means that exist within the game to get Pokemon outside your reach, that's fair game. That counts. So I did in fact sit there for multiple hours, making friends with the people sitting around me, asking, oh, did you make it? Did you catch it? Did you get in? What move are you using? We all exchanged Discords after that. I don't remember any of their names, but I still have fond memories. But I didn't leave there with nothing. Actually, the contrary. I left with a shiny Grimmsnarl named Joker. Again, 2019. What a double feature 2025 has been. It truly is the year of Joker. And 2 shiny Gengars named Double and Negative. Every Pokemon I catch is eventually transferred up to the latest game, so these Pokemon probably exist within Scarlet right now, if they're even in that game. Funny thing about shiny Gengar is without its Mega or Gigantamax form, it may as well not even be shiny at all. But I'm not completely heartless. I do remember one person I met that year pretty well. God, why did he jump in the last clip? We've never done that once. That hurts my knees so bad. One of the first series the boys started on the BHultra YouTube channel was a multiplayer versus gaming series where they fought over this toy world heavyweight championship with the logo spray painted over it. The first ever episode of which was the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Amiibo tournament we saw earlier in this video. And after dropping the title back and forth for months in games like Conker's Bad Fur Day, Mario Party, Nintendo Land, Mario and Sonic, and some Star Wars Episode 3 license game, seems to really stand out. The Season 1 finale came to a close as the reigning champion, the Lonely Kid, lost the boys' title to a complete stranger who went off with the belt, never to be seen again. But then 2 years ago, he found us and brought the title with him. It was cute, which he still apparently holds to this day. Mouse, if you're watching this, I want my title back and I'm determined to get it. By any means necessary. The kid was enjoying time with his friends before they would inevitably have to go back to school again. I don't know. This year was different. It's like he could sense a presence that he had never met before, but somehow still knew. But they had to evacuate because apparently some journalist was there causing a scene, interviewing strangers in costume. But I'm not allowed to talk about that. He might hear me. Just to make a point, I had beaten both Pokemon Sword and Shield by this point, so pretty good at gaming, if I do say so myself. Even if we lost the title to a stranger. The Super Smash Bros. Fighter Pass extends through February 2020 without any extenuating circumstances. That means the new character will need to be released, at the very least revealed, before February ends. And now we're 5 days deep into both 2020 and January. That's how months work. Again, a lot of talk was less about who the character would be and more when we would get this information. Because ultimately, now that we know, I get it. I forgot what I was saying. Now that we know we're getting more DLC, the actual character doesn't matter that much. A Pokemon Direct was announced for later this week. I thought it strange before I remembered that this always happens. They always announce a Direct the week of, if not the day before. Why am I always shocked by this? Every 3 times a year. It is strange that we're getting a Pokemon Direct before Pokemon Day, though. Two things. Either this could mean we're going to get a Nintendo Direct somewhere a week after, as at least 4 or 5 recorded times since they began making Pokemon exclusive Directs, they're not called Directs yet, that a Nintendo Direct is held exactly a week after. So what could we see at this hypothetical Nintendo Direct? It would need to feature a Smash character, no? Dante from the Devil May Cry series seems to have picked up a lot of steam, as there's apparently going to be a Nintendo-related announcement for the series either January 16th or the 30th, according to supposed insiders on Twitter. The 16th is exactly a week after the 9th, the date planned for the Pokemon Direct. Granted, on the list of overlaps, a lot of the time when the Nintendo Directs and Pokemon Presents overlap is because of February or E3 season. But the new wave of Super Smash Bros. Amiibo releases on the 17th. Do Nintendo Directs happen around the same time as Pokemon Directs, or is it a coincidence that Pokemon Day falls in February and February just happens to be one of the 3 months we get a Nintendo Direct every year like clockwork? So let's consider that we maybe don't get a Nintendo Direct anytime soon. I'm real bunched up back here. Even if we get one in February, what if it extends past the Fighters Pass expiration date? Imagine for a second that the next Smash Bros. Character is announced in the Pokemon Direct. If the final Fighters Pass 1 DLC character needs to be a first-party Nintendo character, then the last 2 generations we got, which were Kalos and Alola, X and Y and Sun and Moon, we got a starter for a playable character. We got Greninja and we got Incineroar. And now we have a new generation. Those 2 characters, by the way, were worked on before their base game even released. Maybe I'm showing my bias, but what if we get a new final evolution starter mon like that of Incineroar and Greninja? What if it's a grass type starter to finish the trifecta? And that's why I elect we include, that's not right. That's why I elect we include, I chose Grookey and Rillaboom is Big Monkey. Just give him Donkey Kong's old Final Smash. He hits a drum. I literally named mine Donkey Kong. What do you have to say about this? I hope they include Chinese Colossal. This Pokemon Direct is slated to be the longest one yet, and while I could stand here and speculate more, it's happening this week. Like now? Is 20 minutes really the longest any of these have been? 2006. But the current year is 2020. A little context, it's been sort of a pattern that the Pokemon Company releases remakes of their previous generations every time a new console is released. A couple years into that console. For a while, 2 generations, every other game was a remake. It went 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. But we skipped a remake in Generation 5, but in Generation 6 we got a Hoenn remake, and then skipped in Generation 7, and now we're in Generation 8, and we're waiting for a new game announcement. If you were not there the time following after Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver version, I cannot say that without hearing the Sprouse twins.
I play Pokemon Heart Gold version. I play Pokemon Soul Silver version.
I crushed the alien. Hoenn Confirmed was a huge and annoying meme that ran rampant for a decade. And then the second they released a Hoenn remake, all right, what are we getting Diamond and Pearl remakes? So this 2006 being revealed to be a Mystery Dungeon remake announcement, Comedy Gold, coming out in a couple of months on March 6th, but the demo is releasing now. Really strange that nothing ever came of this. Like, obviously the game came out, but I mean, Speaking of patterns, there is a pattern when it comes to modern gaming. Find a franchise that hadn't had a new game in a while, make a remake of their most popular game using a new engine and new assets, then use that new engine and new assets to make a fully original game. Crash Bandicoot 4, SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake, not Spyro for some reason. Nintendo even did it with a sequel to the Link's Awakening remake. That's the formula, and we are now very aware of it in 2025. So why only this one? Why did they only remake this spinoff? I don't know, Andrew. Why did they remake Super Mario RPG? Surely not just to get Geno in Smash. Surely not. The Direct continues celebrating the new Galar region, correctly assuming that most of the players have fully completed the game. You could beat those games in a day. And for the first time ever, instead of giving us a third version or sequel games, the Galar adventure will continue with the expansion pass. And even better, it's a continuation of your existing save data. It's like an extra post-game, because base game, post-game left some to be desired. The trailer begins with a montage of all our old friends in Is that a new Reggie? Talonflame? This new area seems to take more of a tropical inspiration. The DLC acts as a type of vacation, featuring new forms like Gigantamax forms of the 2 Kanto starters that didn't get them, and the Galar starters. Took them long enough. The fact that we do not have mega evolutions of the starters in the generation it was introduced, but we have 2 mega Charizards, bite me. I used to really like Charizard as a kid, but the modern games really make me dislike him with oversaturation. It's not his fault he's overexposed, literally and figuratively. And even a regional form of Slowpoke and a hidden evolution. Could this mean a ton more regional forms will be coming? People seem to think so. A lot. Like, if you weren't there in the time between Sword and Shield and its DLC release, people were convinced we would get 7 to 8 new Galarian forms, one of which was a Dustox, because the rival we see in the trailer has little, what's a headband, I suppose, that looks like Dustox but has a different color, and people thought, oh, for sure, that means she has a Galarian Dustox. Maybe the rival from the other version has Galarian Beautyfly. Nope. That's why from this moment on, if I see something in a Pokemon trailer, I'm just going to assume that is the only new thing we're getting. I don't want to get my hopes up. And the second DLC, set in a more ancient winter area. Nostalgia for a time that never existed. Okay, so they're just showing us the new Reggies. Okay, that works. All right, but what the fuck is that? Are these regional forms for the legendary bird trio? Could this DLC actually be really fucking good? Good question. Kung Fu Panda. A new legendary Pokemon that requires multiple playthroughs and thus multiple purchases of the DLC. You think I'm stupid, huh? I'm still gonna buy it, but just know that I'm self-aware when I'm giving you my money. Even the DLC has version exclusives. They're also both scheduled for this year, 2020, just in summer and winter, thematically tying into their environments. I think it's cool that relative unknowns are in charge of the DLC. I think we focus way too much on the same 4 or 5 old Japanese men. Pokemon is a game for the young. We learn a lot about the Isle of Armor because it's the soonest, the first DLC, and while there are a ton of details to go over here,
you'll take up an apprenticeship under the Pokemon trainer who runs it. This is Mustard.
That's really all you need to know. So, no Smash Bros. Announcement. However, if Rillaboom were to get into the game, he now has a Gigantamax form. They could use this as their final Smash. They love doing that.
We also want to talk about Rillaboom, Cinderace, and Inteleon, final evolutions of the first 3 Pokemon you team up with in the Galar region. During your adventure in the Isle of Armor, these special partners in your teams will be able to Gigantamax. You can look forward to seeing their new forms and new G-Max moves.
An update goes out today that allows you, even if you don't purchase the DLC, to meet the rivals of the Isle of Armor and catch a Galarian Slowpoke. And that isn't important to Smash Bros. At all. But I do have a snapshot this week from January 10th, 2020, 2:41 a.m. A snapshot looking out across the wild area, seeing the raid dens light up the night. This video is slowly becoming a Sword and Shield video. That was not my intent. We need to move on. Sure, there's speculation around Dante from the Devil May Cry series voice actor, whether or not the images Sakurai is posting to his Twitter that were initially just meant for the development team will reveal anything. Astral Chain spirits, which means Astral Chain definitely won't be the final DLC character. No! Oh, and also on the 14th, it was announced there would be a Sakurai Presents for a mystery character on the 16th. So the Sakurai Presents are in-depth video presentations. They normally give us info on the character, their stage, music, and associated or not Mii costumes. But normally we have the characters announced as part of a direct and then the presentation by Mr. Sakurai after. In the case of Terry, it was immediately after, but they were still separate presentations. This time around, I imagine they didn't have a direct planned, but still needed the character out before February 2020. Will the character be released day of if it's in February? Will it be the first character to be announced the same day it drops? I mean, even Piranha Plant took a couple months and a lot of emails. This is going to be the final character for Fighter Pass 1. The entire framing of this video, we began with the first Joker, and now the 5th fighter. And it could be anything. Square Enix and Sega have already gotten their representation in this Fighters Pass, but what about other companies? What about Konami? The likes of Bill Riser from Contra, everyone's favorite character. I would say Bomberman, but he's already an assist trophy. Unless you believe assist trophies don't deconfirm characters. But then that opens the door for the likes of Skull Kid and Ashley. Ashley does have a Mii costume, and that's 2 strikes right there. Unless, of course, you don't believe Mii costumes deconfirm either. Now could be the time to get a Xenoblade or an ARMS like Rex or Springman. People have been saying characters from these games even before we had a name for this new Smash game. I guess Mithra and Elma are also in the shuffle somewhere. Maybe Pyra. The Geno Mii costume is still missing. Put it on the side burner for a second. The Rathalos Mii costume is also missing, which could coincide with the release of a Capcom character. It can't be Resident Evil unless spirits don't deconfirm characters, but again, those spirits were announced within this DLC cycle. The Porky spirit has also been missing this entire time. He's an important character to Super Smash Bros. That's a boss battle from a game that was never released in the West. The inverse, of course, is Mike Jones, who was never released in the East. Actually, what about Mike Jones? While we're talking Mii costumes, what's the deal with that CacoMallow leak? That still hasn't been proven false. Is Doomguy too mature for Smash Bros? Did that same line of thinking apply to the likes of Joanna Dark or Scorpion? If we're to get a first-person shooter character, it should be Doomguy. Or it could be Master Chief. Or Tracer Overwatch. Or Gordon Freeman. An orange woman would coincide with Daisy theory, but not to trample over Gordon, but what if the orange woman is Shell from Portal? She's far more family friendly. Although Daisy is the name of Doomguy's bunny friend. Crash Bandicoot is orange, and he isn't owned by PlayStation. His latest collection was on the Switch. There's speculation that Kingdom Hearts and Devil May Cry collections are also coming to the Switch, which could mean good things for Sora or Dante from the Devil May Cry series. I hate to say it, but again, this circles back to Doomguy, because not only are several Doom collections now on the Switch, they're all playable on the Switch, but Doom Eternal was also slated for a Switch release. This guy keeps coming up, even more than Ryu Hayabusa or Jonesy Fortnite. Wait, and don't tell me he couldn't get in. The likelihood of Steve Minecraft is still in the stratosphere. Nothing nowhere says that a company can only have 1 fighter per pass. But this does open the floor to the likelihood of a Square character, like Sephiroth, or Noctis, or Chrono, or Neku. If we're talking about companies, we haven't gotten a Bandai Namco rep this pass. Leloid or Heihachi are still missing in the Mii costume department. Artorias got a figure. And don't even get me started on spirits. Shantae, Burdetta, Bandetta, Waddle Dee, Paper Mario. We know how well Paper Mario and stickers work together. The Psylocke spirit is still missing, alongside Porky, which again is awfully suspicious. How are we feeling about Isaac Goldensun or Waluigi? 2 classic assist trophies that have been in since the introduction of assist trophies that never got their time to shine. Jibanyan is from Yokai Watch. Oh, I have a Pokemon ripoff when you could have a big, lovable, musical grass ape in Rillaboom. But if a Pokemon was announced, why wouldn't it be announced in the Pokemon Direct? Well, because Smash characters have never been announced outside of Nintendo-made presentations in the modern era. The fact that this presentation is releasing now on its own could mean for sure that we are going to get Rillaboom. Or Infernape. Gotta keep our monkeys in a row. It's not gonna be Cuphead. I don't even remember why he's on the board. But if we are including Chrono, then we may need to consider that one definitely fake image leak. But, you know, shout out Cuphead. Above all else, the character selected as the 5th slot, the final slot in the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass 1 doesn't matter. Because think about it. We got a character from an award-winning PlayStation franchise in the Nintendo crossover fighter. We have the granddaddy of Monster Collection and JRPG games, created by Akira Toriyama. We have the flagship Nintendo 64 mascot that's been left on the sidelines for a decade now, returning home to his friends. A fighting game character that means so much to many, nearly an entire continent. Ultimately, there's that word again, I got the character of my dreams in Banjo-Kazooie. The rest of this time playing the field is just for fun and sport. I really do not care what the final Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighter Pass 1 character is. This game is already one of my favorites, and I know whatever character they add will be beloved and appreciated and labored over for years to come. Unless it's a Fire Emblem.
In conclusion, I think we all can agree on this. If this equals this, everybody will be upset. Most of us will be upset.
Okay, it's clouds. Oh no.
No. Dude, he did not go with Fire Emblem again.
To unleash the forbidden spell of Zaharas.
Is it Dark Corrin? Are we getting freaking Dark Corrin here?
In time, our hearts and minds will cease to be. Are you prepared to die?
I was just going to re-upload what I had recorded today during the stream and just call it a day, but to be honest, the entire stream was just very boring and it was just me complaining about how I needed to take a shit, so I think this is the next best thing, honestly.
This is by far the most disliked Smash video of all time, and after thinking about it more, I really want to talk about why that is.
Kylo Ren! So, Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses. That sure is a character. Available January 28th, 2020. The final fighter pass. What are you flipping me off for? You chose the character, didn't you? They have different clothing options and different genders. I'm learning now for the first time that this game, and thus this stage, takes place in an academy. Look at all these beloved I can't do this. I do know Eldegard. She was on the character board. Okay, so that line Reggie said about the characters having to be from a new series was just straight up not true. Good to know. You're a Milcery forever now. Assassin's Creed Mii costume under the name Altair. That wasn't even on our board anywhere. And also the rabbit. Does Ubisoft own a part of Fire Emblem I don't know about? But hey, Mega Man X and EXE aren't Rayman. We still have a chance to get a Rayman Mii. Fucking Cuphead? Well, someone on the board made it in. I hate to keep repeating negativity from 5 years ago, but truly what else is there to say? I can't possibly add anything in 2025 that hadn't already been said. What I can do is get you some historical record. And I don't just mean the YouTube comment on the Sakurai Presents video that simply just says, ew. I mean, one time on the channel, they played Cuphead. They planned this days in advance, and this just so happened to fall on the day of the presentation. What are the odds?
There was a fucking Smash Direct.
Oh, there was a great Smash Direct.
And Cuphead is a Mii fighter now, which is cool.
Oh, shit.
And so is fucking...
What did I miss?
The Assassin's Creed guy is a fucking Mii fighter.
I like how we're avoiding talking about who the character was.
It doesn't matter who the character was. It really doesn't.
It was Byleth, by the way.
From Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Why are there so many characters from Fire Emblem?
Right?
Because Sakurai...
Can we talk about that, how it was a bad decision and he shouldn't have done it?
I don't think it was a bad... Again, it's not a bad decision, but, like, people... Somebody said, like, I don't know if Piranha Plant didn't remind enough people that, like, we do not make the decision on who is in the game.
Piranha Plant is a much better choice for a character than Byleth. It has a more interesting design.
Yeah, all the Fire Emblem stands that are coming out. The Fire Emblem Twitter's going off.
And
I mean, yeah,
And I'm fine with shit like Mario and Pokemon having 8 because those are the, best-selling games, at least the series-wise.
Plus, all those characters fit in Smash way.
No.
Plus, all these characters are different. Like, that's my problem with the Fire Emblem design.
I'll be Cuphead.
It's not necessarily the designs, it's just the fucking fact that...
Play? I don't know.
I've yet to see them...
release a Fire Emblem character that does something fun and interesting with the Fire Emblem.
I just don't like how they look. All their designs are really boring.
Like, the only one who is mildly unique is Robin, and that
Even then, they have the same face, just a different hair color.
No, for me, I'm more going off of, like, I'm not going
It's
off
upon
of, like...
time in a magical place
you care
called
more...
Inkwell Isle. 3 there were two were 3 brothers.
I just disagree with your takes on the Fire Emblem characters.
Why?
Because I don't necessarily hate that they're all, like, kind of, like, samey in design. For me, it's more like they all play the same. Because, like, in the end...
But this one plays different, I just...
What?
This one definitely plays different, it showed the...
Then I don't care as much. Like, I don't know.
Oh,
like,
here's the dreaded fucking...
Like...
Hold on, wait, can we beat this part? Oh, that was the easiest thing I've ever done.
Are you guys doing co-op?
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry is very similar design-wise to Little Mac, but he plays much differently. He, like, it's a big meme that, like, all the Terry mains switch... All the Mac mains switch to Terry because he's like 400 times better than their main.
Easiest tutorial I've ever played. Can't believe that one journalist fucking
Yeah,
killed
you
himself
adding that
because
one
of it.
game journalist?
If he sounded really tired and out of it, it's important to remember that the Sakurai Presents aired at 6 a.m. No wonder everyone was cranky. The first Fighter's Pass, the framing device for this entire video, ends with a whimper. But do not fret, because...
We'll continue to release more DLC fighters down the line. I had thought that 1 or 2 might suffice, but, well, have a look. Looks like there will be one more fighter than last time. For this reason, we will be releasing the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass Volume 2. It will be available for pre-purchase on the date shown, so please keep an eye out. And now that it's official, we intend to move ahead with development. Of course, like last time, the contents will remain unknown for now, and I'm personally very sorry that we have to release Fighters Pass Volume 2 when the details have yet to be revealed. Like last time, I'd be very grateful if, despite that, you would understand why and purchase it. Furthermore, the new additions have already been decided. Even if I receive many requests regarding potential candidates on Twitter, I'm afraid it would be very hard to consider them.
59 weeks from the release of the game, from the Game Awards 2018, for the entirety of 2019. We are not done. We now know we're getting another full Fighter's Pass with characters, stages, music, spirits, but this time with 6 slots instead of 5. Really throws off our projected max list from the dummy slots, but with the fine print now reading, all Challenger packs will be released by December 31st, 2021. Which means... I'm not done. This video has almost already matched the length and depth of the original that only focused on the game pre-release, the entirety of 2018. And this would be the moment I would split them into 3. Or 4, I guess. The end of the first Super Smash Bros. Fighter Pass and the end of 2019. But I refuse. Can we really take a whole nother year? Do we have the time to get that done? Can we afford to cover a whole new Fighter's Pass we know nothing about? Speculation is starting from scratch, and I will not give up. If you want me to stop talking Smash Bros., you're gonna have to threaten my life. Show me week 60! Zero makes a video. Stick with me. I know, you've made it this far. Now that the first Fighter Pass is done, we're ostensibly starting from scratch so we can grab the speculation board and shake it like an etch and sketch. But within this video, he does mention Dante and Doom Guy. Actually, no, I'm not redoing the board. What could have changed? There's a lot of fan-made content in this video. This is an entire genre of YouTube video. When you get popular enough, people will be honored to be featured in your video, so you could just ask them for opinions and funny tweets and not have to make any of your own jokes. The grind never stops. But the number himself invoked the name of Steve Minecraft, Sora, and another Xenoblade character. What are you, stupid? But a teenage... Wait, no? 19 is still teenage. It's in the name. Teen is in the name. I'm still young. I'm 24. He commented, the Switch will probably live until 2024. So I can't imagine they'll just drop Smash before then. It's a hug system seller. Oh my god. We were so close to this being true. He almost had a perfect game going. Just ignore what he said about the Grinch leak. So, YouTuber Papagenos puts the 2018 Tyler Grinch in his thumbnail for a video where he reveals his Byleth reaction was actually fake and purposefully negative, but then he shows the real reaction and it's still negative, just not as hyperbolic. Slow news week. I should have stopped while I was ahead. There's nothing more. I'm gonna be real with you, we're at week 61 by now, and I kind of really want to make it to week 69. It doesn't matter if I think the fake video is actually fake itself and resulted from internet pushback. We do not have the time. Okay, Andrew, then what do we have time for? Just in case you thought I didn't get the new Slowpoke, these clips are driving me up the fucking wall. On the heels of Byleth, well, on the heels of the Byleth announcement, but on the toes of Byleth releasing? What I'm getting at is Byleth is releasing this week. Please stop thinking about his toes. Quick side note, this isn't important to speculation, but when you're watching a playlist of over 1,000 Smash videos that take place over only like 2 years, you start to glaze over a little bit. You start to just not pay attention, to be like half listening and just absorbing the information that's important. And when something is strange, it really stands out. Anyway, multiple people made the same "'twas the night before Byleth" joke.
"'Twas the night before Byleth and talks in a mount. Especially over on Push Dustin's account."
So tomorrow, Byleth is coming out. That's why this episode's called "'Twas the Night Before Byleth."
Hey everyone, happy Byleth Eve. John here with a continuation on Sakurai's interview about Satoru Iwata.
It's January. It's actually almost February. We roll over to February 1st this week. I wish I had more to say, but I'm just here to report on the reverberations, the outcome, how this impacted our story. But I truly do not remember.
What about you guys?
And for what I played of Byleth, I don't hate them. Like, prior to this DLC, Ike was the only Fire Emblem I tolerated in actual play. I like Ike, because as far as I'm concerned, he isn't a Fire Emblem character, all right? He's a Smash Bros. Brawl character. This never extended to Marth for some reason, because even when I saw Marth as a kid, I thought, ugh. I wanted to get good with the top 15 heaviest characters, or at least get decent, know how to play them. This started with me just wanting to know the top 5 heaviest, but then I realized that Banjo is the 15th heaviest, and I had to go by my rules for some reason, so I just got good with the top 15. I got a Pocket Rob and a Pocket Wario. Nobody made me do that. I made these strict rules for myself. Thus is the life cycle of Super Smash Bros. There's probably like 20 characters I could be decent with in this game, so what are the odds they cut every single one of them? But Byleth has a priority armor move, and I loved annoying my friends with it. Also sniping them from across a Palutena's temple.
Come on, like, really? Of all characters you could have chosen? Byleth?
Ironically, I thought Byleth was fun despite not liking Fire Emblem as a franchise. But even if you ask hardcore Fire Emblem Three Houses fans, they didn't even want Byleth. Like, I know every previous rep from the previous Fire Emblem games has been the protagonist, the main character. But if you ask anyone that's played this game, they'd much rather have an axe user, or Eldegard, or a horse even. Even Fire Emblem fans didn't want this fucking character. And ultimately, how fun the character is didn't really matter. Even though it should matter, above all else. It's a video game. Sakurai and Co. have made it clear that the character dynamics are far more integral towards picking a playable character than any rules of representation. That's why they chose Incineroar over Decidueye. But from a standpoint of reveals and hype, Byleth left a lot to be desired. I'll keep my stance exactly the same as it was 5 years ago to the day. Maybe we wouldn't have been so fucking mad if I didn't have to wake up at 6 a.m. 'Twas the night of Byleth and now everyone was ready to move on. Please. Most believe that a Fire Emblem Three Houses character was actually impossible. As we know, this game was released 2019 after Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which tells us that, at least for DLC, time is no longer a factor, especially now that we're on the second and likely final Super Smash Bros. Fighters Pass that began development at the earliest in the middle of the previous Fighters Pass, so like late 2019, which means that the likelihood of getting a Xenoblade or an ARMS character has drastically gone up, and potentially upgrades for spirits or even assist trophies, except Resident Evil and Astral Chain. I'm way more upset about one of those. Take a guess which one. Three Houses was one of the few Nintendo releases that didn't get a spirit event. Sword and Shield got one, Link's Awakening got one, and even Tetris got one to coincide with the release of Tetris 99. Daemon X Machina fans. Is it over? I guess I have to remove them all from my board now, but I'm keeping Rillaboom, damn it, because I want to believe. Also, I don't want to have to change the board anymore. I'm just going to leave it as is. I much prefer using process of elimination and theories over actual leaks from leakers, because honestly, we haven't had anyone trustworthy enough to follow as of late. Vergaben leaked all the Mii costumes right before the presentation went live. Who cares? It's 2020. Time to grow up. The Witcher show came out, meaning that Geralt rose through the ranks due to just average popularity. When I watched the show, I totally forgot the show existed. I only made it to the Bard episode, and that's the only bit I remember because of this song. Going to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Geralt would ironically or unfortunately make our story actually come full circle, as the first video after E3 began with this Fortnite Thanos 2018 slop. Three Houses was actually partially developed by Koei Tecmo, the parent company that owns Ninja Gaiden. Main character is Ryu Hayabusa. So some people were sort of close, sort of. Honestly, after the presentation, most of the attention was focused on Cuphead more than Byleth, at least outside of speculation. The only piece of speculation it could help is that once is an instance, two is a pattern. We now have two Mii costumes, both for Mii Gunner, that cover the entirety of the Mii, making it most presentable as that character, and they each came with new music. This is actually pretty bad news for Geno, depending on how you look at it, because we have yet to see the Geno Mii costume from Smash 4 return as well. We assumed it was missing because he would be upgraded to a character, but now it's very likely that they could scrap the old costume and give him a new one more in line with Sans or Cuphead, a premium Mii costume. Again, over top of Mii Gunner, likely, and would come with the songs that Nintendo took down months ago, last year. Earlier I said that we're not believing any current leaks. I mean, the Daisy theory ended up being nothing, unless Daisy was meant to represent just a vague first-party Nintendo character, but that CacoMallow Leak looks pretty convincing. It seems strange to have a Geno Mii costume and a Mallow Mii costume, unless you consider that the Geno one, the premium Mii costume, would get its own fanfare, potentially its own reveal with music. And people online keep asking Bethesda if Doomguy is in Smash as if they're just gonna tell them, and they keep getting answers so vague that they could only ever be the product of an NDA. All of this info was gathered in a Papa Gino's video, where he also explains his absence, which was due to him moving. Not to get sentimental about a YouTuber, but every video I watched during the Smash Ultimate speculation era was set in that room. He's moving on, just as Andrew is. You guys see anything strange about that background? You have way too much trust in the structural integrity of that amiibo wall. 5:31 a.m. And if you were getting starved for those little glimpses into Andrew Ultra's life in early 2020, not only do we have that one comment, but we have two snapshots from the time from two separate games. Granted, the two separate games are Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. First, this image taken on February 2nd, 2020 at 10:48 a.m. of a very determined Machoke from Pokemon Shield. And then you're blocking the shot! Sword was my full water team. And to end out the week, this technically counts as news. In an interview, Masahiro Sakurai reveals that he could not visit his mentor, Satoru Iwata, in the hospital on his deathbed because he was too busy working on Super Smash Bros. For the 3DS and Wii U. And then after Iwata died, Sakurai dedicated his next project to him. He knew that the next Nintendo console was coming and knew likely that the next Smash game would be built on top of the previous. He made it his mission to make this the ultimate and definitive Smash Bros. Experience, to never be rivaled or topped in memory of the man who taught him so much. Even if Ultimate isn't the final Smash Bros., it won't be, trust me. It may be Sakurai's final Smash Bros. But who knows, maybe his time on YouTube away from the team made him miss it all, or maybe being passed on to the next generation. Well, that was pretty heavy, but trust me, it remains depressing. Other than respected game journalist Imran Khan saying Nintendo wanted Sora in Smash, but Disney vetoed it. Sad. I guess Sora will never ever be in this game ever. No, when I said depressing, I meant, you know, February. I have gone on record before saying that Christmas is my favorite holiday, even above Halloween. I'm performing this section of the script and writing this section of the script in December, but like the excitement tied to a video game, the lead up, the hype, is the best part. Basically, once it's actually Christmas, the joy and whimsy gets sucked out of the room. It doesn't help that my family tree is wider than it is longer, and on that day, I need to fit in 4 or 5 Christmases. Although I love the iconography of Christmas, the lights, the smell, the snow. I even like that it gets dark super early. Christmas is my favorite holiday, but winter is not my favorite season. It's not even close. Because most of winter is wet slush and depression in January and February. Don't even get me started on the movies they decide to show in theaters these months. No, I would love to see Argyle in theaters. What other choice do I have? And now that we are fully in February and the depression is setting in, it doesn't help that the kid knew we only had our friends, other channel contributors, other Void Boys, other members around for a handful of weeks before they would go back to college. So Andrew spent those weeks now free of his chosen shackles, filming videos nonstop, releasing videos over December, January, and February, the winter season, or as we call it, Season 3. Summer 2019 was Season 1, Autumn 2019 was Season 2. Surely you get it. Season 3 featured Let's Plays and competitions and tabletop games and creepypasta readings and sketch comedy and movie reviews. But no podcasts. That's an important distinction. There was simply no time. But come February, favorite holiday, sorry, everyone had gone back to their lives again, and Andrew was ready to begin the cycle anew, potentially falling back into the deceptful arms of the internet. The main standout, at least for me, from a nostalgia standpoint, was the movie review series simply titled Movie, where the friends, the channel members, would go to the movie theater the kid was fired from to see newest releases like Toy Story 4, Spider-Man Far From Home, Midsommar, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, and of course, Cats 2019. Is it wrong to admit that I actually hold a lot of nostalgia for that movie? Like, for better or for worse, in my household, it's become a Christmas classic. I believe traditions are what you make of it. Again, I watched 8 Crazy Nights this year. Awful. Although a lot of these videos were stockpiled ahead of time, a lot of them were major releases that required more precise timing. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. So when the hit 2020 film Sonic the Hedgehog dropped on Valentine's Day 2020, everyone had already gone back. So the face of the company went by himself. Is discussing the live-action Sonic movie relevant to this timeline of Smash Bros. Speculation? Well, if you haven't already figured out that this video is what I make of it and is only tangentially related, then I don't know how you made it this far, because it's almost over.
Like, there's a part where Sonic's like, Keanu Reeves, am I right? Reddit? He says Reddit. No, he doesn't.
It's like he knew. So all the other channel members had gone back to their dorms, leaving the kid with 2 options. Either he could fall back into the internet box and make short, mid to bad review series that nobody would ever watch ever, or try something new to get his voice out there on his own terms.
We're shiny hunting Litten, as you can see in the bottom right. I'm using my Colossal
to hatch the eggs because it's got a nice it's heat. It's heat.
February 16th, 2020. Actually, 5 years ago to the date I previously listed as the longest time without a new Smash game milestone. I promise that sentence makes sense in my script, there's just no proper way to read that. An Andrew Ultra would host his first major live stream on twitch.tv, playing Pokemon Shield and shiny hunting Litten with a ton of eggs because Pokemon Home connectivity was just added in the latest update. This guy just loves his Pokemon.
I don't even know. Sebulba teeth? He looks like Sebulba from the fucking Star Wars prequels. Look at this man. Look at Doomsday. Okay, Doomsday. It's like, hey, what's up? What's going on, guy? Doomsday's like,
is this a hint towards Doom Guy? We've gone over how much this kid loved Incineroar, but he also states here that it's currently his Smash main, which we predicted before, but now have on record. Sorry, Donkey Kong, you're not Rillaboom. Getting his footing and learning the program, trying to come out of his shell in the live format, and interacting with chat, whatever this is, and, of course...
Oh! Yo! Oh! Oh!
After hours and hours with tons of eggs left over, the shiny Litten joins the team, trains up to a shiny Incineroar, now christened with the name Heal, which is this kid's Smash tag. Not only bringing the stream, but also the alternate skin he used while playing Incineroar. Full circle. This is the first step in a major change of trajectory. I mean, you've seen so many stream clips within this same video. If only there were an archive to watch all of the VODs. Never mind. I would suggest you don't watch that Litten stream though, because it is bad. I said before that I split this story into 3 parts, and those are all distinct eras from Andrew's life. But we still have some weeks of speculation left before the next major game to stream. We're getting a Cuphead Spirit event, but this is weeks after the release of the Cuphead Mii costume, which raised suspicion about the prospect of an Undertale Spirit event, but why didn't we get one? We also didn't get a Three Houses event, so... Do we really think we're gonna get a playable Undertale rep that isn't Sans? Fun fact about the Cuphead Spirit event, there is a Cuphead Spirit that is obviously played by the premium Cuphead Mii costume. However, that costume is additional, optional DLC. If you do not own the Cuphead DLC, the Spirit battle changes to Mega Man. Now that seems innocuous until you realize, wait a minute. They can change Spirit battles after the release of DLC. Smash Bros. DLC doesn't really have strict rules. We just apply rules ourselves to make speculation easier. Otherwise, it would be all over the place. Like, this week is where the Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing New Horizon crossover meme started, because those games both released the same day in a couple weeks. Basically what we're working towards now. We'll get there. And some believe that Bethesda posting and working so closely with Nintendo meant for sure that Doom Guy would make it into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Again, with this fucking guy. I'm not saying he won't be in. Again, we have yet to place the original models for the CacoMallow Leak, but it's not because of these tweets. Anyway, if they could change the Spirit battles after the release of DLC characters, then there is technically nothing preventing spirits from becoming characters. Because think about it. We have a Full Fighters Pass that began development in the middle of releasing the first. Surely enough time has passed. This same week, the translation for Sakurai's weekly Famitsu column leaked early, and it showed that Sakurai said in the interview that they do not plan on having any more DLC fighters after the second Fighters Pass. The final 6 characters. This means they may or may not still be able to fill the dummy slots left over in World of Light, but maybe they were just there for placeholders. I shudder to guess. That's what dummy means. I decided to not get a soda this time. Oh, I'm so parched. What am I supposed to drink? Water? We stand at the doorstep between our final 6 characters, and now all bets are off. I mean, think about spirits that could be upgraded. Games that released in the middle of the last pass, like Sword and Shield or Astral Chain. Since Nintendo chose the characters again and not Sakurai, maybe this is our only opportunity to finally get a playable Bandana Waddle Dee. We keep coming back to the CacoMallow Leak, but again, Gino's Mii costume is still missing in action. Shantae is getting a new Totaku figure. Maybe that window did mean something more. Somehow. Nothing is stopping spirits from clawing their way back to a character position. But which one takes the crown first, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, I forgot about Leon Kennedy! For the general public, we have gone a while without a Nintendo Direct. The Nintendo playlist on YouTube has been updated. There's been a number of big sales. Influencers were flown out to San Francisco by Nintendo, and above all else, it's February again. And because of this scrambling, more trustworthy posters let it slip that we would be getting a Nintendo Direct this week. But, asterisk, it's an Animal Crossing Direct. Focused solely, I'm really running out of steam here, on Animal Crossing New Horizons. Oh yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. February 20th, 2020, the Animal Crossing New Horizons Direct. While this is a major Nintendo Direct and we've been watching all of them, like Mario Maker 2, we're about to get this game. Why would I want to know so much about the game right before it launches? I don't know, maybe to learn something? I've been playing this game for 5 years and I still barely know how it works. Every time I load up this game, I forget you can sprint. But we are still weeks away from that game's release, so did anything else of note happen this week? Apparently PlayStation pulled out of PAX East because of fears due to some kind of virus. I don't know, don't ask me. I never pull out. As we know, Masahiro Sakurai has taken to posting images initially meant for the morale of his development team to his Twitter account, which is where we get this picture. That looks innocuous at first. But if you look a little closer, you realize that this is Smash for Wii U Battlefield, a version of Battlefield not in Ultimate. You may be thinking, okay, so this picture's from Smash 4, but then if you look a little closer, you could see the inkling in the background. I'm pointing at it right now. Before the release of Animal Crossing New Horizons, I was way too focused on a different crafting game. Also shiny hunting in Pokemon. Obviously. After a very long stretch of Pokemon-based snapshots, my other hyperfixation has reared its ugly head. 4 Minecraft snapshots on Andrew's Nintendo Switch, all on February 27th, 2020, over the span of 11 minutes. I'm assuming these are less fond memories and more, we found 3 distinct mob spawners and definitely need to remember these coordinates. We talked about several Minecraft servers in the Xbox video, the series that kind of paved the way for this one. It's weird to think that I've technically been working on the Smash series since like late 2020. Is that true? No. As some of the hardcore ultra-ers may know, as far as this kid and his friends and everyone around him was concerned, Minecraft was an Xbox exclusive that you could sometimes play on your phone. But this era, 2018 to like 2020, I learned that you could use the same login to play as the same character for a Minecraft save over multiple consoles. And I like playing video games in my bed. Sue me. Like, I feel like we sort of underplay the novelty. Like, whenever there's a game coming to Switch and it's just another port and everyone rolls their eyes like, oh my god, this game already exists, who cares that it's on the Switch? I don't even go outside with this thing. Obviously I can't. I just lie in my bed and play. And this is the future to me. What is sex? I got caves to explore, not those caves. Put that away. I almost genuinely forgot about this, but we also got a Smash Bros snapshot from the 26th at 2:51 a.m. multiplayer. If it somehow already didn't go without saying, I love this game. I miss this game. Ironically enough, this week, Rare Studio head Craig Duncan said in an interview that Minecraft really paved the way for Banjo-Kazooie and Smash. Whatever that means. Oh, I get it. Paved the way, because cobblestone? Big week for Minecraft, and we have a whole new Fighters Pass being made from relative scratch. If spirits are back on the table, it's highly likely we run back companies currently represented in Smash. Could that mean Bill Reiser? Oh, most definitely. Maybe Steve, whatever. Also, Zarude was released this week and kind of oversaturated the grass monkey market, really pushing down Rillaboom's chances. But no, on top of Pokemon and Minecraft and Smash Bros, like I said, by this point, all the other channel members had left. Again. But we stacked up a backlog of videos to at least take us through Season 4, the spring. Anyway, Super Mario Odyssey Let's Play. It's not important, but it is footage of a Nintendo Switch game that I have archival footage of, and it's also one of my favorite games ever.
They are dead, you're right. Overall enthusiasm, overall enthusiasm, overall enthusiasm. Yeehaw! My neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. So yeah, MagFest. What we do the first day? We saw a Cuphead speedrun.
Yeah, that was whack.
I slept for like 20 minutes.
And then you suddenly revitalized.
Dude, I had not slept that night, like the night before, and then I zonked out, sitting in a chair upright, and for like 20 minutes, and then I got up and I was completely fine.
I don't know how it worked, but it did. What else did we do that day?
I mean, I just mostly walked around and like watched like funny.
Well, first day
fucking-
we got there, it was the second. So then, then we got fucking sushi for no reason.
Dude, but it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it got fucking sick.
No,
Alright,
it was
so
Chris,
here's
it was Chris who got sick.
No, fucking did not get up the day after. Hold
Okay.
on, here's what happened.
Wait,
So
no.
you guys played a sushi-related board game, and you're like, oh, we should eat sushi IRL. So we drove fucking 20 minutes away from the convention and the hotel to get sushi.
It was pretty good.
It was fine. It
was
tasted
awesome.
good. You couldn't wake up the next day. The next day, we're like, it was me and Chris' birthday after that, and we're like, hey, we're going down to the convention center, and you're like,
I don't care. It was good ass sushi, dude.
were you sick, or did you just not get up that day?
I was just tired.
We thought you had died. We thought you had broken your neck. Because I know the day after that was pretty good. What happened Friday? I went to the Kid Icarus panel.
I did some.
Went
board,
to the voice
I
actor
did some
panel.
board game tournaments.
What would you buy while you were there? See, we have historical record, and nothing else happened that MagFest. Nothing else happened that
You tell the story. So in all his genius, this guy comes up dressed as the spy, and whenever
You could smell this man. You were in the back. I was close to the line. You could smell this man.
There was a stench, and he comes up, and I don't even remember what the thing was.
It
But
was just
someone,
like,
there-
it was
there-
a Q&A. You're supposed to ask questions.
Yeah, it was like a Q&A, and like
his question was, "Hey, can you read this for me?" Which is more of a request than a question.
Yeah, but like these are really nice. So what happened was, I got this. So what happened was, they're really nice people. So whenever someone was cosplaying, they'd be like,
Why,
"Oh,
actually?
who
Nice,
are
you got it. Do
you?"
I have to fucking
And they'd be like, "Oh,
shake
who
it
are
every
you?" And this guy comes up, and
I mean, it's
in
meant to be played with Joy-Con.
probably the worst spy impression. I've
He had a
heard in
decent
while.
cosplay, but his fucking
Yeah,
impression.
his cosplay was really good.
I am the spy.
He's like,
Oh,
he's like the sniper.
Ooh, baguette.
The sniper should know who I am, and I was like, oh, I hate this already.
Oh shit.
And then yeah, instead of asking a question, he asked them to read something.
I can
for
literally
him.
be anyone.
And it was apparently
Could be anything I want.
It was apparently incorrect.
Keep jumping. Keep jumping.
Like the quote, it was an incorrect quote.
I don't even know. I just think it was what this guy came up with, like a fucking in-joke with his Discord server. But fucking
OCs.
Yeah, so
Let's
he
see
made
how
a.
far I can go. Oh shit, I can go here.
Oh, you got it.
You got it, dude.
I didn't even know it was there.
Exactly. That's the beauty
That's
of
how
this
this game works.
You're just doing shit, and then shit happens.
It just works.
Yeah.
Alright.
But then I'm like,
So
all right, that fucking
that
sucked.
fucking cringe
So-
fest. The guy was like, "I'm not gonna read this. Fuck you." He didn't say that. He
No,
said something
Sonic.
along those
He
lines.
read it, he read
said,
it.
He said, "Fuck this," and then threw it behind him. I don't know if that was part of it. So anyway, we met in the fucking area where they were playing brass instruments, and we ate food and shit.
Yeah.
And you said, "Did you guys see that fucking spy? That guy was cringy as fuck." I'm like, "Yeah, I saw him." So then me and Chris and Logan
There's something went over there.
got in line for throwing controllers. And I had looked to my left, and God forbid, there was the fucking spy standing right there. You guys know my classic pins. I had all these pins on. And he's like, "Hey, what are these?" And I'm like, he says like, "Oh, where'd you get these?" And I'm like, "I bought a few of them. I just like collecting pins." And he had just no sense of personal space, where he just grabbed my fucking jacket and would just, "Whoa, what's this?" And he saw the fucking, I have 2 fucking Team Fortress 2 buttons. He's like, "Oh, I understand this. You're a man of culture, I see." And then fucking, I had gym badges on my side, and this, I think it's the fucking electric badge, is right on top of my nipple, and he pushed in on it. He's like, "Oh, and this is the electric one." Like, he got all the types wrong. He's like, "This is fairy, this is rock." I'm like, "Nope." So we had to deal with that fucking guy. And he had, a Hat Girl plush from A Hat in Time. And he was like, "Isn't she cute?" And he held it up into, there was no space between, it was touching my nose. Held it up to my face. I'm like, "Yeah, I see it. Hey, you should show it to my friend over here." And I pointed to Chris, and Chris looked up, his dumb fucking face, and he's like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Okay," and he started showing him it. And then in between breaths, when he was looking away, Chris would look at me with just so much disdain in his eyes.
In between
And
breaths.
yeah, he did not stop. He just kept going. But then you showed up, and he was wearing like a mask kind of thing,
and you didn't know who it was. We just came from the fucking voice actor panel, and I saw you, and I'm like, hey, you were at the voice actor panel too, right? Talking about the spy. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, you asked a question, right? He was like, yeah. And then I saw the look in your eyes, the look of realization where you're like, oh, that's the fucking guy.
This is the dude.
So then he started annoying you, and then he just walked away, and that was...
I went to the bathroom. I was like, I need to leave.
Did we give him a fucking business card? I don't think we did. Hey, dude, if you're watching this, excellent move, my guy.
Don't take it personally.
You're really fucking...
This doesn't work.
Don't take it personally.
Yeah.
But it was just a cringy time.
Masahiro Sakurai opens up about passing out due to fatigue in this week's translation of Famitsu. That's probably fine, right? Like, that's normal? That happens to people all the time? I mean, I can relate. Back to the DLC, gamer boy. Since we're moving on from the first Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass, we can wrap it up with a nice bow. If you've been following me thus far, a YouTuber Best Guy Ever made music and gaming compilation edits tying in with major Smash character announcements, normally around a handful of minutes. This one, Misunderstood Animals, nearly hits the double-digit 10-minute mark, covering posts and memes and videos of the general public doubting Banjo and Kazooie. No! I don't want to go back to 2020! You can't make me! Which displays a timeline of events of how we got here, and I know I said it earlier when it came to this reveal. I main this guy. I've been playing this character for nearly 6 years, and still, it does not feel real. I get excited all over again. And while we're sitting in this emotionally resonant moment, what better time than now to tell you about the time that I snapshot of March 1st, 2020 of Pokemon Shield version. Aegis getting traded an Obstagoon named Cuck at 148. Or more Pokemon, sure. Speaking of more Pokemon, you remember when they announced that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon remake during the Pokemon Presents? Randomly? It's coming out this week, like now.
Very scared. Maybe because I was somewhere up so high. My feet feel like... What feet are we talking about? Can I see them? Sorry. What I mean, like, cause he's a never mind. This is a cartoonishly terrible time to release this game. Like, you may have actually heard about this remake before, but I'd wager to say that most of the feedback, posts, and content you saw were from February 2020. They released a demo for this game, and everyone played it because, again, February. But this is the first week of March 2020, which is an insanely terrible time to release any game for the Nintendo Switch because... Animal Crossing New Horizons releases in 12 days, and nothing else matters. However, to bring this whole cycle, this whole video full circle, or full cycle, one final snapshot corner. And by final, I mean final in a pre-Animal Crossing world. We're obviously going to continue past Animal Crossing. Aren't we? The snapshot taken on March 8th, 2020 at 6:16 a.m. in hit game, you'll never guess this, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. A picture of another online tournament where everyone is playing either Bowser or Cloud Strife. Also Kibi. Something borrowed, something new, something proven, something stupid. This whole video is stupid. What I'm getting at is there is one teenage Andrew comment. Still a teenager as of now, freshly 19. I don't like how I said that. To match that one snapshot. We dropped a lot of segments this time around and had to lean on some others. Backseat, a channel that uses charts and math to determine Smash Bros. Newcomers that hasn't uploaded in years now. Subscribed, use that math equation to determine the most likely time frame, genre, where they're from, and even gender of the next fighters. The gender seemed to cause most of the contention of this video as it got people arguing where 2B lies, whether Rex and Pyra count as one or the other. Big Boss is also there, happy to see him. But the female rep chosen was actually an alternate skin for Crash Bandicoot, his sister, Coco. One issue.
And I don't even need to write anything down. I'm sure if they wanted to, they could put Coco in, but she's like half Crash's height. It would mess up the hitboxes. Also, I unironically have Bill Reiser Contra on my most wanted list. Bill Reiser is also present in this list, along with the Sonic rep that I feel like only I want. Did I make this video? Oh wait, no, this guy can do basic math. That can't be me. Severe lack of baby carriage is all I'll say. As far as news goes, there was a Mario Lego collaboration announced for Mario Day, and as a lover of both Mario and Lego, I hate this. I hate these Lego builds that are just the character. I much prefer traditional minifigures, and honestly, I miss when the minifigures looked like Lego characters. That Clone Wars Anakin haunts my nightmares. Ring Fit Spirit event. It's a shame she had to get deconfirmed. Or did she? I mean, probably, right? If this is within the cycle of speculation too. I'm not having this argument again. But above all else, all the Smash speculation and snapshots and minor game releases and comments, none of that is nearly as important. Nintendo has been pretty good about having something major planned for every month, for the most part. Even if it's a handful of NES ROMs. We're still missing Star Tropics 2, but I seem to be the only one concerned. Or DLC for current games like that of Smash Ultimate. Or, I will finally concede, game releases that go off with a whimper, like the Mystery Dungeon remake, or Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order. But once or twice a year, there is a major Nintendo franchise release that blazes its own path and stands out from the crowd as a work of near-perfect game design. 2017 had Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Splatoon 2. 2018 had Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Super Mario Party. 2019 had Luigi's Mansion 3 and Mario Maker 2. And 2020, surprisingly early into 2020, Animal Crossing New Horizons releases in 6 days. And nothing else matters. So why even bother with Smash Bros? Why look towards the future of Switch games? The future is now. We took this timeline aside to discuss Pokémon and Mario Party and Kirby, and I fully am prepared to do the same thing because Andrew was fully prepared. The kid, the teenager, the one that wears gray sometimes, Andrew had defaulted back to square one. After having no path in life whatsoever after graduating high school, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate overtaking that entire year of musical field trip of prom. Beginning adult life with no prospects, no school plan, no housing plan, and now with no job. The kid took a chance on something he wanted to do and managed to drag his friends along for the same dream. But life comes at you fast. Not everyone wanted to do the same thing. All of the channel members, the contributors, from blue to orange to green to black to yellow to purple to brown to white to pink, they all had lives to live. But we've seen this story play out before. It happened in autumn of 19. Everyone left their summer break to begin their lives, leaving the kid alone to carve out his own path and try something new he can do himself. After realizing it isn't exactly what he wanted, he managed to escape, knowing that if he ever went back, it would never ever let him go that easily again. They had great times in the winter, making lifelong memories and even longer enemies. But that was over now. We saw this previously in February with the going by yourself on Valentine's Day to the release of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, the live action movie. Andrew knew it was coming again, but he was content. He had a plan. The season would continue as normal. We're moving into spring, season 4 of the BHultra channel. Friends would leave and continue their journeys, but they had family in town. Surely they would return for every winter and summer break. So Andrew got a new job that he hated, but you know, who works a job that they don't hate? And planned to make single player videos on his own time, on his own terms, his own way. And he attempted to teach himself how to stream. The Shiny Litten was just a test run. The real moment would be the midnight release of Animal Crossing New Horizons on the Nintendo Switch. And while he didn't want to play a new major game all by himself, it would have been nice to get all of the members together. They were busy with school. They were at school, at college, and nothing, and I mean nothing, was going to prevent them from attending. Also, before Animal Crossing comes out, this week, a bunch of E3 stuff got canceled. Wait, why?
Breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4 state governors as the coronavirus pandemic spreads.
The World Health Organization took a giant step today in declaring coronavirus a pandemic.
On this Wednesday night, the coronavirus officially reaches pandemic proportions.
More than 1,200 cases now reported in 42 states and Washington, D.C. Tonight, 4 more states added just today.
New York, California, Illinois, and Connecticut all ordering non-essential employees to stay home. Those orders cover 75 million people across the United States. New York's governor today telling non-essential businesses in his state to reduce their workforce to 0.
Welcome back. I fucked up. I really truly did not think we would be back here. For whatever reason, I put it in my head that we could cover 3 years worth of Smash Ultimate in less amount of time, work, and effort than it took to cover barely one last year. The original plan was to cover everything in one video, and now I've made a trilogy. This is my Empire Strikes Back. And just like Empire, it ends on a somber note. I chose to have the cutoff week be from March 15th to March 21st because, one, it's week 69, but obviously, more importantly, you know what happened. Also why I decided to release this video in March. It wasn't because I had to change it last minute, because I did plan on releasing it in February, and then realized halfway through that I could not get it done in time, so I pushed it back, thus pushing all the videos back an additional month. That's not why I did that. I actually did this so that this would release days before the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. By the way, as I'm filming this, the Nintendo Switch 1 Direct, strange concept I know, happened this day. Happened a couple hours ago. New Tomodachi Life and Rhythm Heaven are coming out in 2026. This video was supposed to be saying goodbye to the Nintendo Switch. And those games might come out an exactly 12 calendar year from now. You would think that these videos would be separated into, if they are a trilogy, base game, Fighters Pass 1, and Fighters Pass 2. And technically they are, but above all else, I thought it would be more emotionally resonant because this is a personal story to separate them into categories of high school, birth of the YouTube channel, and pandemic. That's assuming that we do make a third part of this. If they announce Smash, like a new Smash game at the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, then I may just need to start moving forward. Because, man, talking about moments that change my life, I may not even be sitting here right now cross-legged. My legs really hurt doing this. I'm not as young as I used to be. If lockdowns did not transpire in March 2020. It's really ironic and tragic, but COVID-19 legitimately saved my life. How fucked up is that? Because not only is the second Fighters Pass the entire rest of Smash Ultimate speculation set during lockdown, but also, what better moment than to leave you in suspense? I don't know if you noticed this, and it was intentional, but the last 3 videos, sans the filler musical one, all feature stories tied to, beginning with, or ending with the COVID-19 2020 pandemic. The only things that happened that year were viral horror games got worse, Andrew made a Santa Claus video that year, Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass 2. And while I initially preferred for this series to be done before the release of a new Switch console, since it acts as a timeline for it, I don't think we're getting Smash for a while. My script here says, like, even if the console is revealed after this is filmed, but before this goes up. That's exactly what happened. There's still a good while before we have a new Super Smash Bros. Game. Probably. Super Smash Bros. Hasn't been a launch title for a Nintendo console since Melee in 2001, and that didn't even come out with the console, it was just in the first year. Ultimate did not catch eyes until even a full year into the Switch 1's lifespan. Ideally, what would happen is that either we hear nothing about Smash until next year, and that February Direct, we're a year into the Nintendo Switch 2, or maybe like a couple months into the Nintendo Switch 2, that February Direct will have something akin to the Inkling moment, and the third part of this trilogy will come out right before then to usher in the new era of Smash speculation. Or they have that Inkling moment at the Direct in a couple days. That would really throw a wrench into my plans. By the way, if you like this video, if you made it all the way through, I know it's not traditional video essay, if we even want to call that long YouTube videos, you should check out the BHultra Turbo YouTube channel. I already have a lot of speculation videos on that channel. That's what it's for. I said when a new Smash game comes around, I'm going to be full throttle into speculation, and it's going to happen over there. Also, something exciting you're not going to want to miss very soon. But last time I was here, I had nothing planned. All I had was an unopened Switch OLED Super Smash Bros. Console that still remains unopened to this day. And the longer and longer I wait, the more superfluous it seems because the new console is about to come out. Still unopened. Until now. This is a really awkward way of doing it. But here's all the hand content for you freaks. It looks like I got smashed in a piano. You have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate OLED Switch. What's interesting is I very seldom get physical Switch games, especially in filming all the stream clips from this video that I showed. I've been doing a series on stream where I play a different Switch game because I like the idea of having all the Switch games made by Nintendo on my physical console. And for whatever reason, in a classic turn of events, although I do have Scarlet physically, I also have it digitally because of more shenanigans. It was gifted to me multiple times. So one of the few physical games I ever keep in my Switch, I could show you right now, in my normal Switch, you could see me kind of, is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I kept seeing tutorials for the Switch OLED because I wanted to put my games and my account on here, and every video I watch is like, oh, here's how you transfer your account. You cannot transfer it back, be careful. But I don't see, why do you have to transfer your account? Can't you just log in on both? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Anyway, I'm in a really awkward position, so I'm gonna open this probably as quickly as I can. This should have happened like a good year ago. Oh, sorry, I got excited. I'm gonna fuck up the camera, but we have the OLED Switch. It's been a while since I've seen a pristine and clean Switch. Oh, and it's got the kickstand on the original Switch. That's what I wanted to say, by the way. I'm not gonna stop using this Switch. The whole purpose of this is, oh, bring the story full circle. You can see all the smudges, all the scratches. I've had this since 2017, and I'm not ready to say goodbye to it yet. But I did buy this for the previous video, so I might as well actually fucking use it. Lifting this, I think this is just like instruction manual and Joy-Cons, and I know how the Switch works. Wait a minute, is this just a download code? Scratch all for download code. I could just download this on my normal Switch then. All right, well, that's staying over there for now. 3-month membership? I've got a family plan. Thank God you can't see any of it yet. They knew people were gonna do unboxing. Is this the whole thing? Okay, no, this is the AC cable. I will say, of all the things in the Switch, it's still strange to me that this cord is a brick. They easily could have put the brick anywhere else. That feels very 2017. HDMI cable, can always use more HDMI cables. I'm not even joking. Is this a grip? Free grip? I keep saying free. I paid for this. And it's kind of fun because although this is a new type of Switch, I obviously didn't film my unboxing for my Nintendo Switch in 2017. Oh, I like the lines of this one. Because I was 16 and I got it for Christmas. I did keep the box, I just didn't film it because I wasn't filming anything back then. What's gonna be interesting about the third part, if I ever do end up making the third part, is that a lot of it is archives, like on stream. If you wanna watch the speculation timeline from 2020 onward, you can. You don't even need the video. That'll be my excuse to not make it. Let's see how the timeline of events plays out. Ooh, can I at least use this dock for my old Switch? I like it way more. This is really gonna undercut when I debox the Nintendo Switch 2, because I imagine the OLED is more similar to that. Even though they went back to having an LCD screen. This is the first part of this video that I'm filming post-Switch 2 announcement, post-Switch 1 Direct, and well, I guess I filmed all of them pre-Switch 2 Direct. I don't actually have a good vantage point to reach any of this stuff. You get 2 Joy-Cons with this, Smash Joy-Cons that go on the Switch. You got this cool left Joy-Con, embossed, nothing on the back, with the Smash logo across it. And then also you get the line. Let me do myself a favor here and put all the trash in the box, but I can still keep the box. I'm keeping the box. You guys know I love box. Man, I've been working on this video longer than I've worked on anything probably. I mean, if you think about it, I've been working on this saga since the beginning of me making videos like this, and I know this, oh, I don't want to touch this at all. This is very shiny. I know this is a very personal story and it's very personal to me, and I understand why it would scare a lot of people off into watching this video, because it's not really an informative timeline as much as it is just like celebrating the channel. This is the 100,000 subscriber special. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, man, I don't know. This part like came in the bottom of the Switch box. I guess this comes with every Nintendo Switch OLED. Yeah, they all say BHultra. If you've ever bought one of these Nintendo Switch OLED Smash bundles, they all come with silver play buttons that say BHultra. I didn't know that. I didn't know that when I made the name. Also, you can see those red stains on the ottoman. That's from the Halloween stream last year where I poured fake blood all over a pumpkin. You guys really should check out the streams if you like me even a little bit. It's good to have an additional dock because I had to get an Animal Crossing dock because it was the cheapest one, and my first dock got filled with shampoo when I was moving. Long story. And it does not match. So it has to have a black dock again. Why is it at half charge? I guess I did leave it in the box for a year. I didn't want to miss that. English. The Americas. I agree. Put up Treatler. Don't do that. You can hear it, but I'm putting in my, our Wi-Fi password right now. As you could tell, it is long as fuck. Here's my credit card number. Here's my IP. I guess I'm closer to New York, Toronto. Shout out B-More. Would you like to connect to TV? Later. Detach Joy-Cons from the console. Oh, but my cool line. I want to keep this line on it. All right, fine. A on the right controller. All right, well, I can't hold it up like this. I'm gonna have to switch off every time. Console. Well, not on this console I can't because it needs to be charged. Here we go. User. This is what I wanted. So have console. See, here's the thing. They give you the option. Let me at least deglove this one so you can see the difference of how fucking beat up this one is. I was wrong. I do need to plug it in. See the games I play for this video? You can see what time it is. They're gonna triangulate this and they're gonna find my mother's maiden name. I use so many images and videos for this video that are still saved on my Nintendo Switch 1. I think if I keep both of them, I could still have my account on both, right? In theory. I know they both need to be plugged in for this. Okay. Yes. Keep the previous console in addition to this one. Yes. Everyone I saw who tried to do this said no. System update. All right, cool. It was in a box for a year. Update. It's updating. The thing is, I want to keep it on this one because I like having the classic feel of that old Switch. Of my old Switch. Look how much character it has. All the scratches. All the everything. You know, it's been with me. Oh, that one's resetting. Got it. Oh shit, there's a logo on that one. You guys see that? Is it in focus at all? User will be added. Still have the console. Yes. Keep using the previous console. Yes. Link Nintendo account. Yes. It needs to update again. All right, I got another confirmation code. Here we go. I love the future. I'm please waiting. I'm cheesed to meet you. That's BHultra. Will be added to this console, okay. But not taken from that one, right? It'll just be on both, in theory. Hey, but that's just a theory. Yours has been added to the console. Automatic save downloads, yeah. Yeah, do that. Initial download must be performed manually to enable this feature, okay. Well. Nope, I already have online. Skip. Setup is complete. You can tell I just got the Switch because if I had it before, it would not be in light mode anymore. That's gonna be the most important part. All right, hold on. We gotta make this Switch actually, it's kind of nostalgic to keep it in light mode. You know what? I'll leave it as is for now. And that is the Nintendo's... What was that noise? Successfully downloaded software? What did I download? We have finally opened it. The Smash Bros. OLED. But I didn't know I had a Smash Bros. Download code. Hey, feel free to use this code. Oh, wait, you can't read it. Now I can just have all of my games digitally. I mean, look how many... I want to show you this real quick. I can scroll all on this because I don't care about getting it dirty. Look at my Switch I've had since 2017. Classic games like Balan Wonderworld. Sonic Colors Ultimate, Brilliant Diamond, Warframe. Wait a minute, Andrew. I'm not done with this video. I can't believe it's already over. No one's gonna finish this video in one day, so it doesn't even matter, but whatever. Cue the announcement. This is how we're gonna end it.